Good morning, good morning. Hold on, my sound is on the wrong speaker. Can you hear me? Can you hear it? Can you hear the music? Samantha Dragonati, links in the description. I forgot I had different settings on this morning. Listening to the wicked music. Hello and good morning, girls. Bum, 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 bum.
What's that noise?
Am I here?
You making popcorn?
YouTube is saying, oh, there it is. Okay. YouTube was like, girl, you are not here. And I was like, okay.
What?
Pausing music at 1, 2, 3. All right. Good morning, everyone. All right. This is a request. People wanted to watch this video. It's 2 hours and 20 minutes long. So this is going to be the stream today, girls. It's also a fundraiser for Palestine. I put a link in the pinned comment for the video itself where you can find the fundraiser. It's reached almost $700,000. So killer fundraiser. Great job. So Lindsay's back on YouTube just for this conversation. Otherwise, I know she's over on Nebula. Does anyone want to talk about anything before we get into this video? Because it's going to be such a long video. It came out like 8 days ago. Almost 2 million views and raised almost $700,000 for Palestine. So would love to see it. Any thoughts? Yesterday's stream was great. I thought we had a really great and important conversation. Was there anything I wanted to expand upon? Probably not really, but I just want to say, like, if you're a YouTuber and you see me, I just never want to hurt your feelings unless you're a predator. I just, having Michael in the comments yesterday, like, I really don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. I just genuinely am asking questions. But it really pains me to think somebody might get their feelings hurt. I genuinely, like, I really am not trying to hurt nobody's feelings over here. But sometimes I just don't understand what people are going through, and I'm trying to find out. But if you're a bad person on the internet, then I do want to hurt your feelings a little bit. I mean, not too much, because that's not very, introspective, but like a little bit, you know what I mean? Looking very 90s hip hop today, Brittany. Okay, let me just, you know what? Yeah, actually, I have something to show you. Okay. Look at this TikToker I found today. Look at this video that came across my feed. Honestly, bro, you're about to vibe so hard, bro. It's about to be a vibe. Oh, wait. Oh, it's not playing.
Let's go. Let's go. Who's trying to get on?
This is like a guy. I don't know who he is. I don't know how scripted or not scripted these videos are. He goes around NYC and he just like puts a beat on and people make music with him. And I fucking
You gotta
I
tell
love
me what
it.
you want to hear. I need guidance so I can make something you'll like.
Jay-Z and Alicia Keys.
Oh, okay. It's on some New York shit. Wait, one of y'all gotta hold this.
Let's get it, man.
I think he's in New York.
You go first.
Yeah. You wanted this rip talking shit, now you laid in the ditch. I'm from Brooklyn, Bushwick, this side just ditch. This side B's when you see a G. Back up, motherfucker, now you laying in P.
Like JD Def, your flow is so. When shit get thick, don't run to the po-po. Oh, no, you can't fuck with my flow. I fuck around and make you taste the fofo.
I'm a pimp until the day I die, staying fly, catching a female's eye every time I ride by. Sitting high on the track, cruising in my Rolls Royce. The game that I be kicking be getting these hoes moist. I'm a pimp by blood, plus that was my only choice. It's me against the world, I got to show 'em who's boss. I'm so cold with the game, I control everything. The women be shining like the baguette to my diamond ring.
I ain't scared, I ain't got nothing to lose. Cause if I don't get put on, then I'm robbing you dudes.
Hey Dave, I gotta make sure I have some cash flow. Niggas get hit and tied up in some tassel.
Cause where I come from, I never read, never will. Brooklyn, New York, my home is Brownsville.
Since my mom is gone and my pop is gone, it's another sad song when the drama is on. Knock, knock.
Listen, okay? It's so good. The flow is so good. Even with problematic lyrics, like the song is so good. Just like it's the flow. I think it's the flow that I love the most. It's like there's something about the enunciation, the way that it's expressed. Like, I think this is what I think of when I think of rap a lot of the time. You know what I mean? Like, I think this is it. Like, it's I don't even know how to explain it, but my brain just goes like my brain just. I love it. It's so good. It's so good, and it's like people are so talented everywhere. Even if you never know them, even if they're never the famous people you know, just know that the world is so talented. How about this
is
one?
Niangelo. She's also a artist, raps as well.
Are you getting on next?
Yeah, she's on
Okay.
next.
What are you gonna do?
Alternative hip hop. Think Childish Gambino mixed with Kanye, I guess.
Could we do a little sample chop in it?
Yeah.
Could I get you to just like sing some random stuff and I'll chop it up? So just sing like anything you want over it.
Love.
Yeah, that's probably gonna be fire.
Gotta keep the mic in the air. Everybody tryna stay so self-aware. I don't really care, I'm just tryna do the feature. I fell in school, but I be the teacher.
I can fly you out, take you to the clouds. There's no coming down when we round.
You don't know what you want, baby, I could do it better. She could do it if you really let her. Know I'm young, but I got a lot of wisdom. Got a lot of love, and I wanna give some, baby. Let me know, I could do you better. You ain't gotta say no, like
Man's not doing enough, that's why I'm here for you. He doesn't know what I'm on. I can fly you out, take you to the clouds. There's no coming down when we round. I can fly you out, take you to the clouds. There's no coming down. Let me take you round. Let me take you.
This is Niangelo. She's also
Now, obviously, I think it's like scripted and they all meet up as friends and make these cool videos, but it's good. It's good. You can't play. It's good. It's like, it's so good. My brain just like, ooh, I just light up. People are so talented and so like in so many ways. It's kind of crazy. Ugh, I just don't want us to take it for granted, bro. You know? So good. Anyways, I'm so glad this came across my feed because I really... Stuff, I think music, art, like that's why I say like AI could never. Okay, like AI could never. And that's the point. AI could fucking never. Okay? It's one thing to use, you know, AI to help enhance an already talented person. It's another thing to think it could ever replace one. AI will never replace real people. Okay? Oof. Loved it. All right. Good start to the day. Good start to the day. Ooh, okay. All right, good start. And now we're going to ground ourselves a little bit. So, okay, this was requested. Lindsay Ellis came back to YouTube a week and a half ago or something. A week ago, I guess, to make this video called The Unforgivable Sin of Miss Rachel. And so obviously it's about Palestine, right? Because Miss Rachel has been an incredible advocate for Palestine. Lindsay's doing a fundraiser, raised almost $700,000. I linked it in the pinned comment. You can go and donate. But I think what's really important here is that, God forbid, Miss Rachel help somebody. You know what I'm saying? God forbid. Chet said, I tried to rewind and hear what was said about the fundraiser, but it's stuck buffering hell. Could someone fill me in? Uh-oh. The fundraiser is basically it's Lindsay wrote Do It for Mr. Rogers. PCRF. You can go to the official website and donate through there in general, or you can click this donate button on YouTube here and it will just basically allow you to donate. But it is it's Palestine Children's Relief Fund. Because over 17,000 plus children have been killed, let alone all the children that have been left with devastating injuries, the trauma that they're enduring, and it's so serious of a situation. So let's watch Lindsay's video today with that in mind. You know, we're not really, I mean, I'd like to think we're not really watching the video for Lindsay, right? I'd like to think we're watching the video to help contribute any of the money, the AdSense, whatever, to the Palestine Fund. And also you guys requested that we watch it together. So maybe there's something to talk about. Let's see. I haven't watched it, so I have no idea. Just based off the comments and everything I've seen, she's basically explaining to the world, like, why you hate Miss Rachel, though. And that's a great question. Why do you hate Miss Rachel, though? Let's talk about it. Let's see. Oh, and thank you, Chet says, love the earrings, Brittany. Thank you. Inspired by Mia. You guys know how much I love her stuff. This is one of her pairs as well. You can check out her work on my Instagram. I follow her, Inspired by Mia. She makes all of her earrings. I really did buy like 1 billion pairs of earrings from her, and my goal is to buy some more in the future. But I really love her work. And if you guys want to support an independent artist, like I do recommend it. It's totally worth it. Okay.
Dimanche 19 juin 94 et il est 16h22 à Kigali dans le
Hold on, I'm gonna read this out loud. I just realized you guys are probably not able to read it. Today is Sunday, 19th June 1994, and it's 4:22 p.m. Is it Kigali time in the studios of RTLM Radio? We must exterminate them. If we exterminate all the cockroaches, nobody will judge us. Rwanda belongs to those who really defend it. And you cockroaches are not real Rwandans.
I am not a morning person, but do you know who is? So every morning when Dad goes to work, someone marches into my room, and half-conscious every morning we pull out our laptop and put on Miss Rachel.
We're twisting, we're twisting, we're twisting, now we stop.
I did not know Lindsay was a mother, or at least I did not. If I did know it, I don't remember knowing it.
But oh no, what's this? A very credible and good faith organization is calling on the Attorney General to investigate Miss Rachel for anti-Semitism crimes. How unexpected. It's from a group called Stop Anti-Semitism, one word. It's run by Barbara, and she's a serious person. Oh, she was anti-Semite of the week? Damn, I gotta watch what I say. I don't want to be anti-Semite of the week. Please don't make me anti-Semite of the week. So the issue that a lot of people raise against Miss Rachel is that she's spreading misinformation, or she's taking things out of context, or she's showing a one-sided story.
Miss Rachel has not only ignored the brutality inflicted upon Jewish and Israeli kids, she's also shared numbers and a narrative that aligns with a known terror organization.
And most importantly,
Mr. Rogers in our day, he didn't start lecturing kids about Russia or Iran or the nuclear threat. That's not your job.
First of all, as a former Catholic, I need to lecture these two, because this is Laura Ingraham, Catholic, and this is Ray, oh fuck, I was going to say Ray Romano, that's not his name, Ray, I forgot his name. He works for EWTN, he used to do the news on EWTN, I don't know if he does it anymore, which is the Catholic channel on TV. Yes, my parents watch both these people, and yes, I've read Laura Ingram's books, and yes, fun fact, when she had cancer, her fiance left her in the middle of chemo. She adopted 2 kids and is a single mother. Anyways, very sad. Ray Raymond. Ray Raymond? His name's not Ray Raymond, is it? Ray. Fuck. Anyways, so that's who these people are. And I just need to tell them, Mr. Rogers absolutely was one of the first people to ever, quote, swim with a black person on national television. So I think Mr. Rogers gave a fuck a little bit about activism, sir?
Yes. Children's educational media, famously apolitical.
Would you like to join me? It looks awfully
ding, ding, ding.
enjoyable, but I don't have a towel or anything.
Oh, you share mine.
Okay.
Well, I know how busy you are, but sometimes just a minute like this.
So segregation was happening in pools, and white people didn't want to swim with black people. So Mr. Roger was like, I'm going to do this on national television. It was a very big deal, which is so horrendous that it was such a big deal, because it just tells you how far behind we all are. And we should just keep that in mind for everything. Every time you feel like a person is too woke, just a reminder that this happened yesterday.
Will really make a difference.
So this video is going to be a little dense and maybe even a little...
Yeah. Oh, God. Great point, chat. Says kids shouldn't know about politics. Also, PragerU. Slavery wasn't that bad. Better to be a slave than to die. Am I right? Literally PragerU. They're children's shows, bro.
Serious. And while it is surrounding a topic that I know no one has strong feelings about, let me just make a caveat here that I'm not going to expect anyone to agree with everything that I have to say. That's not realistic, and frankly, that's kind of not even good. Did you know that if you say subscribe on desktop, the little subscribe button gets a little rainbow around it? And that's the only good thing I will say about YouTube today. So let us embark on a little journey together. Come on. Yeah, so I thought we could, talk in here. Oh yeah, we grew this. I'm just blowing you away with this natural affect, aren't I? But that's the thing. We're making a little bit of content, and I just so happen to be making food at the same time. I'm a mom. I don't have a lot of time. I have to do both of these things at the same time. Okay, so according to the deep Miss Rachel lore, when Rachel Accurso's first child was transitioning into those learning to speak years, the family had to seek speech therapy for a speech delay.
I think for my son, his brain wasn't really connecting with his mouth, so we really needed to see what the mouth was doing. I wanted something for him so bad that would help him. And when it wasn't there, I thought maybe we could create it for him and other kids.
While in speech therapy, she noticed that there were no quality online resources for early language development. And I mean like early.
Can you say mama? Mama. Mama.
And as she already ran these music workshops for toddlers in New York, she decided she would be the change she wanted to see in the world and began uploading videos in 2019. Miss Rachel's videos are not just for babies either. There's this sort of built-in assumption that a caregiver is also watching with the child because there's all sorts of notes for parents throughout the videos. Sometimes she'll talk about milestones, sometimes she'll give suggestions, sometimes she'll explain why she's doing what she's doing.
Wow! You're going to be learning to use the potty?
And this stands in great contrast to most shows for very young children.
The babies on the bus go.
Wah, wah, wah.
It isn't just what she produces and the relative novelty of focusing on early language acquisition. Obviously, that has exploded in popularity since Miss Rachel has. Kids like songs. They just do. And Rachel, with her music director husband and their cadre of Broadway actors, they...
Okay, hold on. I just saw this on TikTok that I was pretty excited about. Ba ba ba. Look at Chet says LOL Brit. Listen to me. When I hear wheels on the bus go round and I'm like, yo, let's go. Okay, hold on. Let me find this. There's a doctor on TikTok who talks about, a lot of them do, but often Black doctors will talk about how cancer looks different on different skin tones and people don't talk about it. So Joel Burvell? He's one of the medical mythbusters, doctor from Yale College. 2017, he graduated. He has a new show for kids. It looks really good. It looks really good. And everyone's saying with PBS defunded, this is great. Check this out.
It's my colleague now, Dr. Joel. He'll know.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the doctor's office. Hey Dr. Leland, what patients are we seeing today?
Dr. Joel, as my distinguished partner in residence, could you please tell us why skin conditions look different on different people?
Is it 'cause Otto's old?
Hey!
Otto's like the briefcase.
That's a great question. And I actually have a red and blue piece of construction paper that can help me explain why. And you can do this with me right at home.
And I just think stuff like this is so important, especially with PBS being defunded. And what a way to use your platform and to make the content. And again, it's not about chasing dollar bills or clout or success or being like, oh my God, I got 1 million subscribers. It should first and foremost be about reaching the right demographic and doing it, I think, for the right reason. And so I think that's what I think about when I think about Miss Rachel is ultimately, I think she's doing things for the right reason. I don't think she's chasing fame. I think she saw a need and she filled a need. And I think that's kind of the key here is see a need, fill a need, right?
They just make better arrangements of the classics, your Old McDonald's, your Bingos, etc.
B-I-N-G-O and Bingo was his name. Oh.
They do have a lot of original songs as well. The Life of a Mom is just so much spam. They have a lot of original songs as well, most of which are bangers, which is fortunate because if you have a toddler, you know if they like something, you are going to be listening to it at least 50,000 times.
I'm so happy.
No shade to the Super Simple crew. Super Simple is fine. It's just kind of hard to compete with the cast of Aladdin on Broadway, singing about pooping.
It sends the news. The latest scoop. Like when I have to poop, 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 poop.
In 2023, a TikTok video went viral accusing Rachel of teaching about pronouns.
Thanks a lot, you idiot. Thanks a lot, Rachel. Thanks a lot.
Which, now that I think about it, is in fairness,
the video says when Miss Rachel introduces they, them, their pronouns, so you have to stop watching her. My favorite, it's not my favorite, but this TikTok came across my feed where it's a guy who basically does a call-in show, and he says he's saying pronouns are good. And the people call in, he goes, okay, if you use any pronoun, you have to end the call. And basically, he has a list of what's considered a pronoun in all its variety. And right away, people just like, the first word out of their mouth is always a pronoun. He's like, and you're done. I'm like, okay. And a big part of, I think, is like, we don't remember what we learned in school. Like, we didn't really, I don't think a lot of us remember. So people think pronouns are just like he, she, him, they. They don't think of pronouns as I or you. And that's because we have to, I think there should be a natural, a refresher for adults when they've been out of school for so long to just remember the basics, because I think they genuinely have forgotten.
Thanks a lot, Rachel. Thanks a lot.
Which, now that I think about it, is in fairness, toddlers do struggle with pronouns. Well, anyway, the pronoun thing never happened, of course, but it did make certain people realize that one of Rachel's regular collaborators on her show is a non-binary trans person named Jules. Jules sings about insidious trans issues, like walking.
Walking, 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 hop, 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 hop.
And stuffies.
Give your stuffy a big, big hug. Give your stuffy a big, big hug. Make them feel so safe and loved.
Stuffies only have two genders. It's just science, okay? But the relevant outrage to this discussion began in May of 2024 when Rachel did a fundraiser where she would record a personalized cameo for you or your child.
I am now on Cameo, and all the money raised on my end, fees, tips, it is all going to Save the Children's Emergency Fund,
a nonprofit which at the time was doing a drive that focused on hunger in multiple regions, one of which was Gaza. 4 days later, she uploaded the following to TikTok.
The bullying is so bad. It's so bad.
Interesting.
I don't care about all kids. It's like, it just hurts so bad. That is who I am. I can do this.
After the Bullied to Tears video, she became more vocal and consistent with her advocacy, not just raising money for hungry children, but bringing attention to the violence in the region.
I saw a picture of 2 babies in Gaza, and their thighs are like this small. Can't let children starve. That is not who we are.
It's always been this way. Like, as much as we think it hasn't, we really have lived in a world for so long where people really do feel like I think this is why compassion has got to be taught. You have to teach kids to have compassion, because they're we're animals on a planet. You know what I mean? I really do think some people believe better your kids than my kids. And I think that's the problem, is the kids are all of our kids. I know that sounds scary to people, but I'm not your kid's parent, but I would hope that I would be as sad about your kid dying as I would about my own kid dying, in a way. Maybe not 1-to-1, but pretty damn fucking close. You know? Chet said, is that a prescription? No, bros. Guys, a prescription is me telling you what you ought to do. What I think is objectively what I think you ought to do. Come on, bro. How long are you going to watch my content before you get it, bro? Okay, user. How long before you girls, listen, okay? It'd be really great, and I highly recommend, in order to create harm reduction, that you teach kids to be compassionate. It'd be really fucking great. I'm just saying it'd be nice, okay? When I was a nanny and the kids would go around kicking plants, I'd be like, plants are living things, you can't go around kicking. And it was a matter of teaching them the differences. And obviously I've extended that out into my own plant journey and everything else, plant, based journey of what does it mean to harm reduce, I think it's so important just to do what you can do your best. Because at the end of the day, we're not all in the same position. So we can't all offer the same amount of help or harm reduction, right? But I think just teaching the kids that hey, this goes back to kicking the robot thing. You know what I mean? Kicking robots, kicking things, treating inanimate objects like they're meant to be destroyed. All of this stuff, right? It doesn't seem to be very helpful. It doesn't seem to be very helpful. All right.
very much pearl clutching commenced, at first with right-wing media outlets like Fox News, The Times, and The New York Post, and then, emboldened by the new administration, groups like Barbara's, which called for the Attorney General to investigate Miss Rachel, suggesting that because she has done paid partnerships in the past, she's being paid by Hamas, a group with an influencer partner program apparently. Why has a children's content creator who has never previously engaged with the Israel-Palestine conflict suddenly posted over 50 times in support of one side, often repeating their propaganda? Given that she has rarely commented on politics before and even faced backlash when she did, the change is suspicious. So YouTubers...
Very suspicious. Oh, yes. Wow. A mom caring about other children? Very suspicious.
So YouTubers being paid off by foreign assets
What was
is a
that?
thing.
Hold on. What is that?
Change is suspicious. So YouTubers...
And what? I can't break... Girl?
...on politics
what
before
is
and even faced backlash when she did. The change is suspicious. So YouTubers...
She's like memeing. Andy, please stop. Andrew, Lindsay, hear me out. I don't get. Oh, Andrew Weber, whatever the joke was. I don't understand this meme joke. I'm too autistic for this. I'm not engaging with it. I don't know what it means. She had like Andrew Lloyd Webber call her earlier. I don't know what any of that means.
So YouTubers...
Is he anti-children in Palestine or something?
Being paid off by foreign assets is a thing that happens.
Is that what she's saying? Is that what she's alluding to? Is he a paid asset?
I think this might be a little silly. So, Miss Rachel sings songs about...
Love Never Dies, movie with 2004 cast. Gerard Butler said yes. Phantom of the Opera? What are we referencing here?
I should put that on silent. So, Miss Rachel sings songs about, like, brushing teeth and...
She's a Phantom of the Opera fan? What does that have to do with Palestine? No, she has previous videos breaking down his nonsense. It's the original song. Sequel to the Phantom of the Opera? I don't get it.
Pooping in the potty. So the most common argument goes, she should stay in her lane.
Everybody feels they have to get on the activist bandwagon now. Miss Rachel, you don't know anything about the Middle East, the Middle East, the Middle East.
Oh, yes, again, famously apolitical.
And I feel that if we in public television can only make it clear
All right, chat's saying it's an inside joke with her fans. Oh, okay.
that feelings are mentionable and manageable, we will have done a great service.
Ever since he successfully and apolitically lobbied Congress to grant funds for the...
And by the way, Laura Ingraham and Ray are parents. Like, they're parents.
Creation of public television on the argument that television could be educational, Fred Rogers has been the gold standard.
The truth is that everybody has...
If I ever find out this motherfucker cheated on his wife, I'm gonna scream. Because, okay, every motherfucker out here cheating, lying, deceiving, abusing, if I find out even one little thing about Mr. Roger, I'm gonna fucking, okay? Okay?
Something special inside them. And nobody's more important than anybody else. Just like you, my television friend.
Fred Rogers and Rachel Accurso also have a great deal in common as real human people, and not just the caricatures of themselves they play on their...
His kids don't like him? His kids don't like him? That's not good. Uh-oh.
Shows. Both specialized in children's education, both studied music. This knife is just incredibly dull. I don't know if you can tell. I bought it at Joann's before it went out of business. Mr. Rogers at Dartmouth and Miss Rachel at NYU. Both are motivated by the teachings of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. They both wrote or co-wrote their own original songs, and they both make it a point to connect with the child audience.
Always remember, you're a great kid.
You are the only one like you, my friend. I like you.
And there is a reason they do it like this, and it's not just in order to compete with 30-minute toy ads or family finger videos. The reason is science. In the late 1960s...
Pause. Look at this post. Even Mr. Rogers had a difficult time with parenting. Good grief, the shit his kids put him through. He would come home from work and his kids would be fighting so much he thought they were going to kill each other. They did typical kids things like refusing to eat dinner and other not so typical things like growing marijuana farm in their basement. Part of Mr. Rogers' parenting journey involved discovering his basement full of grow lights and making his teenage sons destroy all the plants before they got caught by the police. They were also careless drivers as teens, included drinking and driving, and got into multiple bad accidents. Mr. Rogers once yelled at his son for an hour trying to impress the importance of safe driving and then thanked his son for the opportunity to express his feelings because, Mr. Rogers, there were broken bones, hospital visits, and near-drowning experiences that Mr. Rogers said to be almost traumatized by. So if you're having a difficult time parenting and blaming it on your own shortcomings, take it to heart, because even one of the greatest, most patient, kindest humans to ever exist found it challenging. If even Mr. Rogers had trouble parenting, maybe the rest of us can shrug off some of the self-blame we feel when it seems like we aren't good enough people and we aren't doing enough for our kids. Edit. I had a comment that I've made Mr. Rogers sound like a monster. That wasn't my intention at all. I'd rather just delete this post than have people believe that. Please don't take that from my post. My post was about how parenting can be a difficult journey for anyone. And we still all lift each other, and we all should still lift each other up, as Mr. Rogers tried to do for all of his life. Okay, thanks, bro. That was so funny.
97% of all American households, oh my God. When I say dull, look, I haven't had time to get it sharpened, okay? As a housewife, I'm supposed to do it myself, but I just don't have time. I'm too busy filming content. In the late 1960s, 97% of all American households owned a television set, and preschool children watched an eye-blistering 27 hours of television per week. So it was not a terribly realistic goal to get rid of screen time in the house. So the goal instead became make it value-added, educational. Enter Sesame Street.
Look, I'm not about to put Mr. Rogers on a pedestal. He's still a man at the end of the day.
In 1969.
Get to Sesame Street.
Its mission was to help close the early childhood education gap by teaching underserved children.
Okay.
3 balls.
This is why Sesame Street looks the way it does. It's not set in like a suburban Levittown, but in the inner city, which in the days before gentrification was, let's just say it was less expensive to live there in the 1960s and 70s. During the early development of Sesame Street, the producers traveled the US and Canada to interview experts in child development, education, and television. Out of this came some of the most in-depth studies ever done on how kids learn up to that point. And I don't mean just for television, I mean like in general. The R&D side of Sesame Street became Sesame Workshop, which conducts research on child learning to this day. I know children's programming is famously apolitical, but this is part of what the Corporation for Public Broadcasting supports when they finance shows like Sesame Street, not just producing content, but also funding research. Well, funded. The focus of Sesame Street in those early years was academic basics, letters, numbers.
Hold on, Discord says, sounds like his kids kind of sucked. If that's true, drunk driving, ? I don't think drunk driving rules were a thing then, right? Couldn't Americans drink and drive into the 80s? Legally? I think that, I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure you could drink and drive, generally speaking. At least he lectured them for being bad at it. The question is, was Mr. Rogers so captivated by his job, he never had time to raise his kids? Because, like, that's the thing about parenting, is it is difficult because you have to be good at your job and you have to be good at 2 different jobs, right? And so that's kind of the dilemma, is like, I don't know if Mr. Rogers was a good person outside of the television show. But I think if we've learned anything over the last 10 years is not to put men or anybody on a pedestal. Because at the end of the day, most people aren't good parents because they're not prepared. They haven't dealt with their own fucking trauma. And I'm not going to assume he did either. Right? Like, I'm not going to assume he did either. But I think, like, there's always a conversation to be had. You know?
Colors, patterns, words, that sort of thing. But beginning in the 1980s, episodes shifted focus more to feelings.
Because I know what it's like to be scared.
You get scared?
Yeah, sure, everybody gets scared sometimes. I'm afraid of haircuts.
Wow,
but luckily the barber gives me a lollipop, and that makes me feel better.
Also around this time, the show started addressing real-world issues like divorce, race relations, homelessness, and even the death of a loved one when one of their main human actors, Mr. Hooper, died in 1983.
Big Bird, Mr. Hooper's not coming back.
Why not?
Big Bird, when people die, they don't come back.
Ever?
No, never.
Why not?
Another change in Sesame Street is the increased focus on community and culture. Starting in the early 90s, we started to see a greater diversity of Muppet. In 1991, we got Rosita, who is from Mexico and bilingual.
My name is Rosita, la monstruo de las cuevas.
She is now one of the main Muppets. And where before we only had like Bert and Ernie, who were yellow but like white coated, we now have Muppets.
It's interesting because like we watched Sesame Street growing up. I was born in 89. And then I remember the day my mom decided it was too liberal, but then we still watched PBS our whole life growing up. And we watched like, you know, Arthur and I don't know, Little Bear or whatever channel all those shows were on. And then even to this day, my nieces and nephews watch the Crab Brothers. We watched Zooboo growing up. And it's so weird when my mom sends me like a Marco Polo saying like, oh, the kids are watching the Kratz brothers. They love them. And I was like, yeah, the administration just defunded PBS. You know what I mean? Like, hello? Like, yeah, that same show, like we all grew up on, those same brothers we all grew up on worked for PBS. Like that's how they got their stuff funded. Yeah, Wild Kratz, exactly. Yeah, Discord, you know it. So it's like one of those things where it's like, hello? But there's a disconnect. There's like a literal disconnect in people's brains between literally sending me a video saying, oh, the nieces and nephews love the Kratt brothers. And, oh, we still love Trump. But I'm like, it's kind of crazy. It is, you know? Chet says, why did she say it was too liberal? If I remember correctly, it was like the undertones of the messages. I think it was the Bert and Ernie stuff, right? Which is funny because that's why my family calls me Bert, is my uncle would go, hey, Bert, where's Ernie? And then it just kind of clicked and everyone just calls me Bert. Like to this day, that's like my nickname. So it's kind of interesting, like the way life goes. And also my parents got more more conservative as they aged, right? Like my parents were my parents, you know, starting at 30 to now, right? They're mid 60s. So like I've seen my parents be 30, 40, 50, 60. Like I've seen my parents, you know, become different people, become more conservative, you know? Do you know that episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender, the beach episode, where they're all in bikinis or whatever, or two pieces? My parents were like, was it always this immodest? And I was like, no, you just got old, bro. You literally got curmudgeoned. I don't know what the word, like, you just got old, bro. Like, they're in a two-piece, relax. Like, it's not even a bikini, you know? It's like, there's just like this thing that happens with adults. That's why I say you have got to deconstruct. You have to continue deconstructing. Because what you think is so cute when you're young, you'll not find as interesting when you get old. You'll be like, oh, look at these messages. Like we watched the fuck out of Hey Arnold growing up. And I feel like if my parents watched it now, they'd be like, oh my God. Or Rugrats. We loved Rugrats growing up. My parents were critical. Like, oh, look at these like feminist moms and like, look at these things. But that was the criticism of Rugrats. Like that was the thing about Hey Arnold. It's like these kids didn't grow up in good homes necessarily. That was the point, is like we were watching shows about like real life, but through a medium that even the adults didn't even realize how important it was at the time. So like this idea that kids aren't watching shows with serious issues. Have you seen Hey Arnold? Alcoholism, like neglect, absent parenting, you know, war. Like it's like, I don't know. There's just like this idea in people's heads of like, oh, kids were never watching this stuff. Yes, we were. Old Yeller? Hello? What are you talking about? So I don't know. It's just like, it's so silly. Chad said, is that why your IG is the Bert Simon? Yeah, also the Brittany Simon was taken. Brittany Simon, people are named Brittany Simon out here in the world. But yeah, I just go by Bert everywhere because that's my nickname. Like that's literally what my family calls me. Yeah.
Of color like Ji Young and cousins Gabrielle and Tamir. Presently, the child recurring cast consists of Charlie, who is Jewish, and Mia, who has two dads.
One of my dads is Cuban.
I grew up
No, wait, hold on. Chad says the adults weren't watching. That's why my parents watched cartoons with us. I had those parents. I had, at one point, when I say there were parts of my childhood that was really good, guys, not only did my parents watch the shows with us, but they knew the characters. We would have conversations about the show after the show. Watching my parents in real time enjoy shows with us and then eventually get so conservative they couldn't even enjoy Sesame Street is the weirdest phenomenon. Where I'm like, what are you doing? I mean, even today, my mom loves watching Little Bear with the kids and stuff. She does like watching the Kratt Brothers with the kids. It's not like she doesn't. Like, they sit down and watch the shows with the kids. But I just like, it's so weird, like, that there's certain shows they liked and still like. And then there's just shows they're like, there's an agenda here. Girl.
Speaking Spanish at home.
My other dad is Jewish.
Being Jewish means having holidays all your own.
Shabbat Shalom.
You can probably guess where this is going.
Sesame Street had made the courageous transition from education to indoctrination.
Here they are promoting it to children. This is Sesame Street. It's made for 3-year-olds.
It's a Jew! Be happy, Ben Shapiro! Your people got represented.
Gives a TikTok posted this on X. Parents, beware. Sesame Street is grooming your kids.
Sesame Street has been bombarding children with propaganda for some time now.
To use Sesame Street to induct, 3
Interesting that you can't tell kids to like love each other, but you can tell them they're going to hell for being gay.
to 5-year-olds into that which ends up in the streets of West Hollywood.
It's important that you actively protect your kids from watching Sesame Street.
A major change from Sesame Street's early days is an increased focus on developing skills and traits like problem solving, helping, and most importantly, kindness. For the last 10 years or so, the lyrics to the outro song of the show are about growing on Sesame Street. Yeah! This evolution is backed by research that is collated by Sesame Workshop in tandem with other institutions like Harvard Center for the Developing Child. Feelings and social skills like empathy and kindness do not develop like siloed away from the cognitive tools we need for reading and writing.
Mental health can't be separated out from cognitive development and language development and kind of social competence.
They are intertwined. One is integral to the other. Studies show that under the age of 2, no screen time is best, but if you're gonna do it, the best way to do it is with the caregiver alongside the child, engaging with the content. This is also why FaceTime is the only recommended screen time by the American Academy of Pediatrics before the age of 2, and why shows like Blue's Clues, Mr. Rogers, and Miss Rachel are generally seen as less harmful compared to something like Cocomelon or the League of Goddamn Super Kitties.
Yeah, chat says, you know how Matt Walsh fucking sucks? I was thinking yesterday about the whole what is a woman question, and no one ever asks what is a man. Oh, the obsession with trans women. The obsession with women. They are obsessed with us. Okay? They are obsessed with anything that isn't a man because only a man makes sense to them. They only understand a man in the lens of their construct. And they don't even understand trans men, which is so funny, but I think they accept them a little bit more. I think they see trans men as like less of an issue in their head. That's why they never bring it up. But God forbid a woman shows up. Like, it's so interesting.
Oopsie kitty.
These are research-backed shows that encourage the child audience to engage via prompts. Why don't I just turn it on silent? You can do that. We have the technology. Sesame Street's increased inclusion of social, emotional, and behavioral topics didn't just arise out of like, touchy-feely millennial gentle parenting trends. It is rooted in a greater understanding of the developing brain, and over the last few decades is being increasingly integrated into schools as social emotional learning, or SEL.
Great point. It's understandable to them why women would want to be a man. Girl. They're like, of course you want to be a white man. It's great.
In its broadest strokes, social emotional learning is a tool that helps children understand and manage their own emotions. All of the research correlates greater emotional intelligence with better academic outcomes, lower dropout rates, and greater success later in life. For older children, school districts across the country have been implementing SEL to combat rising sewer slide rates. You can probably guess where this is.
Many of the same so-called parents' rights groups that have taken aim at critical race theory and vaccine mandates are now gunning for SEL.
It's going to transform not just education, but your child, for the purpose of achieving social justice.
They talk about power and privilege.
Hold on. Discourse said trans men are not accepted at all. They just seem confused, victimized, lost women, whereas trans women are seen as predators. Yeah, I just want to make it clear. I don't think conservatives actually accept trans men. They don't accept trans people, period. They just never spend any time talking about trans men, which is like a form of inherent, like, I think is like misogyny. But I just like, I want to make it clear, like, conservative people don't care what kind of non-binary, trans, you're on, if you're on HRT, period. You know what I mean? Unless you're a cis man who wants to be on steroids, then it's like so valid.
Which are tenets of critical race theory.
The Federalist has called SEL a vehicle for anti-white racism.
It invades privacy, and it undermines the influence of family and faith in a child's life.
If you wanted to break kids down emotionally, if you wanted to break them down, there would be no better program.
Like CRT.
I just love that I tell my parents being raised religious as a queer kid caused me to self-harm and be suicidal. They're like, Betsy, that's the liberal media. And I'm like, girl, they just won't, you know what I mean? They won't get it unless they want to get it. Discord said, yeah, and it's not understandable to them either. I don't like that narrative. I think I've just talked to conservative people who said they do understand why people would want to be men. That's what I meant by it, guys. I just literally have had that conversation with people where they're like, yeah, of course, like being a man makes a lot of sense. Like, at least you get perks. But like, why would a man want to be a woman just to get into women's bathrooms? Like, they literally, that's just an anecdotal experience. It doesn't mean anything. I don't think they really get it. But I thought there was something that resonated with that comment for me, the original commenter. That's why I sparked the thought.
And DEI before it. One of the new boogeymens for the won't someone think of the children No, not those children brigade, is SEL. The Florida Department of Education recently banned dozens of math textbooks because, in the opinion of Commissioner of Education Richard Corcoran, these books included references to critical race.
Yo, wait, hold on, chat. No, chat, that's not to distract. I'd like to apologize for messaging you on Insta to give you a video rec. I crossed the boundary and I should have just commented on a video. Girl, hold on, pause. You can send video recs on Instagram, guys. That's not against the rules. Thank you for being considerate. But guys, you can send me DMs on Instagram. I do look at the links you send me. If that's easier for you, if you want to send me something to react to, I just won't open the DM. Like, I won't give you access to me. You know what I'm saying? But you can absolutely DM me on Instagram. I just won't reply on Instagram. Do you know what I'm saying? But I like, I'll copy the link and I'll look at it. Or like, because I know some people they communicate better on Insta, but like, I just won't DM you back. You can absolutely send me recommendations or video requests on any of the social media that I use. Like, sometimes people tag me and post on TikTok. You can do that. I just won't respond. Like, I won't interact with you. You know what I'm saying? So you're good. Don't apologize. You're totally fine.
Theory, inclusions of Common Core, and the unsolicited addition of social emotional learning in mathematics. In this context,
Yeah, you said, I just know you said DMs were a boundary. Maybe it wasn't the same thing. Yeah, no, like, sometimes people slide into my DMs like, hey, Britt, can I ask for advice? It's like, no. Or, hey, Britt, can we talk for a little while? Or sometimes people are like, hey, Britt, I want to start a podcast with you. And I'm like, what? Like, no. Like, you can't, like, be randos. Like, randos who are like, or they'll use that chance to yell at me or something. Yeah, so no. If you DM me to talk to me, I'm not going to respond to you. But if you DM to make a request, that's so valid.
L in mathematics is basically like adding a story. Abstract concepts like math are hard to learn for young children. That's probably why you remember learning math like, Jack has 3 apples, Sally has no apples. Jack sees that Sally is sad and gives her 1 apple. How many apples does Jack have left? That's what SEL in mathematics would look like. Here is a local parents' Facebook group freaking out because of fears of secret Buddhist indoctrination, because the SEL curriculum focused on mindfulness. The Child Protection League has
it's because Christians and conservatives think yoga and meditation is the opening the door to demons, and they think prayer is opening the door to God. I saw Alex O'Connor, you know that Christian guy who's like, I don't know his name, but he's like that Christian guy with the kind of he's got a really nice setup. His videos are really nice looking. I never watch him, but every time I see him, sometimes he's had overlap with like Abba and Preach and stuff like that. Anyways, he had Alex O'Connor on. They were debating about Jesus. I don't know why I'm watching so many white men talk about Jesus, but okay, here we are. So he was like, Alex, I heard you would love to be Christian if it was true. And Alex is like, well, you know. And the guy goes, well, have you ever thought about just praying or just going to church or just like trying to be Christian throughout your day? I'm like, God, Christians are just as stupid as they were 40 years ago. I'm so sorry. Like, you are just as dumb as you were 40 years ago. Talk about grooming, bro. Have you ever just thought about taking an inch of Christ every day just to try it out? Have you ever thought about just like one beat at a time, baby? Okay, one rosary beat at a time, just to see what it feels like, just to see if you like it.
Entire section of their website dedicated to SEL, claiming, don't be fooled. Social emotional learning has been given many names: knowledge-based learning, literature-based, data-driven program, and now multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS, that make it more sellable, more appealing. But regardless of the name, it is still the same ideology. Minnesota's Child Protection League claimed that social emotional learning is a vehicle for critical race theory and is a child indoctrination scheme. There's yet another pearl-clutching organization called Defending Education, which has an indoctrination map, which tells you if your local school system might be doing an empathy in the classroom. Concerns about SEL caused parents in one Utah district, of course it was Utah, to freak out because the curriculum was used to disrupt bullying behaviors in others and to challenge attitudes that make bullying and harassment socially acceptable. I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to guess what their objection was based on the information I have just provided. If you guessed use of the word disrupt, congratulations, you are much more in tune with these people than I am. Maybe you're from Utah. The term disrupt is often associated with movements like Antifa and Black Lives Matter. It is extremely clear that the educators want to use SEL to reprogram our children into social justice activists for particular causes and push them to believe that racial, gender, or class identity matters more than unifying as a human race. But this rejection of SEL and emotional and social awareness in general is not restricted to public schools or the classroom. Behold, the Daily Wire's anti-woke streaming service for babies. Bent Key.
Every day, More Kids content is indoctrinating your kids with radical left-wing garbage.
At the Daily Wire, we don't just complain about the problem, we create solutions, which is why we've invested tens of millions of dollars into making Bent Key,
A platform for kids' entertainment that actually reinforces our values and protects kids from the most radical ideas of today.
Born from the belief that parents are on the front lines of shaping kids' values, because this is a war, Bent Key positions itself as content parents can trust when they're not in the room.
The beauty of Bent Key from a parental point of view is that this is really a safe space for your kids. You can put your kids in front of Bent Key and they can spend hours, and no one should spend hours in front of a screen if they're a kid. But
see, to these people, screen time is not a tool to be used alongside caregivers. It is a babysitting box that you leave on when you want to turn the child off.
You shouldn't put your kid in front of the TV for hours, but for whatever length of time they're there, you can know that they're being exposed to good and beautiful content.
This makes sense, as part of the religious rights agenda is wanting women to be chained to the home. So they make content to supplement a stressed out stay-at-home mom, to give her a few minutes to herself to get some unpaid labor done, rather than creating content designed to watch with your child, which study after study shows is much better for their development.
I wish I wasn't different.
Oh man, these songs.
So, for the low, low price of $100 a year, or about $8.50 a month, wow, that's twice what Nebula costs, you can access upwards of 5 original shows.
We've launched with 4 original shows and a 5th that is original. We didn't create it, but
there is Chipchilla, probably the most well-known of the original Bent Key products, if for no other reason than it is a conservative ripoff of Bluey. There's Gus Plus Us, a Muppet-like show that has a female lead that borders on copyright infringement.
Yes! We need wood for a campfire!
Most relevant to our discussion is A Wonderful Day with Mabel McClay, which is our Miss Rachel / Mr. Rogers knockoff. It's definitely more Rogers than Rachel. The intros to both Mabel McClay and Mr. Rogers begin with a song that is intended to, set the vibe and purpose of the show. Mr. Rogers' intro is surprisingly complex when you actually look at the music. But the thing is, despite that complexity, it's not overwhelming for kids in the way that complex arrangements or jazz of any kind often are. There's a reason kids like super simple songs. The intro to A Wonderful Day with Mabel McClay begins with a song that the creators also wrote, which can only be described as, to repeat YouTuber Jose's observation, low effort.
Well, it's a wonderful day. 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 It's a wonderful day.
Okay, so they don't have degrees in music, so they don't have a cadre of Broadway actors, so they don't know any world-class jazz pianists. That's whatever, okay? They're on a budget.
The Daily Wire announced that we would spend $100 million over 3 years
Jesus.
to begin our own kids' entertainment company.
Mabel tackles topics like contentment, perseverance, self-control, courage, patience, bootstraps.
I bet you're tougher than you think you are.
You get the idea.
We waited quietly together in the garden, noticing our surroundings and playing I Spy.
The prestigious Milford School, an institution once famous for its credo that children should be neither seen nor heard.
Again, the show is much more similar to Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, up to and including having a world of make-believe that Mabel uses to illustrate whatever lesson we are learning today. It's bizarrely prescriptive. I guess the word is preachy.
Jasper, he stopped eating all those cookies, and instead you bundled up gifts for his friends, huh?
Oh, I sure did.
Finally my chance to get rid of that damn dog.
Which is something you don't get with Mr. Rogers, who's more about how to handle the death of a pet. Let's ride the bus. How is this common household product made? Come here. Ugh. This is the source of the tap dancing. Mr. Rogers is more about helping kids understand the world and process their feelings, where Mabel ambles through the episodes like a Megan Mullally on Ativan, telling kids how to act.
I wonder what you'll do the next time you're feeling really excited. I wonder if you'll stop, take a breath, and make a better choice.
See?
Oh, okay.
One of the best way to connect with young children, besides holding a puppy, I say she's a puppy, she's 12. She's about to turn 12. To get them to listen is to get down on their level. Fred Rogers understood this intuitively because he was doing it before there were any studies to back it up. Which brings us to Blue's Clues, the show that had the most research done for its development since, well, Sesame Street.
Hi out there, it's me, Steve. Have you seen Blue, my puppy? Come on in.
Steve, Josh, and that other guy all do the same thing. They get down on the level of the child audience frequently, ask them questions, prompt engagement.
So what was Blue's first clue?
Green.
Oh, right, green.
Mabel, not so much. Mr. Rogers is over here, rolling around on the floor. Miss Rachel is always at eye level. Even with Blue's Clues, where Blue is much smaller than the host, they always find ways to put Blue at their eye level. Mabel is often framed as taller than the camera or always looking down at that hillbilly dog thing. It's a strange, subtle contrast to other shows that we're discussing, and I have to assume at least a little bit intentional. Take a look also at how episodes of each show ends. With Mr. Rogers and Miss Rachel, there's always a reminder that the child is valuable and special and cared for by the host.
You have great ideas.
Thank you.
You're very kind.
Thank
you
you.
have a wonderful heart and a brilliant mind.
Thank you.
There's only one person in the whole world like you, and people can like you exactly as you are.
Hell, even VeggieTales, the most famous Christian
I love VeggieTales. Don't you slander VeggieTales.
cartoon in history, does that at the end of every video.
God made you special, and he loves you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Larry. Thank you.
Mabel McClay ain't got none of that. It's never, how did you feel about the thing? It's not even, God made you special and unique. It's always, it's good to feel this about the thing.
It feels good to know that with a little practice, we can be all the way content anytime we choose.
Chet says, me crying when Brittany tells me I deserve to live a happy and fulfilled life, because you do. Yes, ma'am. Can I be Mr. Rogers before like adults?
Mostly just proselytizing about whatever Judeo-Christian virtue we've just learned about and how you should always be a Milford man.
She's scary, bro. I'm trying so hard not to just hate her, but like she's kind of scary. She's a little mommy dommy. Kind of wish she would step on me and tell me, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if she was stepping on me and she's like, did you learn your lesson today? Then we'd have a different conversation. Do you know what I mean? Like, but she's not even stepping on me.
It's nice to know that we can always stop. Stop what we're doing and think about why we're doing it.
I shall be neither seen nor heard. Watch me.
This show is so funny. Arrested Development is so fucking good. Hey, another great conversation. If you are any of the characters on this show, you need to get your life together. Okay? Chad said, you're married. I'm married. I wouldn't let her step on me. Okay, but listen. Maybe.
Always tell a Milford man.
But the creators fully admit taking inspiration from Mr. Rogers, and at least there's flowers given to Mr. Rogers by the facts don't care about your feelings sector. I mean, they wouldn't be so shameless as to attack Fred Rogers for his deep sense of pathos and...
Hold on, Discord said I was too old for VeggieTales when I came around. I don't remember any Christian cartoons being a thing before that. Oh, as a girly who grew up Catholic, we had some cartoons. We had some good cartoons. Ben the Baker, okay? We had cartoons about people who went back in time to hang out with Jesus. Like, the Catholics and I on the Discord sometimes reminisce about, like, oh my God, do you remember this? Like, it's such a niche bubble. I think that's the thing, is ultimately, like, I feel just as nostalgic for some of those Christian shows as I do for Blue's Clues. Because when you're growing up with it in your formative years, it's the feeling you had watching the show. But it was definitely niche and it was definitely a thing. But like, none of my secular friends would watch them. VeggieTales was the closest I ever saw to a religious show becoming more popular. You know, yes, Adventures in Odyssey. Yes. Yeah. I think that's the thing, right? Chad says, I never had cable at home. I had 3 channels. I remember when that used to be us and then we got cable and it was like the biggest deal ever. But also the homeschool community was big on VHS. So many of the homeschoolers I knew never had cable. They only believed in VHS and DVD because they didn't want their kids watching television. My parents got television, and sometimes my parents are like, I wonder if us getting television was the downfall of our children. And I'm like, oh, please. We never would have seen Toonami without television. That was a game changer. See, our parents that's what I'm saying. Like, there was a time when my parents were like, yeah, you can watch anime or any. Sometimes my siblings are like, I can't believe mom and dad let us watch Harry Potter. But like, my parents loved Harry Potter. They loved magic. They were not the kind of Christians that didn't let us watch magic. They were the kind of Catholics that didn't let us watch gay people. So when the Sailor Scouts introduced the gay couple that, quote, were cousins in America, my mom was like, I think we're done with this show. That happened. I was like, hey, I had been watching literally Sailor Moon since like I was a child, since like the early 90s. And the moment the cousins got introduced, it was over. It was over. Fun fact though, like, not cousins, in case you guys didn't pick it up. It had to be Cousins for America. Kind of hilarious.
Compassion, right? You could probably guess where the
Blame Mr. Rogers, because Mr. Rogers had an optimistic message where everybody was special, even if they didn't deserve it, these experts say.
Because this evil man now ruined a generation of kids.
And the kids of today who grew up with Mr. Rogers were told by him, you're special.
Jesus.
On January 29th.
Jesus. Chat says, were y'all able to watch The Simpsons? No. I didn't watch it as an adult, but I wasn't allowed to watch it as a kid because they were rude. We also didn't watch Roseanne because they were trashy. But they were just like, they're just not the family I grew up with. Like, they were kind of like, I don't relate to their stories. You know what I'm saying? We watched The Jeffersons. We watched I Love Lucy. We watched all of those shows on TV Land. We watched PBS growing up. We watched so many things growing up, but there were just select shows we didn't watch. Shows where kids talk back to their parents or stuff like that we didn't really watch. Yeah, but like we loved The Magic School Bus. We watched all of PBS. Like, I think that's what's weird is I felt like we were able to watch so much growing up, right? Just as The Simpsons was a step too far. Yeah, I mean, even as an adult now, I would not let my kids watch The Simpsons. Like, I feel like The Simpsons is not for kids. Do you know what I mean? Like, even I, as a progressive, watching that show as an adult, I've only seen a few episodes, I would not let my kids watch that. Chess says, would your parents pre-watch? No, not really. Sometimes though, with certain shows, yeah, definitely. Also, I noticed that the cousins and family members who did watch The Simpsons and stuff, like, they acted differently. Like, even Beavis and Butthead and all those shows, like, the cousins, the part of the family that watched those shows and the part of the family that didn't, they acted different. You know what I mean? So, like, I just feel like those shows are not for kids, especially if you want to raise good boys, like good sons. I don't think they should be watching these shows. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're not good examples of good men. You know what I mean?
9th, 2025, the United States saw the first fatal commercial flight in nearly 16 years when a bombardier operated by American Airlines collided with a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter, killing all 67 people on both aircraft. It was
I'm sorry. Pivot. What is this?
On January 29th, 2025, the United States saw the first fatal commercial flight in nearly 16 years when a bombardier operated by American Airlines collided with a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter, killing all 67 people on both aircraft. It was the deadliest aviation accident in the United States since 2001. This is how El Presidente responded.
Have you spoken to any of the families of the victims of the plane crash?
I don't want to comment on that.
Do you have a plan to go visit the site?
What did you tell me? What's the site? The water?
Or to meet with the first responder?
10 years ago, just that clip would be...
Ugh, that was like a that's devastating. I couldn't even imagine. What a scary thought. Ugh, what a horrible situation. Oh, and yes, chat, to anyone who said they watched the Jetsons and the Flintstones and Bugs Bunny, absolutely. Though, man, rewatching some of those shows, I'm like, problematic. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, sometimes I watch Tom and Jerry TikToks and I just sit there and gag, and it's so funny. You know, when I think about tragedy, it's so interesting. The lack of empathy, I think it really makes people think they're tough. You know, I think that's the problem is like, I remember being in conservative bubbles and certain bubbles, like, yeah, you get rewarded for not showing emotion. The dilemma with that is I don't think it's very helpful in the long run. I think it can be very helpful in the short term, but not in the long run, right? Like maybe as a survival or a cope. Jess says, what about wild thornberries? My parents love wild thornberries so much. My mom to this day goes, oh, you and your dad. The father-daughter relationship reminds me of you and your dad. Like, have you seen the movie? My mom goes, this always reminds me of you and your dad. Because I'm the favorite, of course. Oh, of course I'm my dad's favorite. But like, yeah, I think there's like we keep going back and forth between cartoons and tragedies. But hey, what's the tragedy here? That we're not watching enough cartoons. But yeah, I think, especially in America, we're taught empathy as a weakness, you know? And we should re-examine that, especially through a philosophical lens. What is missing more than our sense of meaning? And where do you get a sense of meaning from? Certainly not from cutting off your feelings, you know?
Enough to end a career. Now you may not even remember it happening. The instances of Trump posting exercises in wanton cruelty are innumerable. There was this.
What?
And wanton cruelty are innumerable. There was this.
The White House, Yo, I really try to stay away from the White House, Twitter, or whatever, because, it pisses me off every time I see it. That's what I'm saying. You know what okay. Man, this is crazy. This is like the craziest. Okay. When I have that, I'm going to have that conversation with my parents. And I'm going to show them the social media and be like, just to be sure, like, are we good with that? Do we think that's ethical? Is this good? Like, is this okay? Like, how do we feel about this? This is like, because what the fuck?
This.
Jesus fuck, bro.
Gaza shining bright, golden future, a brand new light. Feast and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza, #1.
Yo, bro.
Yes, he actually posted this. Crocodile concentration camp.
Oh my God.
And are we the baddies?
And there's a good chance you don't remember some, if not all of these, because now it's just background noise. And many within the media ecosystem are only too happy to follow in great leaders' example.
Well, no, because you guys said that if you wouldn't let trans teens do whatever they wanted, they were going to become suicidal. So I'm just wondering, between this and the no surgeries, we should see a rash of teenage suicide this year, right?
If that guy was a white American citizen, they would just call him a MAGA extremist. But he's an illegal alien and he has kids, and now he's the spirit of the community.
The spirit of the community. Just the venom of this guy.
The spirit of the community. He's a good guy.
But I think the telling thing here is just the anger at being asked to factor in the fact that Abrego Kilmar Garcia, he has a life. He has children. People like him. He has a family. He's in the country legally. He's not being held up as some paragon of human virtuousness, and he shouldn't have to be. The point is that he's a human person who deserves, basic human rights and due process, but goddamn, that just makes them so angry. Here's Dean Emeritus of PragerU, Dennis Prager, explaining why empathy bad.
I kind of approach everything with empathy. I'm curious, do you think I'm wrong to do that?
Yeah. Because it's an awful guideline for what is wise. Wisdom and empathy have nothing to do with one another.
Touting, oppression. When taxes are excessive, the people starve. When officials are overbearing, the people rebel. When governments make life miserable, the people wish for death. Oppressive measures never achieve their intended results. Stupid. These men.
8 years ago, his line was, "The right is more compassionate, actually."
Liberal asks, does it feel good? The conservative asks, does it do good?
Now it's that compassion itself is bad, and that the people who are trying to make an argument for compassion are actually trying to trick you. A former professor of psychology named Timothy...
Wait, he was so Fire Lord coded just now. Like your uncle. He's so like Fire Lord coded right now, bro. Oh my God, that's so funny. Uncle Iroh in his grave. Actually, sorry, Uncle Iroh in the spirit world gagging. Which translation of Tao Te Ching do I use? This is by Sam Torord, Ancient Renewal. This is the one that I use. You can't quite see it because it's, hold on. Tao Te Ching. It's by Sam Torord. He's the author of best-selling humorous novel, The Dirty Parts of the Bible, several philosophical works, including Live with the Soul, Secrets of the Mind. I haven't read anything else. I just know this one, I think. Though he says he did the meditations, which I assume is not meditations, right? Anyways, that's the one I've been using. Okay.
Something describes empathy as the camouflage of psychopaths.
The camouflage in which the narcissists and butchers that we're describing enmesh themselves is in the camouflage of empathy.
We should be fundamentally skeptical of empathy because it is largely used as a tool to get you to, I don't know, feel bad about slavery or something. Empathetic people are easier to take advantage of, you see.
It's clearly the case that people who are very high in trait empathy, so very high in agreeableness, they are easy to take advantage of.
Ethan! Empathy's for pussies. Trust me. I don't have any empathy. Look at me. I'm a pussy. Wait, that doesn't make sense.
It's just science. And women with our soft empathetic brains are especially susceptible.
Hold on. Chad said, I don't know how anyone can go about not despising conservatives at this point. And for the rest of my life, if someone says they are conservative, I just don't consider anything they say to be valid. My ears are literally stop listening. I don't despise conservatives. I love them deeply with a lot of compassion. I have a great amount of compassion for conservative people. Remember that when you say that, I don't know what you mean by conservative, but that's most of the population. Remember that Palestinians are pretty conservative people. Okay? So I just want to remind you that if you say you have no compassion for conservatives, you might as well give up on Palestine. Remember that we're not advocating for Palestine because they're progressives. We're advocating for them because they're people. Most of the world is conservative. Most of the world is homophobic and transphobic and bigoted. We are here to love the world through their bigotry. And we're here to say, you do not deserve pain and suffering because of who you are. Because that's the default sentiment from most of the people around the world, that you deserve pain and suffering because of who you are. And I'm saying, no, you especially do not deserve pain and suffering because you simply are. So I extend compassion and love to everybody, and we hold people accountable. Because remember, that's why conservatives don't understand why progressives are pro-Palestine. Because no one deserves to be genocided, not even bigoted people. Not to say all Palestinians are bigoted, obviously, but that is why conservatives try to use it against progressives. No one deserves to die because of who they are. We do deserve, though, to be liberated, and we should encourage liberation. Okay? Chet says, but why do we have to use empathy to deal with them? For yourself, girlies. It will destroy you to hate more than it will free you to love. And that's not my wisdom. That's the wisdom of everyone who's come before me, right? The one thing I know for myself is the more that I love, the better that I am, right? Okay? So what we have to do is we have to pick and choose with wisdom, hopefully, when to engage with people. You do not have to engage with anybody who's conservative. You do not have to talk to transphobes or racist people. But you should not harbor the hate in your heart for these people because it's just not going to help you. You know what I mean? It's not going to help you. So we can't watch a video talking about how conservatives don't have any empathy and then not have any empathy for conservatives. The point is that empathy good, period. Right? Empathy good, period. Okay? Chet says they deserve rights, but I have my right not to like them or associate with them. Conservatives, free Palestine, 100%, girl. I support you 1000%. Don't interact with them. You don't have to talk to them. But empathy good, guys. That's what the whole video is about. Empathy good. Empathy good. Loving people good. Seeing that people, conservatives, not these ones. So you have to understand, most of the conservatives you're watching are grifters, yes? Most of the people she is showing us are grifter conservatives. But if you go home and you talk to somebody middle of America whose kids just died at a summer camp from a flood, goddamn, you better have some fucking empathy. Because regardless of them voting for Trump, their children just got swept away in floods. Okay? So we're going to have to be empathetic. We're going to have to mourn and cry over the fact that these parents aren't going to be able to hold their kids tonight. Okay? Because at least we can do that. Even if they don't understand how or how to do it, doesn't mean we can't do it. Okay? So we have to empathize with people, but it's okay to also be open with boundaries, right? Chad said, hold on, people are going to take you literally. Remember, you can empathize so much it paralyzes you in life. Yes. So you have to have the wisdom to empathize and then to have boundaries. I'm open with boundaries. Okay? But remember, these conservative talking points, these conservative talking heads, they are meant to piss you off. They are trying to make you angry so you can be as ugly as they are. They want you to not be empathetic. They want you to hate them so they can say, see these progressives, they hate us. See these progressives, they're just like us. They hate people the way we hate people. And I'm telling you right now, don't fall for it because it is a trick. They are tricking you to be ugly so they can say, see? And I'm saying, don't fall for it, girls. Okay? And that's why I say I am more than happy to be transparent with how difficult it is to even talk to my own parents. But I see the human of my parents, the part of them that is a small child still trying to figure it out. And yet I can still hold them accountable. but I see it in them. I see the ways their family failed them. I see the ways that our family was fucked up. I see the ways they weren't educated. I see the ways they deny themselves liberation. And I see the ways in which I am tested by the universe constantly about how patient and loving could I possibly be? How can I advocate for patience and love when I don't even have it for my own parents? So I must use this as an opportunity to have it, because I feel like I do have it for them, but even my own parents piss me off, bro. Okay? And that doesn't mean, though, that because they piss me off, I get to go be cruel to them. That's not the point. The point isn't to be cruel. The point is to realize how hard it is to be a good person. It is so hard to be a good person. It is so hard to be a good person. Okay? All right, going back to Lindsay.
Agreeableness is a maternal trait. And women are higher in agreeableness than men. That's cross-cultural.
It's not just that empathy itself bad. We need that for society. No, it's undifferentiated empathy that is the real problem. A thing that nobody is arguing for.
And so what you see, at least in part, is undifferentiated empathy. And that's not a virtue. It's not a virtue. You have to think. You can't just feel. You have to...
See, Timothy is equivocating the belief that all people are worthy of dignity, respect, and human rights as the same as saying that all people's feelings deserve equal weight at all times. Again, not an argument I've ever heard anybody make, but maybe just my soft, empathetic brain got duped.
Compassion is great for dealing with infants, and maybe it's great for dealing with hurt people and really elderly people. You know, it's good for taking care of people who can't take care of themselves, but it's not a great doctrine to be building a political system on.
You know, they always say about Peterson that he tends to open his mouth about topics he has no business opening his mouth about. This is one of them. Shut up. This is such a white man take of like domination, you know, destroy, empathy will lose us the war. It's just like, shut up, Peterson. Go back to your fucking lane, bro. It's like, we don't even have a model in which systems were even built on true empathy or compassion. God forbid we suggest it. You know what I mean? Like, these people act like we're, yes, chat, exactly. Oh my God. Twins, has any political system ever built on compassion? He acts like we've done it before. This is the same issue with like even other systems other than capitalism, where they'll be like, oh, but like we've tried socialism or we've tried this thing. Guys, all we're doing is trying. All we're doing is trying. And I'm saying your model, this thing, that thing you call traditionalism, isn't working. We're not happy. They act like the feminist movement came out of fucking nowhere. Like it wasn't a reaction to the traditional. It's not working. And that's why feminism isn't the end goal, right? We got to go past that too. It's never the end. But that's the dilemma. Is like you act like the thing you were doing is working. It's not working. And maybe that's the point. Is like, maybe the question is, and this is what I meditate on all the time. What does it mean to be working? So when we talk about empathy and compassion for our parents who are conservative, especially for our family members, especially for our parents that protect predators because they want to believe like, oh, it's just a mistake. Maybe in some ways, and you know what? I got a lot of inspiration from this last episode of Queer Ultimatum. I just posted it, girls, about because they, you know, the Megan's Lebanese and Pilar, her family too. It's like sometimes the best way to make it clear is to just stand there with your head held high. Because I think if you grew up like we did, we have a tendency to make our elders feel more comfortable. Because it's like how we're taught. We're taught to make the elders feel comfortable. And I think it's about time, we're probably a little late on it, that we learn through compassion and love to make them a little bit less comfortable. It's not that I want to be cruel, though. I want to make it abundantly clear. I don't want to rebel like a teenager. I want to show up like an adult. And this is a very different thing. Because when you're rebellious as a teenager, you know, you show up with your fucking gay tattoos and you're like, I'm a lesbian. I don't want to do that. I just want to make it clear that like, hey, just a reminder. Like, I'm not a rebellious teenager. I'm like a satisfied adult. I'm like a content adult. I'm like, you know what I mean? And I think that is so important. And we love to see it on TV. We love to see the representation. But that's really what it is. And look, at the end of the day, like, you know, yes, exactly, Chad. You can be firm without bringing rebel energy. Exactly. You can be firm and you can stand your ground without looking like a whiny teenager. Because look, teenagers rebel because they don't have the wisdom. But God forbid we actually get to a point where we have the wisdom and we actually tackle these problems with that wisdom. You know? It's like, shout out to the difference between Zuko and Iroh. Zuko is the teenager rebelling and Iroh is the man giving the wisdom. You know what I mean? That's the point. It's like, we have to be able to show up in a way that like makes sense. And then sometimes showing up means not showing up at all. Like saying like, I'm not coming to Thanksgiving this year. And that's also valid. You do not owe it to your conservative family to make amends or break generational curses. I do think you owe it to yourself, maybe, if you want to, suggestion, to free yourself and liberate yourself from that generational trauma and that generational curse. Because really all I care about is you. Remember that in all the work that I do, I am actually just focused on you. How do I get you guys? How do you take the tools that I use to liberate myself to liberate yourself? And how do you share with me your tools so I can further liberate myself? Because God knows philosophical liberation is a lifelong journey. We are liberating ourselves from the constructs and the limitations the world and others and our fears have put on us, right? All right, back to Lindsay.
Timothy, I think maybe we should do a little pause for a second. The right has latched onto this word empathy as a sort of catch-all term for progressives appealing to your fifis when people are mistreated, saying that empathy alone is not a valid basis for public policy, when no one is saying that it is. To circle this back to parenthood, the validation of feelings is a keystone of modern parenting advice. But although validating feelings is key to gentle/authoritative parenting, so is holding boundaries. So let's say it's time to turn off the Super Kitty show because it's time to go to bed and a tantrum ensues. For the sake of argument, let's just be cold and results-oriented. We want the tantrum to stop by any means possible. But this is a firm boundary. The kitties have to go bye-bye. Now, I think a lot of us may have been raised in an environment where threats or yelling may have been employed to get you to shut up about the Super Kitties or the Ninja Turtles or whatever your thing was. But here's the thing. Think about when you're frustrated. Maybe you're at Disneyland and you paid the extra $28 to ride Rise of the Resistance like a sucker, and you finally get to the front of the line, but oh no, the ride is down for the rest of the day. Adult tantrum ensues. If a cast member gets up in your face and tells you to get over it and get lost, and you need to shut up or you're gonna get kicked out of the park, is that going to make you less angry? Is that going to make you stop? No, it's going to escalate the situation. Someone is going to be speaking to the manager. This is where the validation of feelings comes in. The quickest and most efficient way to get a toddler to stop throwing a tantrum is to validate their feelings and show that you understand. I know you like to watch the Super Kitties. I like trash too.
Also, like, I find the best way to give kids like less disappointment is to give them an expectation, give them time limits, say like for us growing up, it was always 8 p.m. is mom and dad time. So all day we could do whatever we wanted until 8 p.m. and then we had to go to our rooms. But then we also could like be in our rooms talking, but we had to be in bed. But we all shared bedrooms growing up, so we could all just be like chatting about stuff. But mom and dad time was 8 p.m. So they're like, let's go, mom and dad time. And then when lights off for real happened, it was like, everybody be quiet. There was like a time. And then half of my childhood was also my dad screaming at us, like, stop talking, I can hear you whispering. And my siblings and I going, and then we'd be like, okay, we're gonna be quiet. And my dad going, no, I can hear you still. Look, half your job as a kid is to see how much you can whisper before your parents actually can hear you, okay? That's our job, okay? And that was the point, is like, at least we had like a bedtime. So then we had a ritual to like, or a habit to form. And then it was just like, you know, we like, my mom would say, at least my kids like talking to each other. You know, she would at least reaffirm in us that she didn't like that we liked talking to each other, you know, and we'd be giggling and we think we'd be getting away with it. You know what I mean? There's something about that. There's something special about that bonding as kids.
Independence Day is still one of my favorite movies, and don't get me started on Showgirls. We can watch TV tomorrow. It's time to go to bed. Please, God, let it be Bluey. Hooray! The key thing here is that while you are empathizing with the desire to continue watching trash, that doesn't mean your empathy for the child will lead you to break the boundary that you have already put in place.
Wait, yes, Chad, that TikTok of the old lady saying it's 3 o'clock in the morning, that's my favorite. That is my favorite TikTok sound. I'm just like, oh, my childhood.
Just because you can find a common emotional ground with someone else's viewpoint doesn't mean you're going to bend the rules around it. And so this is fallacy number one. When progressives use language like empathy or something like it, it is not a call for you to blindly do whatever somebody else says because you know how they feel.
You know what it is? Here are the conversations that confuse conservatives and progressives. So my conservative parents will say, Betsy, you can't use empathy at the sacrifice or expense of your values. And I'll say, I think empathy, and this is what progressives will say, Brittany, how are you empathetic without crossing your boundaries with conservatives? And I'll say, guys, empathy doesn't have to, empathy itself is a value. So first, expressing engaging empathy is a value. I value empathy, so I utilize it. That's why it's there. Empathy does not have to be reinforcing bad behavior, though I think sometimes it's a learning curve. I've definitely failed in expressing empathy in a way that made people feel more reinforced in their bad behavior. Absolutely. I have done that, and I will continue to do that as I learn to not do that as much, because I'm just a person who's learning. So yes, one of the risks of showing empathy is you might accidentally reinforce bad behavior in people. Oh, hey, guys, I don't know how to tell you this. They're already being bad. So you learning empathy in order to help people in the future isn't going to matter to the bigoted person who's already transphobic, okay? All it's going to matter to you is you feeling bad because you helped a transphobic person stay more transphobic or whatever. But like, that's the part of it, is you have to learn how not to do that, but you're not bad for wanting to at least try, right? That's the thing. It's like, you have to try, okay? Now, you don't have to do anything. I'm not making a prescription. I'm saying if you want to enact empathy, then it actually you have to engage with empathy. Right? Now, the dilemma is, how do you engage with empathy without letting people bully you or not standing up for yourself? Also a tricky question. Also very difficult. That's why human beings repeat cycles of suffering, because it's actually really hard. Now, the question I have for conservatives is, where does your foundational understanding of values come from? Often religion. Well, religion within itself, especially the Abrahamic ones, though expresses lots of empathy, also expresses a lot of not empathy. Okay, the owning of slaves, the subjugation of women, anti-homosexuality, like a lot of these things, anti-shrimp. I don't know what your problem is, but okay. You know, like, listen, okay, it's a little bit of a joke. But like, the point is that, you know, empathy is a very interesting word. And though I think religion can teach us to really value a lot of human life, it also teaches you how to not. And so we have to like contend with that reality. And so once again, I think all of us fall into this. And this is why we'll always be asking ourselves these questions, because we don't have the answers. The only answer I have is to be less bad every day so far. And the best answer I have is to really have a good relationship with yourself, so you are not angry and you do not hate people. And if you are going to engage in anger, may it be justified. May it be at the world, or for the world, not at the world. Okay? And you have to teach your kids empathy. Look, I'm going to tell you this right now. Even if we solved all the biggest problems, okay, and this is why people get exhausted. Let's say we solved starvation, housing crisis, all of that stuff got solved. No more genocide, no more bombings, no more youth, no more death penalty. All of it was done, okay? Boom, solved. None of that happened. We would still have billions of problems to solve, which is why it feels exhausting to people to even start to solve things when it feels like we're never going to get there. And I'm saying, let go of that feeling of being overwhelmed when you're ready, and realize it was never about solving problems as a whole. It was always about making a little bit of effort over time. I used to really, guys, I really talked about this with my therapist. I used to really think we were going to solve the world's problems. That's not our job. Our job is not to solve the world's problems. Our job is to be a little bit better every day, or a little less bad every day. Our job is to be a good person. Our job is to question ourselves. Our job is to be good. Our job is to ask ourselves, how did I come to that conclusion? Our job is to live good and healthy lives. And let's just start there, because God knows we're not even doing that, you know? And I think that's why everything else happens, because we're not living good and healthy lives. I can't tell you how many generational curses. I'm sitting here making a list, girl. It's a lot. It's a lot of ways things went wrong. And we just got to get to the point where people can at least say, I did wrong. We can't even get there yet. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I think sometimes we do look at climate change. We got to fix climate change. Girls, yes, 100%. But also, why are you picking problems that are so outside of your hands? They're so outside of your ability. Can you solve a little problem that you actually can solve today, so you can also give yourself the reassurance you can do things? Hey, just like children, we need the validation that we can accomplish goals. So give yourself some attainable goals, please, so you can reassure your brain, yes, you indeed are very good at accomplishing things. Good job, girls. I need a little reassurance too. Okay? Chad says, I'm so glad you clarified that often because sometimes I feel so hopeless. I know it, girl. I know it. Feeling hopeless is a part of the cycle. But that hopelessness is because of we're overwhelmed. Of course we're overwhelmed. The living is overwhelming. But we can't stay there. We can't stay there. All right. And maybe that's why conservatives don't like empathy. Because God forbid they feel how seriously overwhelming the world is. God forbid we open the floodgates. You know what would happen if at the same time every conservative opened the floodgates of reality? Holy shit. It would be crazy. You'd hear the screams coming. It would feel like the screams were coming from the sky. I tell you this right now, it is not easy to realize how hard life is, right? But at the same time, that's why it has to happen naturally for every person at their own pace, right? Chad says, Britt, I know we've talked about it before, but do you believe in determinism? And then how does that work with doing less bad? Listen, I don't want to subscribe to a philosophy system that I, don't really truly understand in all of its great detail. But generally speaking, I think we are biological creatures experiencing life the same way as a dog or a tree or a plant. So as much as free will as they have, I think we have. I think it's like not one-to-one, but it's like very similar. So if you zoom out far enough, like what is free will? But if we zoom in close enough, like there's this concept around choice that I think is very limited, but there. So again, like, I don't know how much I really believe in the idea so much as I think it's a matter of language being the issue. I think we're limited, but we're not as limited as we think we are. I think we're limited in so many ways. Like there are just literal factual limitations. And then I think mostly we are limited by our inability to consider the possibilities. You know what I'm saying? So I think instead of saying you're a determinist or you believe in free will, I would just say I accept that I am having a biological experience. And within the reality of that biological experience, I am within reason limited. And then go from there. That way, when I have moments where I'm triggered or I can't force myself to eat food even though I want food. I just tell myself like, all right, well, it is what it is. Don't beat yourself up. You know why it's happening. You know why your body hurts. You know you have fibro. I know you think your hand is broken. It's not broken. Look, you can move it around. You're fine. But also, you're allowed to feel tired. You're allowed to feel these things. And then you're allowed to do something about it. Like, I know you guys, like, sometimes I ask my partner this. I was like, sometimes the internet asks me, like, how do I work so much when I'm chronically ill and all these things? But I'm having a different biological experience. Like, I don't know. Sometimes, because I work so much, I think sometimes I'm not as sick as I am. But I have to realize, like, I am as sick as I am, and I can work this much because of my biological experience. It's not a choice I'm making. It is how I'm built. My dad is exactly the same way. My dad gets fulfillment in his life by working. That is my brain. I did not do this. It's not a choice I made. You know what I'm saying? Versus like other people in my life, like work for them is very difficult. But guys, I'm the person who has a difficulty like resting, but I try very hard to rest. Like I actually have to choose to rest. I do not naturally rest. Like I have to make Brittany, sit down and rest. That is my burden. I think people are the opposite where they have to remind themselves to go to work. Yeah, I wake up and the first thing I want to do is work. Do you know what I mean? That doesn't mean I'm not in pain. It doesn't mean I'm not suffering. It just means that the way I feel better about my suffering is working. Do you know what I'm saying? Even if I'm not making money. Like, okay, I'm not even going to play with you. I picked up a new hobby to do on the side for things that isn't considered work, but also allows me to mimic what I do for work already as a hobby that doesn't make any money. But in the back of my head, I was like, but if it makes some money though, you know what I mean? But like, you know what I'm saying? Virgo or Taurus? Taurus, baby. I'm a Taurus, guys. That's what it is. I'm literally that's how my dad is. My dad on his day off is like, should we build a plane? I'm like, yeah. He's like, should we build something? I was like, let's build something. Like, that's my dad on his day off. My dad hates going on vacation because he's like, I can't even build anything. I was like, I know. It's like we're trapped by being on vacation. I can't even build nothing. And that's the point is like, you know, that's just, I'm not. So what I mean to say is like, you take your strength and you play to it. You do your thing and you play to it. But I don't know how to answer that question. Like, how do you work and you're chronically ill? It helps my chronic illness. Working helps my chronic illness. Think about it that way. It really helps. You know, the only time it doesn't help is when I'm out of spoons. Like yesterday, I got off stream. I didn't realize I'd streamed so late, and I tried to edit and I just couldn't for the life of me. So I woke up this morning, had my coffee, edited, got my video up, and boom, I'm here. Hello, girls. Okay. Chad says, I have a Taurus friend who broke his collarbone, was still stacking wood with his free hand because he was so bored. Yeah, I think that's what it is too. Like, I refuse to be bored, so let's go to work. But also, I don't think I'm better than other people. I think that's the issue. Is I used to think, when I was unwell, I think when I was unhealthy, I used to internalize that I was less than if I couldn't work. But now I realize, like, oh, if I take capitalism out of it, I actually just like working. Like if I once I deconstructed capitalism from my life, once I left capitalism at the door and I realized I didn't care about money, I realized I actually just like work. You know, if I like to garden, girls, I would have gardened. I just don't like it. I tried. I just don't like it. Do you know what I mean? But I think assume I'm gardening. Like, would you ask somebody, like, how do you garden so much? How do you paint so much? That's work to me. Work is like gardening. I just don't like to garden. Does that help make it make sense? So yeah, I would not compare yourself to me if you're like, how does Brittany work so much? But I don't. I just, because working is my gardening, you know? Anyway, back to Lindsay.
Feel. It is a reminder that everyone deserves to be treated with basic human dignity. Elon Musk is a frequent critic of the concept of empathy.
Bro, don't even get me started with Elon.
Unless that empathy is for taxpayers.
They really lack empathy for the average taxpayer who's working hard, paying taxes.
From responding with laughing emojis to stories of the lives that he has ruined, up to arguing that the fundamental weakness of Western civilization is empathy, in very unambiguous terms.
The suicidal empathy. Mm-hmm. Like, if there's so much empathy that you actually suicide yourself.
Yeah.
So much empathy. Yeah, they're actually, fun fact, in philosophy, we actually talk about how meditation can cause you to commit suicide, or opening up empathy could cause you to kill yourself because you're burdened by the reality of how like the world is. And so you're just like, I got to kill myself now. And I think that's really valid. But I recommend not killing yourself because on the other side of it, you don't have to. I was so validated by my therapist who was like, yeah, Britt, I can see why you want to end your life. But instead of ending our life, what if we didn't? And I was like, great point. I'm here with you. Let's do that. Because I thought I kind of had to kill myself if I didn't figure out my place in the universe. Once I figured out my place in the universe, killing myself didn't even make sense. But I told her, I was like, I'm going to do it, girl. Okay? I'm going to fucking do it. And I had a little nurse check in once a week who's like, hi, have you killed yourself? And I was like, no, I'm still here. And then, yeah, good times. You know, Chad says, would you feel different if you had to work a 9-to-5 corporate job? It's nice that YouTube is creative and you can follow passions. So I know I worked, obviously, I've been trying to make YouTube my full-time job for a long time. And I finally did it like 6 years ago. And I always worked other jobs and I always worked, I always burnt out. Like I'm like diagnosed autistic. And so I burnt out every 2 years and I would start again and I would try to do YouTube on the side and I would try to make YouTube full time, but I couldn't figure it out until I could get my mental health in order. YouTube never became a reality until I went to therapy. YouTube was always a part-time hustle that never could really be real until I went to therapy because I couldn't maintain it because my passions don't make me money. I have to go get money. This goes back to our conversation yesterday, right? It's a great question. So you said, sorry, I'm a new subby. That's okay. That's great. I love that. Welcome. Because I worked all these jobs, like, and I would burn out. I'm like, why am I burning out? And why can't I do YouTube? And it's because at the end of the day, like YouTube is a passion. I made a business, but I actually do have to pay attention to how I make money. Because realistically, like, I'd rather work 60, 70 hours a week doing something I love for making what I made, let's say minimum wage. Let's say you take your minimum wage job. I took my goal was to take the money I was making as a nanny or working at a grocery store and replace it with YouTube. Once I replaced it with YouTube, it was like, okay, that's it. I didn't try to make more. I didn't try to make I made the decision to just replace the income. If I was already leaving the house to go to work. Okay, example, I'm on my period today. This is very important to the story. My last nanny job, I had 5 kids. They were so fabulous. And I was working in YouTube part-time. And I was on my period one day and the mom goes, hey, are you okay? Like, you've got a face on ya. And I was like, I'm sorry, girl. I'm on my period. And I'm just like, I'm happy to be here. I'm just cranky because you know how it is. And she goes, oh, I get you. Let me know if you need anything. I was like, I'm good. I'm sorry. I'll try to like I can't hide my face. You know how it is. And I told myself, Brittany, you need to have a job where you can be at home in sweatpants on your period. Okay? And I am on my period. I am at home and I am in sweatpants. Okay? And I made that vow to myself 6 years ago. Okay? I said, girl, this is the goal, girl. She believed it. She achieved it. And that's what it is. Okay? I was like, we're going to do it. We're going to, whatever it takes. And so that's kind of what I focus on. I focus on what are my goals and I work backwards from that. And I said, okay, your goal is not to be rich. Your goal is not to be famous. Your goal is not to be viral. Your goal is to replace the income you're making that forces you to leave the house with online work. What will it take? Okay. Like, what will it take and what can you do? I have 3 streams of income. I work, if you want to count it, I work like 3 different jobs. But the truth is I have 3 streams of income. I use YouTube as the primary source of that income. Okay. And then I work my hardest to never be ungrateful for this dream, because this really is my dream and I made it happen and it took a really long time. I've been on YouTube since I was out of high school. I'm 36. I just never could get it. I just never got it. It just never worked. My mental health was so bad. I was busy being suicidal. I was talking to my parents. I was dealing with toxic relationships. Like, I was too busy finding myself. You know what I mean? So all of that to say, like, working a 9 to 5 for me would always be harder than working my own job. But I have friends who work 9 to 5s who are like, I could never do your job. And I was like, yeah, I could never do yours. And that's the point. We don't have to. I love you. I'm happy for you. I'm glad you go to work every day. I'm glad that my friends have these jobs that are their 9 to 5s or are their whatever their job is. And they look at me and I look at them and say, like, couldn't be me. But I love that that's you. Because that's the point. We don't need other people's dreams. We need our own dreams. Maybe you're not a career girly. Like, my partner is not a career girly. They had a job when I met them, but now my job supports both of us. My career supports both of us. So they support my career and I support us, and they do their job and I do mine, but they don't make a monetary income because it's not about the money. It's about our standard of life, our quality of life, right? Like, I don't want people in my life to work if they aren't called to it, but I think we all work. It just looks different. You know what I mean? I think that's what's so beautiful is, like, your work might not make money, but it's still work. It's still labor. And I believe that very heavily. You know what I mean? Oof, I am cramping so hard. Speaking of, Chet says, whenever you talk about how your life improved, I get so happy for you. Honestly, thank you so much. And I get so happy for, I think, the possibility that anything that worked for me could work for you. Because I really was, guys, I was so sad, you know? I was just so miserable. And I just think, you know, I'm not a perfect person or anything, but I think I figured something out. And if I could just help people figure it out in their own life, I want that for you. But please don't compare your life to my life 1-to-1. Just take what resonates and throw out the rest. So if I say something, you're like, oh, that speaks to me, fire. If it doesn't, throw it out. It's nothing, you know, like, throw it out. But I want you to be happy, and I want you to be healthy, and I want you to be stable. And I want you to, if you're creative, I want you to be successful in it. I strongly believe, fuck AI. I strongly believe it will never replace you. Creatives are so important, and you're so much more meaningful to the world than you could ever imagine. You know, just make sure you're actually meant to be a creative. That was the hardest part. It's like, I think we all dreamed about being a creative in a different way, but I had to pick which creative outlet I was going to pick, like choose to make a living off of versus which ones I was doing for me, you know? So remember that too. Like, maybe the work you think you're supposed to be doing isn't even the art you're meant to create. Who knows? You know? Chad says, could you do a video on what in therapy worked for you? Oh, I haven't talked about therapy in a long time. Maybe I could make that. I'll put it on my list. Okay, actually, now that we're speaking about it, I gotta pee now. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. Okay, girls, I'll be right back. Good question, guys. I appreciate that. Listen to Samantha Dragonati. I'll be right back. follow. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Okay. Let's go ahead and go back to Lindsay. Great conversation, girls. Loved it. Great combo. All right, back to Lindsay.
So that we've got civilizational suicidal empathy going on.
But this is just the secular argument. Bafflingly, at least here in the United States, the most common argument against empathy is our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Empathy almost needs to be struck from the Christian vocabulary.
It does.
Empathy
yes.
is dangerous. Empathy is toxic. Empathy will align you with hell.
Absolutely.
Jesus.
Most people have a hard time imagining how empathy could ever be harmful. And therefore, if I'm the devil, where am I going to hide some of my most destructive tactics?
On February 13th of this year, David French wrote an op-ed in the New York Times titled, "Behold, the strange spectacle of Christians against empathy." In it, he wrote, "The Republican Christian right made a hard turn against immigration and, in its most extreme political faction, is turning against empathy itself. People are looking for a moral frame around which they can fit the Trump movement, and decrying empathy helps them do that." French, a Christian himself, is a former free speech litigator and the author of books like A Season for Justice, defending the rights of the Christian home church and school. And he spends like half this article crowing about how he had all these court triumphs for religious freedom in the early 2000s, but now fascists are building on the groundwork that he himself helped lay, and it's like, oh no, how could this happen?
Someone drove a hot dog-shaped car through the window!
Come on, whoever did this, just get fast. We promise we won't be mad.
Whatever, David. I'm glad you're here now. Welcome to the resistance. You see, when progressives say things like, we should stop funding the murder of children or throwing immigrants into concentration camps is bad, they are not sincere. They are trying to manipulate good, soft-hearted Christians into supporting causes that they deep down know are sinful. Because Democrats need the Gazans and the immigrants.
I wonder if Christianity just puts a natural sense of paranoia in your brain that the devil is coming at any point to tempt you. But see, they don't ever hold anyone accountable because of the temptation. Yeah, I wonder if that's what it is. Because I see that in my own family where like everything you do is like the temptation from the Lord or from the devil. And like it's always like that person is tempting you. And that's why they victim blame kids. They're like, oh, the kids were put there to tempt you. And I'm like, the kids, bro? The kids? Like the kids? You know what I mean? So like when you think about it from that perspective, it's like they're always like looking out for temptation, but they never think about what they do in their daily life as the temptation itself. This is introspection. This is a dilemma with introspection. Like introspection, extrospection. Introspection is deconstruction. How do I feel that? Why do I feel this way? How did I get here? Why am I making this decision? Why am I coming to these conclusions? And I feel like, look, everybody has this problem. It's not just a conservative problem. But in conservatism, generally speaking, because I don't want to speak too highly of liberals, generally speaking, conservative people do tend to be less introspective outside of their direct bubble. They can be very introspective, like conservative people can be relating to themselves, but their extrospection is limited, right? So they can be very thoughtful about themselves. They can get sober. They can get a good job. They can have a good family. They can be a better father, a better mother. But can they be a better community member? Introspection, you in relation to yourself. Extrospection, you in relation to everything outside of yourself. So I think conservatives really lack that. I think sometimes progressives do run into a little bit of a mistake of being too extrospective and not enough introspective. But they think it's the same thing. But you guys have to have both, guys. We got to be introspective, extrospective. You have to be both.
Do secret votes to steal vote? Look, I didn't say it made sense.
So in New York State, illegal aliens can already vote in state and city elections. A lot of people don't know that. They're trying to fight that, and they're trying to stop that, but they're currently, I think it's like 600,000 are registered to vote, illegal aliens in New York.
That is wild.
Yeah.
Stupid babies need the most attention.
You see a lot of people trying to find a biblical framework to support this. Here is Cincinnati suburb native Jonathan Vance invoking Ordo Amoris, a medieval Catholic theological concept which is not in the Bible, but that establishes a hierarchy of duties prioritizing immediate obligations to one's family or community over distant needs.
But there's this old school, and I think it's a very Christian concept, by the way, that you love your family, and then you love your neighbor, and then you love your community, and then you love your fellow citizens in your own country, and then after that, you can focus and prioritize the rest of the world.
He got his face kicked in over this by not one but two popes, which is not relevant to this discussion, but it is very funny. David French points out the Christian nationalist belief that women are uniquely vulnerable to manipulation.
So you do have quite a bit of literature in the far right, the Christian nationalist right, that is decrying what they see as a, quote, feminized church. They say that America is a gynocracy, is what they will call it, and that empathy element is a part of their argument. Allie Beth Stuckey, a former contributor to The Blaze and Prager University, recently published a book called Toxic Empathy: How Progressives Exploit Christian Compassion. Like Timothy, she believes that women's soft brains make them vulnerable to exploitation, and this is why women
women as a voting bloc cannot be trusted.
It is a tool used by progressives to emotionally manipulate women into taking the left-wing position on something.
Allie Beth's big thing is decrying empathy when used in the defense of things like reproductive rights and immigrants and trans people.
They'll use emotional, compassionate, kind-sounding language in order to get a woman to think, well, in order to be a good person, in order to be kind, in order to even love my neighbor, then I have to be pro-open borders, I have to be pro-LGBTQ, I have to be pro-choice.
So you might think you're being a good Christian by loving and accepting people as they are, but it's actually not loving because you are enabling their delusion.
That love always rejoices in the truth, which means that I cannot love my gender-confused neighbor by calling him she.
Gender-affirming care is not love. You're harming them. I don't care what the science says. Do I look like I believe in science?
Like, we actually start with the gut-wrenching, heartstring-pulling story from the left. And then we back up and we say, but who is the real victim here?
But like, they actually have it backwards. They're not the real victims. What about the real victims? What about the fetus at 8 weeks? Their feelings actually are more important than the ambulatory incubator carrying them. And deporting immigrants is Christian love, actually, because won't someone think of the victims of violent immigrant crime? You know, all that violent immigrant crime we have.
I want to shift people's perspective.
But this is what I was trying to explain earlier. Like, that's why you have to deconstruct, because if you don't know the difference between being compassionate, look, they're having the same dilemma you're having when you say, Brittany, how can I be empathetic to conservatives without accidentally, telling them they're doing great? You understand, yes, that they are having the same moral dilemma. It is the same moral dilemma. How can I show compassion to people without supporting their decisions? Okay, so let's take it. This is a philosophy channel. Let's deconstruct it. Okay, so if we're having the same problem, one, we can pause and humanize one another and say, damn, we really are struggling with the same problem. Well, how could we come to a good conclusion? Let's pull the information apart, okay? Let's pull it apart. So, excuse me. Dun, 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 dun. Chat said, didn't Jesus say love your neighbor? Yes, but he also said stop being a whore and follow me, bitch. He also said abandon your families and follow me, bitch. Don't trust Jesus, bro. Jesus, a man. That man also said to women, stop being a whore and follow me. He said, leave your families to the men and follow me. So Jesus said love your neighbor, but he said change your ways, girl. Okay, so like Jesus is not the man we want to evoke. He was literally a man who convinced people he was God. So at the end of the day, he's a scammer and a grifter. Shout out to Jesus, the grifter. Okay, thank you. So here we go. We have two bubbles with the same, that's a bad overlap, with the same problem. This is the universal problem. This is the shared perspective. Okay, this is what we should be paying attention to. Actually, no, this should be ignored. And this should be ignored. This is what we need to solve. How do we solve for this? How do we solve for this? Okay, we take it out and we make it its own bubble. Okay? At the root of this bubble, it's fear. Okay? What is the root of that bubble? Fear of being tricked, fear of being manipulated, fear of not knowing, fear of a lack of education. How do you solve this? By being educated, not through colleges and not necessarily through institutions, but through gathering information that is rooted in good data. Okay? Good data. So how do you get rid of fear? Understanding and explaining the FEAR. We're explaining the fear. Hey, I'm afraid you're tricking me right now and you're saying you're gender fluid, but I'm not sure what that means. Hey, that's so valid. Let's talk about it from a lens you might understand. So from my understanding, the Christian God actually doesn't have a gender. Is that correct? Yeah, technically God doesn't have a gender, though Jesus was born a man. Okay, cool. So kind of like how God wasn't born with a gender, but you represent him in media as a man. That could be one way to think about gender deconstruction. It's like, I might look like a man and I might present as a man, but actually I don't have a gender like that. And they'll say, yeah, but you're not God and God is God. And I'll say, yeah, but isn't that interesting that you describe God as a man, even though you agreed he's not a man? And it's like, yes. And it's like, why? Because we're limited. And that's the only way we can conceptualize God is in a way that we understand. But what if we change the way we understand man, what it means to be a man, right? It's a discussion. But if they're automatically going, but you're not God, does it really matter? when we're talking about how God relates to us. Like, what is the Bible? What are parables? What is lore? What is fiction? It's our way of learning more about ourselves through story. So how do we learn about ourselves through story, right? What does temptation come in the shape of? A serpent offering you what? He didn't offer Eve the apple. God warned them of the apple. God was the first tempter. God initiated the temptation. The devil just, bounced off the back of God, right? Like, you're so worried about being tricked by the serpent, you didn't realize God was the first tempter. So it's like, we have to have the conversation in a way that allows them to expand upon the story they already know. Because the story they already know, they don't even expand upon that limited story, right? And so again, I think what we have to do is we have to first we have to be willing to actually open up our mind. And then we have to be willing to say, like, okay, how did I come to this conclusion? Remember that most of us are just like born into bubbles, given scripts, and we follow the scripts without questioning. That's why I say, hey, be careful of being born in a progressive bubble with progressive parents. Have you ever seen the kids born into atheistic homes with atheistic parents? And they go, oh, I was born into I was born into the woke home. Yeah, your parents are atheists. They think Richard Dawkins is smart, who's a transphobe. So many atheists are just transphobes. So even if you're born into a household with atheist parents, it does not mean that they are deconstructed, because deconstruction is a never-ending journey. So at some point, if you stop deconstructing, you will just end up the new conservative. Okay? So again, depending on what side of the internet you're on, I'm on a very queer female side of the internet, femme, non-binary, gender fluid side of the internet. They are very critical of a lot of progressives because they see the stagnation showing up. I'm like, oh, there it is. They're stopping. This is as far as their deconstruction is going to go. So we all have to understand that this is a personal journey. So then you have to explain it to them like you're on a personal journey. And if you're on a personal journey, it is your responsibility to pop this bubble here. Is to sit here and look at this fear and understand why you have it. You don't have it because you're afraid of being duped. You have it because you refuse to educate yourself away from being duped and still accepting that you might be. It's like scammers. You have to educate yourself against scammers so you know when you see it coming, and still accept the fact that no matter how well prepared you are for it, you could indeed be scammed. Fear is the root of all evil. It stops you from engaging in real life. If you are so afraid of trans people, you refuse to study or learn about them because you're afraid you'll be convinced to be trans, or you're afraid you'll be convinced to... That's why they talk about the liberal indoctrination. That's why they talk about liberal media being indoctrinating. But you should be worried. You should be worried about your kids finding a Jordan Peterson pipeline all the way to misogyny and racism. The thing you shouldn't be afraid of, though, is that your ability to deconstruct these ideas, if you're actually doing it, you'll hear the debate bros on YouTube. You'll hear them say, oh, well, if the worst idea wins out, then that's my bad for not being able to get my good idea across. Sort of. It's also impossible to change a moving, a person who refuses to move. Because guys, we don't change minds. People change minds. We do not change people's minds. I'm not going to change your mind. You are going to take the information I'm giving you and come to a realization, but I do not change your mind. I think we really do think we change people's minds, and that's the problem. We're ego-driven. Oh, if they hear me debate, they're going to change their mind. And you give the credit to the wrong people. Guys, I did not change your mind. You changed your mind. You were the one who listened, put it together. I have people come into my channel all the time. Britt, I saw you 2 years ago. You really made me mad. And then I realized oh shit, I finally got it. Yeah, I didn't do that. You did it. Oh, Britt, you said this thing. And honestly, I just I didn't understand it at the time. And then I was walking to the store and boom, it hit me. Yeah, that's not me. That's you. And that's the problem is I had to learn to radically accept that I couldn't change people's minds. So I could free myself from the burden to think I was responsible to do it. I'm not responsible for changing your mind. You are. You're the one who's responsible for it. So every time you talk to a conservative and they go, well, isn't it your job to educate me? No. It's my job to do my job. It's my job to make the content. And if you like the content, cool. But it's not my job to cater my literal content to one singular person who's not getting a concept. Okay? Because they don't even want to know. If you've got someone coming up to you and go, well, explain racism to me then. They're not actually wanting you to explain racism, because that's not the way they would approach it. If you're really ready to understand it, you do not approach people with entitlement. You are not going to be entitled to the journey of learning. You're going to understand there's already books, already podcasts, already all these things. You're going to say, hey, I've been really studying. Here's all the things I've been studying, but I'm still lost on a certain area. Could you help me? You're asking for help. You're not demanding. You're asking. Hey, I did all of this research, but gosh, I'm still a little confused. Okay? I did that on my journey with veganism. I said, hey, I watched all these documentaries. I read all these things. I listened to these podcasts. I'm still a little confused. Could you help me? And that Ellie vegan girl helped me. Queer icon, lesbian icon. We love her. She was like, yeah, I got you. Oh, cool. And she helped me pop a bubble. Boom. But I had already come to her having done all this work. So I was also prepared, and I was like waiting for the right person to tell it to me in a way that my brain got it. And yet, I'm still not vegan because I see how serious it is to be vegan. I don't want to just call myself vegan to be performative. Because guys, when I come out as vegan, if I do, it's going to be a big deal. That's a big deal now that I understand what it means. But so for now, I'm plant-based. It's about showing respect too. It's about saying that I know that the heaviness of this word is so significant in certain bubbles, I'm not just going to use it for fun. In the same way that when, but it's a journey. I'm not going to, it's kind of like gender or transitioning. It's like, it's no one's business if your journey isn't permanent. Right? So there's like, if you want to be vegan, right? Even if you're not embodying it in the same way. It's just for Brittany, I'm too autistic to not embody it a little harder. And yet I did this with being a lesbian years ago when I was coming out in high school and I was like, I'm a lesbian. Well, obviously that wasn't true. But gender and your relationship with these things, like, it's a journey. Maybe I thought about being vegan like 15 years ago, but not for the same reasons I'm thinking about it now. Right? So you got to meet yourself where you're at. Am I at the position where I need to take on a label just to test it? Do that. If I need to not take on a label until I'm very serious about it, do that. Every situation allows you to do different things. P.S. Huge news on the gender deconstruction journey. I decided that I don't like the way my leg hair is growing in. I think it's because I waxed for all those years. It's coming in patchy like a prepubescent boy's beard, and I just don't like it. This is how I feel about people who have spotty beards in general. Some of them are cute, some of them are not cute. If it looks like scraggly, I don't like it. So I don't think I'm keeping my leg hair, but I think I'm not worrying about it either. Like, I just don't like how patchy it is. It makes my legs look bruised. It makes me look like I'm a battered victim, and I don't like the aesthetic. I'm so sorry. Like, I literally look wounded. And I was like, oh no. Disappointment times 10. But it is what it is. But who cares? It's just leg hair. No one's going to die. Okay, thank you. So conservatives and progressives are all afraid of being tricked. You become less afraid of being tricked, guys, when you have the information. So let's gather some information. How many conservatives do you know who have really watched documentaries or looked into trans people or read their books or actually did research or hung out with trans people? I don't know any. I can't think of any conservative people I know who have actually gone into a trans bubble and gotten to know people. They're too afraid. They're too afraid. So then, if that's the case, right, then how are they ever going to actually good faith attempt? Now, this is what I do, and this is what I had to stop doing too, is usually in the past, I read all the conservative books. I also grew up conservative. I read all the conservative books. I engaged with their podcasts. When in the past, I would talk to more conservative people, I would watch their channel and figure out who they were, or I would make an attempt, and then I stopped doing that because I was like, like, they're not doing it for me. Why am I doing it for them? But then when I didn't do it with liberals and progressives, I ran into that issue that I ran into a couple years ago with the debate bro bubble, where I wasn't doing my research. And so once again, I was going in blind, and that wasn't helping either. So then I find a balance of, I will do my research about you, but first I have to decide if you're even worth talking to in the first place. So this girl I see everywhere, this Beth girl, Allie Beth, and I never thought to myself I should talk to her because I don't talk to conservatives anymore at all. Like, I will refuse to talk to a conservative. Okay, at this point, I'm not talking to you because I barely want to talk to liberals, and I don't even know if I would, So it's one of those things where you have to make the decision about when you're willing to do that. But I don't want to talk to people that aren't actually interested in changing, right? Because it's dangerous. It's dangerous to platform them. It's dangerous to publicly humanize them. But this is what I say: humanize your neighbors, not your content creators. I'm sorry. Let me say that again. Humanize your content creators, but Not the bigoted ones. You know, I mean, humanize them. Oh, this is rough. Humanize them, but don't validate them. Does that kind of make sense? Like, be kind to your neighbors, regardless of who they vote for, because that's so important. We're building community. But content creators who make a living off the suffering of others, you gotta hold them to a different accountability. There's just gotta be a different level of accountability for them. And that's what we're talking about. Like, I can't hold my neighbor. I can only hold my neighbor so accountable. But a content creator who makes a living, that's different. You know what I mean? All right, back to the video.
Of who the victim is in these issues, from who the media tells us the victim is to the actual victim.
And I'm not clear on how deporting asylum seekers to their home countries is Christian love, actually. She doesn't address how it's Christian love to just revoke asylum seekers' legal status for no reason, or how it's love to starve children in Gaza. Hit me up.
They'll say, give to Caesar what is Caesar's.
Allie Beth, if you would like to explain to me how turning a blind eye to—
No, don't talk to her. It's okay. I don't really... I'm not a big fan of white women in general, even Lindsay.
dead and dying children is Christian love, actually. Who is this baby's real victim, Allie Beth? I must know. Can't wait to see your mental backbends platformed by the New York Times. Here is Pastor Ben Garrett tweeting in response to another minister imploring Trump to show mercy during the inauguration.
Sorry, I also don't love queer people and patriarchal religions. I don't mean to be this way, but like this girl here, this UK prime minister, whatever she is, minister, whatever, girl, who is your God? Is it a man?
In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our—
Wait, rewind.
God.
Another minister imploring Trump to show mercy during the inauguration.
In the name of our God.
Our God? Whose God, girl? Don't speak for me. Queer people who believe in our God, the Christian God, crazy. You are doing crazy gymnastics with that logic.
I ask you to have mercy upon—
I mean, I love her compassion, but it only— see, she's like a liberal to me. I refuse to engage in reality where progressives in any capacity believe in patriarchal religions.
On the people in our country who are scared now.
Do not commit the sin of empathy. This snake is God's enemy and yours too.
Oh, brother.
She hates God and his people. You need to properly hate in response. She is not merely deceived, but is a deceiver. Your eyes shall not pity.
Oh, Lord.
Here is Minister Joel Webon tweeting, Christians must recover the lost virtue of hatred. If not, Christianity will survive, but the West will be finished.
Are we the baddies?
I think to anyone with even a cursory knowledge of Jesus' teachings, the gospel of toxic empathy might appear somewhat at odds with them. Russell Moore was once one of the top officials in the Southern Baptist Convention. When he criticized Trump, the church's response to a sexual abuse scandal, and what he saw as an increased tolerance for white nationalism, he found himself ostracized by many other evangelical leaders and eventually left his position.
Well, it was the result of having multiple pastors tell me essentially the same story about quoting the Sermon on the Mount, parenthetically, in their preaching. Turn the other cheek. To have someone come up after and to say, where did you get those liberal talking points? In most of these scenarios, when the pastor would say, I'm literally quoting Jesus Christ, the response would not be, I apologize. The response would be, yes, but that doesn't work anymore. That's weak.
In isolation, the idea that children, at least, should be protected because children should be guaranteed fundamental human rights isn't really a position that you can argue against. You know, unless you're a shark-eyed psycho like Congressman Randy Fine, who just a few days ago tweeted, release the hostages. Until then, starve away. Randy,
the babies aren't holding anybody hostages. They can't. They're babies. They're babies, Randy, and they're—
Oh, my sensory issues.
starving. Randy.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry, Mubby. It's not real. Damn, hey, I was getting good. So we have to frame it like appeals to humanity are actually attempts at manipulation. But perhaps the most insidious rebuttal isn't that appeals to humanity are—
Whoa, guys. Not to be autistic, but I just felt like I got on a roller coaster. Whoa, I literally got a migraine from that scene. Very funny. I love a cutaway scene with a microphone. This is how you know you're autistic. Bro, I feel like I just went on a roller coaster. Holy shit.
In bad faith, but are anti-Semitic.
Ooh.
You know what? I'm gonna need everybody to sit down for a sec. Hold on.
Oh my God. Discord said I got my conservative mother-in-law to read all about Love by Bell Hooks. She was like, there's so much to think about. Oh my God, based. Yeah, okay, I love that I'm not alone. You guys also got nauseous. Oh my God, fuck, I want to vomit. Oof, it's okay. My partner is always amused how like, if he describes things in a certain way, I will literally puke. And he's like, oh, I'm so sorry. I was like, my bad. It's been my whole life sensory issues. I have too strong of an imagination. Chet says you must not be an ASMR girl. Oh, no. The only ASMR I like is waterfalls in oceans. People ASMR? Oh, no. It feels really bad to me. Oh, I really want to watch this video. Chet says, have you seen the Eminem-sized hole in White America by Deja? Oh my God, I want to watch that so bad. I'm going to put it off. We're probably going to watch it next week. I want to give her a chance to like get the views in. But like, I really want to watch that video.
Okay, time to chill the beans. Are we all zen? Are we all spa? Are we relaxed? Okay, let's get this over with. I think it's fair to say that for the most part, the Gentiles never really learned how to talk about anti-Semitism in good faith. But despite that, lately it seems like even the people who should, in theory probably know better are keen to just, I don't know, kind of go along with it. Some people even going so far as to downplay or even deny the reality of anti-Semitism in the world just because some people in power are misattributing the word. And there are some people who, I want to believe are acting in good faith, who don't seem to have any problem hopping into bed with some actual f***ing ghouls. Some people, not you. Never you. You're too smart for that. So as leftoid femoids, when we advocate for the liberation of all people, that does mean everybody, unless you're a total hypocrite, which you would never. You're too smart for that. Anyway, it is now time for the requisite history segment. Sorry, it is what it is. It's a video essay. I gotta do it or they'll revoke my license. Come on. Okay, so now we're all relaxed, got our heat treatment, got our pores opened, and we'll try to make this whole history portion short and sweet. Here we go. So King Solomon the Wise. Don't look at me like that. I could have started way earlier. I could have started with Moses. We could have started with the fall of man. King Solomon the Wise is said to have constructed the first temple in Jerusalem. This is likely legendary rather than historical, but that puts its construction around here-ish. Judaism was originally a temple-based religion. I mean, it still is, but now it's more about like study than doing rituals at a physical place. Back in the day, the temple was a much bigger deal. It was the center of worship, it was where they housed the Ark of the Covenant, those plates with the 15,
These 15! Wait. 10 commandments!
It's where they sacrificed the lambs. It was a big deal. And then, oh no, it's Babylon. They invade Judea, destroy the first temple, and this leaves the political and religious leaders to either being dispersed, killed, or enslaved. And this is called the Babylonian exile, and it lasts a few decades. But then, here comes the Achaemenid Persian Empire, founded by King Cyrus the Great. Oh boy, they defeat the Babylonians and let the Judean ruling class go home. Hooray! Around this time is when the people of the region start calling themselves Jews. So the Achaemenid Empire allows the Jewish higher-ups to rebuild Judea, and they get to rebuild a temple. A new temple. A better temple. A new and sexy better temple. Foreshadowing is alliterated after Alexander the Great comes in and conquers the Achaemenids with like 50 guys.
You conquered the Achaemenids. What, like it's hard?
The Greeks ruled for a couple hundred years. There were a few regime changes. They even had like 30 years of Jewish control, and then the Romans take over. And that's not great. And around this time is when that Jesus boy showed up.
I want to party with you, Jesus.
Rock me, sexy Jesus, he died for our sins.
Anyway, Jesus does his ministry for a little while, gathers a following, does a little temple sermon, and he gets crucified. And this is believed to have happened around the year 30 CE. So things were already pretty tense between the Jews and their evil Roman conquerors, and everything came to a head in 70 CE with the Roman-Jewish War and the sacking of Jerusalem. The Romans besieged the city for months. According to Jewish historian Josephus in his work The Jewish War, written around 75 CE, the Romans, finding the resistance over, spared no one. They were enraged by the rebellion and slaughtered all they met. The streets ran with blood and the whole city was covered with bodies. The number of those who perished during the whole siege was over 1 million, the majority of them Jewish by birth. Modern historians think that Josephus was overstating it, a bit. Deaths were more in the neighborhood of like 20 to 30,000. But the most crucial outcome here is the destruction of that temple and the beginning of the Jewish diaspora. There was another revolt between 132 and 135 CE, and this led to even harsher Roman crackdowns, and Jews are banned from Jerusalem. Of course, not every Jew left the region, but this is the start of the Jewish diaspora in earnest. So where do the Muslims come into all this? Well, they start popping up about 500 years later, and I know I'm being super simplistic, again, trying to keep this short. Prophet Muhammad begins preaching Islam in Mecca around the year 610 CE. In 622, he and his followers go to Medina, where he becomes a political and military leader, as well as a religious one, and over the next decade or so, Muhammad unites the Arabian Peninsula through a combination of diplomacy, alliance, alliances and shrewd military strategy. By the time of his death, around 632 CE, much of the Arabian Peninsula had accepted Islam and was united. Within 10 years, Muhammad's followers conquered Syria, Palestine, Iran, Iraq, and Egypt. They managed to do all of this in part because the Byzantine Empire and the Sassanid Persian Empire had just finished a big war between themselves, and they were tired and they just didn't have the energy, mood. Another thing that made the conquest go quickly was that many of the local populations discontent with Byzantine or Sassanid rule actually welcomed their new Muslim overlords, and many were happy to convert. Those that did not want to convert were usually allowed to maintain their religions. This strategy stands in contrast to conquering hordes like the Mongols, who were not able to keep hold of their conquests because they just ran slipshod through Asia and Europe, killing everybody. It's easy to maintain your conquests if you aren't having to deal with constant uprisings because your conquests despise you. Christians, Jews, and Zoroastrians are in the Quran considered people of the book. Basically, we might have some theological disagreements, but we're cousins. Any reference to Jewish people in the Quran outside of citing religious texts or figures like Abraham and Moses, who are considered prophets in Islam, is mostly about like this group or another doing a scripture wrong or breaking some covenant or something.
FYI, guys, if you're enjoying this video, it's actually a fundraiser for Palestine. You can check the pinned link in my chat, and you can see that this video's almost raised $700,000 for Palestine. So you can click on the link in my pinned comment in chat and go ahead and donate if you have a couple bucks to spare for Palestine children. It's a children's fundraiser for the kids in Palestine.
But there is nothing that could be reasonably construed as condemnation. The Quran calls for dialogue with Jews and Christians, emphasizing shared belief in one God. Say, O people of the book, come to a common word between us and you, that we worship none but God. So it would be dishonest to imply that in 2,000 years of history, generations upon generations, that there were never periods of oppression when one group of people had dominance over another. It was not always puppies and bagels for the Jews under Muslim rule. In Muslim Spain, for example, although during the initial caliphates between the 8th and 11th century things were generally pretty chill, where the Jews even held high-ranking positions in government, in the Almoravid and Almohad caliphates of the 11th through 13th century, religious tolerance declined. But for the most part, there has been a steady Jewish population under Muslim rule in the Middle East and North Africa for the last 2,000 years. And while there have been periods of oppression, the levels of oppression experienced by these populations were quaint compared to the rest of Europe.
We have a mission to convert the Jews.
All of this is a very long-winded way of arriving at the point that there is no historic blood feud between Jews and Muslims. This idea that Jews and Muslims are intrinsically at odds with each other, and that's just the way things have always been.
Look, I don't mean to be pedantic or the woke friend. You said I like that people are talking about the failure of BreadTube and Lindsay Ellis is like, hold my beer. I think I'm too progressive. I think I am too. I think I am that woke friend that's like, is this hold my beer? Is it? Who's sitting through a 2-hour and 22-minute video of Lindsay Ellis talk about Palestine and Miss Rachel? Who is that for? Who's going to feel good after watching this? I mean, it's raising money, which is good. But isn't the failure of BreadTube still an issue? Isn't the fact that most of these content creators hide behind Nebula and only show up? You know what I'm saying? Like, Lindsay's back on YouTube for a fundraiser, which is good. But do you know what I mean? They took their activism behind a paywall. So I think the criticism of BreadTube still stands. You know what I mean? Right? Like, it literally still stands to me. But, good video and all that. I'm glad they raised money. That's great. Love that.
It's false. It never happened. It's a fake. It's fiction. It's an urban legend that never happened. Pure fiction.
It's a very modern invention. It's not true.
We made it.
And by the way, Chad said, we're here, LOL. Yeah, but like, we already believe this. We already agree. Yeah, of course we're here. And like, we raise money for Palestine. That's great. But like, it's for us? That's like kind of funny. It's fine. I love it. It's great. I don't want to be critical, but like, obviously.
Historically, it's been Christians beefing with Jews and or Muslims.
Also, for a lot of people, this is the first time they've heard any of this. So I think that's really important, right? We have to remember that like, these videos aren't for people who already know this stuff. It's for people who have never heard it. Like that whole rundown of history she made. Yeah, a lot of us probably already learned that because we grew up in the bubbles. But this is the first time somebody's hearing it, which I think is so important, right? So I don't ever want to take that away from people. It is so important to make 101 stuff all the time because there's always new people who have never heard it for the first time. It's very important. And then you should go and fact check everything she said at the same time. right?
Not Jews and Muslims beefing with each other. So why, if the Muslims weren't so bad to the Jews, was there a Jewish diaspora in the first place? Well, because the diaspora had started nearly 600 years earlier. I feel like to the Western mindset, everything between the death of Christ and the Norman invasion is just kind of this mush where progress stalled and, nothing much happened. But 600 years is a long time. 600 years ago from right now was before the non-Viking Europeans had even oopsed their way into the Americas. And again, not all Jews had left the Middle East. Some groups had been there the whole time, but by the time the Muslims came along, huge Jewish populations had already been scattered to the four winds. Ah yes, but there was one more sect of Judaism we almost forgot. One that after the destruction of the Second Temple, looked at their fellow Jews very swiftly and said, I don't know her. So, when the fall of man happened, I changed my mind. We actually are going back to the fall of man. So fall of Adam, fall of man. And oh no, sin is in the world. We cannot be unsinned because, that is our nature now. But wait, God has a plan. He hatched a plan as Adam and Eve pieced out of the garden. Or it was predetermined depending on which denomination you're in. This idea of sacrifice was really big in the ancient world, usually animals, and in the case of Judea, usually lambs. Every day the priest would sacrifice lambs at the temple. Even during the Roman siege of 70 AD, they did it. Every day until the temple fell. This idea of a sacrificial lamb is a whole thing, and it has many ritual functions, one of which is the...
Wait, hold on. This isn't about Lindsay. This is about the concept. You said BreadTube was always moderate liberal at best, but at least she's straight up acknowledging Palestine, which is apparently a big ask. Yeah, maybe I'm just over giving people claps for the bare minimums. You should do the same for me. Like, don't give me claps and gold stars for the bare minimums, guys. Do you know what I'm saying? That's why I don't feel like it's a hold my beer thing. Like, congratulations. Like I love that she's raising, this is separate from her raising money. I'm talking about the video essay itself, right? Raising money for Palestine is the exceptional thing. Raising almost $1 million for Palestine is the exceptional thing Lindsay has done here with her status and clout. That is the greatest part of this whole thing. That's why we're watching this video, because it's for Palestine, right? Like, that's why we're promoting the video. The video itself is good. It's really well made. It's incredibly edited well. I think the information in it is very important for people. But I don't, the whole like, oh my God, like hold my beer. It's not like a hold my beer, but it's like fun. It's good. I kind of forgot we were thinking, I forgot this video was titled about Miss Rachel already, but it's, it's fun. It's good. You know what I mean? Like, everyone is making good content, but no one is making exceptionally good content, because we forget, like, guys, good edits and fun facts that you could find by Googling is not what makes a good video. Do you know what I mean? I think we should all accept we're all doing okay. And that none of us are actually ever really transforming the landscape. Because it feels a little bit like artists, and myself included, like, we're making okay, good content. But like, it's, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if like the problem with everybody is that we keep giving everybody like this amazing like pat on the back for, you know what I mean? Like, it's good. But obviously, like, there's something missing. Maybe this goes back to my philosophical concept, like Vervaeke says, the meaning crisis. Like, we're obviously still missing something. This video still isn't the thing, but it's, yeah, good. Like it. You know what I mean? Like, okay. But like, it's just a video on YouTube. It's just a YouTube video. That's what it is. But the raising of the money is great, and that's why we're watching it, to support that.
Atonement of sin. And God's like, okay, if sacrifices equals atonement, and we have a lot to atone for because, my God, myself. Well, all right, I already did that flood, and I promised I wouldn't do that again. So we need, like, the mother of all sacrifices. What if?
Chad said, what is it missing then? Well, that's the wrong way to look at it. I think it is just as crazy for people to be so excited to see Lindsay back on YouTube as if we don't remember why she came into under fire in the first place, or why she had problems with people, or why her own personal life, or the fact that she's been hiding behind a paywall this whole time, right? Like, it's not about the essay being good. It's about the fact that we're pedestaling Lindsay Ellis. Don't pedestal any YouTuber. Do you know what I'm saying? It's the idea that, like, oh my God, Lindsay's back on YouTube. You guys are announcing this like Jesus just rose from the dead. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, I think it comes back to like this idea of like, be excited, but like also she's just a woman on the internet who made a video and got so canceled by the internet that she went and hid behind a paywall. which is fine and valid. But like, she is at the end of the day just like a person on a journey, right? That's all it is. It's like, cool, great. But like, also, how is this helping? Like, you know, what does it mean to do? Like, I don't know. Like, I think again, I all the criticism I have about people is just to point out that people are people, right? That's it. Like, people are people. That's it. Discord said she acknowledged it after people poking and prodding her to do so. I couldn't find a statement from her before. Maybe I didn't research hard enough, but for someone who is supposed to be progressive is a while after the fact. That was my major problem with it. It felt like people put her on a pedestal. Yeah, it's just like, again, like it's not about Lindsay Ellis. I think it's more about, I thought going into this video, I was curious how people were acting like the most amazing thing just happened. And I feel like this is just like every other video essay I've ever seen. It's pretty good. But it's like, it's just a video essay. It's like a good video. But sometimes I think we associate a good video with like the person is a good person. It's just a good video. You know what I mean? Chad says, I don't think you're ever meaner to people we watch than you are to yourself when you're deconstructing. I hope not. I hope not. Like, yeah, I hope not. I think it's also because I am like trying so hard to like ask ourselves, like, how did we get here? Why is this the way it is? Like, and then these videos are good. Like, they're good videos, but they are just videos. I think there's like this idea that like a really well-made video means the person. You know, that's why the whole Contra thing's not shocking to me, right? For her to take a lukewarm stance on Palestine or whatever. Like, yeah, because like we're all flawed, but it's the pedestaling. It's the 50,000 patron members. It's the idea that like the pedestaling of Contra and Lindsay feels so counterintuitive to the problems we're facing in the world. But to me, you know, they're just good videos. That's all they are at the end of the day. You know? Chet says at least she's making a video on like much of BreadTube who's staying silent. Sure. Yeah. At least. Exactly. I think the key word here is at least. And I think that's the thing that we should deconstruct. At least. At least, you know? That's how low the bar is, right?
Get this. I get sacrificed. Now hear me out. I get born as a man, but I am also my son. And then I/he gets sacrificed. There's so much sin in the world that it would take that level of sacrifice to wipe away all this sin because, woof. Y'all need Jesus. That is why the scene of the Pharisees trying to get Jesus killed is the way that it is. The people of Jerusalem turning on him after having just welcomed him into the city, Peter denying him 3 times, Judas betraying him, the crowd freeing the murderer instead of the savior when given the choice. Look at how terrible you people are. You do not deserve this sweet cinnamon roll of a man. And despite all that sin, I will be born as a human, do a little bit of ministry for a minute, and then I'll get sacrificed in the worst way possible. And it's gonna suck ass and I'm gonna hate it, but in doing this, the ultimate sacrifice, I'm going to null and void all the sin we got flying around. Voila, humanity is saved. That's what Christians mean when they say Jesus loves you, at least when they're not being super condescending about it. It's this idea that, you know, these people were so horrible and so full of sin, but he loved them all so much that he went through this, the ultimate sacrifice, absolving them of the ultimate sin, killing him. So Jesus is the Lamb of God and the ultimate sacrifice, and that's what we mean.
Lamb. I'm not gonna play. I miss meat. Yo, every time I watch MasterChef and they're like grilling some lamb, I'm like, yo, Christ looking pretty tasty right now, bruh. I do miss meat, and still I'm not doing it. But bro, I miss chicken so much, it's outrageous. But missing something does not mean you should partake in it, kids.
When we say Jesus died for your sins, this is the foundation of Christian belief. All denominations have this in common. But that leaves a huge theological question. If the ultimate sacrifice means all sin is forgiven, does that mean like, you know, everybody? Well, here we have one of the many theological splits. Universal salvation is the belief that Christ's sacrifice is a complete and total victory over evil. Everyone is saved, there is no hell. There are a ton of verses in the New Testament that support this interpretation. It is also the minority interpretation in the United States. Special salvation is the belief that only believers are saved. This is supported through John 3:16, a verse that is most famous for being repurposed by professional wrestlers.
Talk about John 3:16. Austin 3:16 says, I just whipped your ass.
For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. In this interpretation, the prerequisite for eternal life is belief. Although note that
honestly, do you guys think Lindsay could have gotten more views if she made it sound like she was going after Christians in this video? Because the unforgivable sin of Miss Rachel is pretty good. I mean, it's a good thumbnail, it's a good video, killer views. Man, but I feel like so if I was a Christian Republican, I probably wouldn't click on this video. But I actually think you could have gotten the debate Christians really pissed about this video. They should make replies to it to boost it. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see, we're the Christian debate lords. I'll watch you take down this Lindsay part and then accidentally promote her video, which accidentally promotes the Brendan Fraser. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see the debate bros, like, debate this. Let's go. I hope she got the Christians activated. I hope this is on people's Facebooks right now.
this verse, which is the best evidence for the interpretation of special salvation, doesn't say that only believers get eternal life, but, that is beside the point. This interpretation of believers only is the most common in the United States.
Hold on, Chad said, do you think you have had autistic hyperempathy? When you mentioned how you used to be crushed by the suffering of the world, it reminded me of that. I never got diagnosed with anything, but probably, because even when I was a child, my mom would say, oh, Brittany cares about everybody. Like, I would read stories in the newspaper and I'd be crushed for like I would just be crying. I still do it today. Like, I cry at everything because I'm just like, it's so easy for me to imagine that I'm them, but I don't think I think it's my brain. So like in the same way that when my partner describes gross things when I'm eating, I'm like, I'm not going to be able to eat my food now because now I'm imagining it. Or like if they describe certain words or start mimicking Indiana, my cat, when she gags, I'll start gagging. I don't think it's my choice. So I think when I read a story about a person and I'm like devastated for them, I don't think that's like me being, I think it's like a problem. Like I that's why I talked to my therapist about it before being diagnosed with autism. So my first therapist diagnosed me with BPD. My second assessment that I got assessed for autism specifically assessed me for autism. So I don't know. I don't know what it is. Like, I'm not a psychiatrist or psychologist to know enough or a psychologist to know, but I would say that was my experience. Like, I was very, very sensitive to people's problems, which is why I'm pretty good with people who come from all different walks of life, which is why I can see the humanity in everybody. Like, every single person, I can see like how you're suffering. And I'm like, hey, I want to, I hope you suffer less, bro. But I obviously have to put like an open with boundaries stance so I don't feel bad. Because look, even people that I really disagree with and that I have criticism of, if you put me in the right setting, like I can put that all aside and I can 100% empathize with you. Anybody. But the problem is like other people can't do that back. So what ends up happening is like you're busy empathizing while they're busy plotting or planning or hating you. And I'm saying, bro, I don't even care. That's why I say I don't hate people anymore, bro. I don't care because I think all of you are suffering. I think we're all suffering. And I think like I'm trying to be critical without making it sound like I think I'm better than other people. But you're obviously having an experience that like I'm not having. We're obviously having a different experience because I don't understand how you did that. I mean, I understand how you did that, but do you understand why you did that? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, but this is just autism, I think, ultimately, which is why autism can feel like a superpower, but it's actually just a disability because that's why other people think you're kind of crazy. And they call women hysterical or female people or people with autism who experience it in this way, like over emotional and sensitive, talking about empathy. But the point is like, you got to be just empathetic enough to the point where it's not like a disability. And you can't be, lacking empathy so much that you're just the cruelest person who's ever existed. You gotta balance it. And I think that's the problem is like, and then people say, oh, you're so empathetic to other people, but you're never empathetic to me. Well, yeah, but if I'm empathetic to you, you're going to definitely weaponize it. So then you have to have the wisdom. See, this is why wisdom is important. And wisdom and empathy are sisters. They have to go together. You have to understand how to be empathetic in a wise way, So that's the struggle is like, that's why I do struggle to be critical of people I like. And that sucks. That sucks to be critical of people you like because that's what it feels like when you go to your parents and you're like, I love you, but I need to criticize you. And it's like, what? Why? Why do you have to come for me? Go after people we hate, but why are you coming for me? Bro, if I'm going to criticize my own family, I'm going to criticize my favorite YouTubers. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to hold my family accountable. I'm obviously going to do that to YouTubers. But also, you don't have to believe anything I say and I could be wrong. I'm just sharing an opinion that I'm like, here's my thought, but I'm willing to also change my mind. I want to understand, right? But I think that's where like empathy can be weaponized, which is why conservatives are afraid of it. They don't want to be victims. This is why conservatives are afraid of progressives too, because they think we hate them as much as like they hate us. But like, hopefully we don't hate them as much or at all. So like, if we were in charge, they would still be able to be religious. They just wouldn't be able to use the law to be bigoted. But they want to use the law to be bigoted, right? So that's a part of the issue. And also, yeah, like talking about autism and a sense of justice, the reason it can be a disability is like, I've fallen into this. I've definitely fallen into the disability part of a sense of justice where I'm like, this is unethical. You can't do this. And then they're like, I know, but like, you have to understand, like, they don't see it the same way. And you're like, but it's wrong. It's wrong. And it's like, yeah, but like, you sometimes got to let go. You do have to let it go sometimes. And I'm like, this is wrong. And then it's kind of like the idea of like, are you introspective enough to know when your sense of justice is not helping and when it is helping? Because sometimes you really need to do it. And then sometimes you got to let it go. You know, sometimes you got to let it go and be like, I don't like this. Like, I don't like that you're doing this. But okay. You know, I hope I answered that question.
Which leads us to...
What you have done will be the saving of Israel. You'll be remembered forever for this.
90s kids will remember that alongside the rise of popularity of shows like Jerry Springer came the rise of an even more vacuous property, a series of novels starting with 1995's Left Behind, written by Tim LaHaye and Jerry B. Jenkins. The novel/film begins with a bunch of people suddenly disappearing around the world, leaving behind their clothes, wedding rings, and chaos. Rayford Steele, played by Nicolas Cage, loses his wife and son in the rapture, and he teams up with a journalist, a pastor, a college student, and a rabbi to form Tribulation Force, a small group that tries to resist the rise of the Antichrist, UN Secretary General or something, Nicolae Carpathia. As Tribulation Force fights to resist the one world government and religion, which is a bad thing, they also seek to spread the truth and survive during the 7-year tribulation. You know, say what you want about these clowns, Nicolae Carpathia is a great villain name, you know, 10 out of 10. Good job, young Earth creationists.
I have big plans for you, Buck. That story you sent to GNN about Stone Golden Coast should be airing right at this very moment.
The Left Behind series sold over 80 million copies and helped popularize pre-tribulation dispensation.
Guys, let's write a Christian series that secretly has trans messaging in the text. Just a thought.
Pre-tribulational, dispensational, premillennialism. It's actually not as complicated as it sounds. Now, dispensations are just a fancy word that describes biblical epochs in which God reveals himself in some different way. Dispensations were not really a big part of Christian theology until the late 1800s when they were popularized by a guy named John Nelson Darby. He influenced people like William Eugene Blackstone to adopt a uniquely American take on Christian Zionism and petition the United States to aid in the return of all Jewish people to the Holy Land. Blackstone believed that history was divided into these biblical time periods, or dispensations, and each dispensation is an era in which God defines himself in some new way, helpfully illustrated by this 1874 chart called Rightly Dividing the World of Truth. First dispensation is the Garden of Eden, second is, antediluvian, third is post-diluvian up to Abraham, fourth is the patriarchal, Abraham up to Moses, fifth is basically everything after Exodus up to the coming of Jesus, and here we are now in the sixth dispensation, the post-Christ dispensation, and this is the final dispensation before Christianity was originally founded as an apocalyptic cult. The world is going to end soon. Any minute now. Any minute now. It's coming. Okay, here it comes. It is coming. Okay, Rome has fallen. Okay, it's definitely coming now. All right, Crusades. It's coming. Okay, all right, plagues. All right, so, okay, no. So, Reformation. All right, okay, no, World War, no. Okay, yes, now, no. Well, don't you worry, guys. Apocalypse is coming. Any minute now. The world's gonna end. Literally every decade of every century has had its resident Christians insisting that the second coming is just around the corner, and according to the book of Revelation, when we get to the
Sounds like my sex life. Okay. Just a reminder, this is a fundraiser for Palestine, so if you guys want, linked in my pinned comment. $700,000 raised thanks to this Lindsay Ellis video. We love to see it. Okay, thank you.
Second coming, that's going to lead us to 1,000 years of Jesus in charge, and that's gonna kick ass. This is where the millennial part comes in. So when we say premillennial, that means that they believe that the second coming will be before the 1,000 years of kick-ass awesomeness, and will be marked by the rapture, followed by the tribulation. This is the period before that millennium of, well, tribulation. All the good Christians get raptured, just poof, gone, and everyone else gets left behind.
The 144,000 are a few select people chosen by God that will be spared from the end-time events.
So to recap, premillennial, they just think that Jesus will return before the 1,000 years of glory. Pre-tribulational, but not before that 7-year-ish tribulation. Dispensationalism, they believe in biblical dispensations, aka time periods, and that we are in the last one. The support for all of this in the Bible is basically non-existent. Here are the main examples that are usually cited as evidence for the rapture, and as you can see, it's a bit of a stretch. The rapture appeals to American evangelicals because it taps into this, survivalist frontier spirit. It also tells them that they're special, that there will be a chosen few, and that they will be among them. Or, if for some reason they don't make the cut, like Nicolas Cage, they can be doomsday preppers. They only have to make it 7 years of tribulation, and then millennium. Ooh. Fun! Natural disasters are blamed on prophecy, sin, or, of course, evidence that the world is about to end.
We're going to see a complete change in the earth, and that what we call the travail of creation or the travail of the earth will cease when the Messiah returns.
They also believe that the low Earth atmosphere is the abode of Satan. This is why they don't care about climate change. Well, part of why. If the world is doomed anyway, why bother being...
Totally. Like, the whole idea is, like, at least from a religious standpoint, like, everything is in God's plan, even the end of the earth, which, even from a progressive standpoint or, like, a deconstructed perspective, like, ultimately we are just like animals evolved on a planet. Like, we have no entitlement to the planet, especially with the way that we treat it. But yeah, I think Christians a lot of the time don't think about longevity or investing in the future, even though they say they do, and they want kids and they say that they want to invest in the future. Like, I don't think that coincides with, like, the life of the planet for them, which is, like, interesting. But, Christians and religious people aren't the only ones having kids, even though there is a birth decline. So, it's just interesting.
A responsible steward to the environment. Satan's up there. So what does all this have to do with Christian Zionism? Well, in Genesis, God made a covenant with Abraham that the promised land will forever belong to his descendants. But ever since the Babylonian exile, with very brief periods of exception, the Jews have not been in charge of the promised land. And ever since the Second Temple was destroyed, a huge chunk of the Jewish population had spread throughout the world. So the Abrahamic covenant in Genesis is reframed by some Christians, and some Jews, we'll get to them, like a prophecy to be fulfilled. And in order for that to happen, a regathering of Jews in the land of Israel is necessary.
The Jews would be scattered from this land to the ends of the earth, and then regathered back into this land after many years of persecution, and it would all happen during what the Bible calls the last days.
Premillennial dispensationalism was popularized in the late 1800s, and was a big thing in the South for a large part of the 20th century, but oh boy. Here comes the formation of the modern state of Israel in 1948. Abrahamic covenant about to be fulfilled. This regathering of the Jews in the Holy Land is identified by premillennial dispensationalists as a sign of the end times. Any minute now. Apocalypse is coming.
Chapter 38 predicts 5 nations who will attack the reborn state of Israel in the future. This is a huge battle predicted to happen after the Jews have returned to this land, which means it could happen any day now. Then the Bible says God is going to cause Russia's weapons to misfire and explode on themselves. This will create confusion among these 5 nations to the point that they start attacking themselves instead of Israel. Some of you are probably wondering where I get my news from, and that's actually a great question. This is why I rely on my partners over at Ground News.
The most fervent supporters of the state of Israel in America are not the Jews, who tend to hold a very wide spectrum of opinions and beliefs on the state of Israel, but evangelical Christians, who support Israel and reject the Jewish diaspora because they believe that all of the Jews need to be back in the homeland so we can have the second coming and I can get sucked back up into Christ's loving arms.
The evangelicals are more excited about that than Jewish people. It's really, right? It's incredible.
Yeah. Weird. I don't mean to imply that rapture theory is the only reason that tens of millions of Americans support the state of Israel. We gotta give Islamophobia its due credit. But
Wait. Chad said, why does she do that to Ground News? Did you watch the video with us on stream about Ground News? Like, you should be suspicious that everyone is using Ground News. This should make you more suspicious, not less suspicious. Like, Ground News is still you know what I mean? It's just like, it's not good, like, just because it exists. It's just another way for people to pay for a subscription to get news that, like, only informs them so much of what they're viewing. Like, it's not good just because it says it is. It doesn't have good intentions just because it says it does. Do you know what I mean? It's just, yeah, it's a false sense of safety. Exactly, Discord. It's just a company that takes news stories and tells you if they lean more left or right. It's just thinking for you, but then you're shortcutting the thinking part. So it's just another video, or it's just another subscription. You know what I mean? But it's not anything, guys, this is what I'm trying to say. It's just a YouTube video. It's just a subscription. Nothing is waiting around the corner to save you. There's no coming of Christ. There is no great and holy YouTuber. There's not the perfect president. Nothing is waiting around the corner to save us. It's just another subscription. It's just another thing to spend money on under capitalism. It's just a company trying to make money. You know, that's how you should think about Ground News.
But it is arguably the largest core component. But American evangelicals aren't the only crazies with shaky religious doctrine bolstering their horrible...
Like, Ground News is as good of a source for your what should I read or how should I read it as BetterHelp is for your mental health. Okay? Ground News and BetterHelp, same thing. That's all it is. It's just BetterHelp for the news.
Politics. Rapture doctrine also dovetails with the political aims, if not necessarily the religious beliefs, of certain sects of Judaism who ascribe to religious Zionism. Not all Zionist Jews are Zionists for religious reasons, and not all religious Jews are Zionists. There are some rabbis who argue that political Zionism runs in contradiction of God's will.
According to the very basics of Judaism, there's a concept of Jewish exile, which is a divine decree, which we are forbidden to end by any physical means.
But obviously there are a very great many Jewish people that do not adhere to this belief. Religious Zionists. Their basic argument is that we can do what we want. The Bible says so.
Discord said the fact that Christians can promote Ground News and still come away with their views should say something. Exactly. Right? Like, Ground News is just another source. You know what I mean? Are most people who sell Ground News left-leaning? No. Ground News does not, it doesn't care who you are. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter if you're conservative. It doesn't matter if you're a leftist or a liberal. It's just Ground News has a really good brand. So it makes people think they're good because of the marketing. Like, their marketing is good, but they don't actually care about the truth, right?
Bible says this place was given to the Jews. This area is called Judea. The meaning of Judea is it's belong to the Jews.
Where's the nearest Palestinian town? I'm so uncomfortable using the word Palestinian because I don't think that it exists. You don't think they really exist? I don't think that they exist as a real nation with a real claim to this land. What are they then?
I shared these clips. Which video did I make where I had the Louis clips? We got to watch this. We got to do the Discord event. We got to watch this.
They're Arabs. With a connection to this land? Yes, they have a connection to it. It's nowhere near the depth and... I mean, we were in this land planting vineyards before Muhammad was in the 3rd grade.
The history said it belonged to Israel.
That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works.
And to be clear, Scripture is not commanding anyone to do this. The support for all of this in Scripture, both Christian and Jewish, is flimsy and controversial within their respective religious communities. This is not religion brainwashing people. These are political actions that the people in power wanted to do anyway, and when any kind of qualm pops up, don't worry, it's fine. Actually, our Holy Scripture says we're commanded to do this thing, which, on the surface seems opposed to our belief system, but actually, it isn't. This is why American evangelicals can support Trump despite his obvious a-religiosity and cartoonish amorality. This is just God putting an unexpected hero into...
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, Trump is being used by God to further the agenda. You want to talk about agendas? The God agenda. But see, their agenda is cool because it's God.
The right place when we need him the most.
Lord raised up a thrice married New York real estate developer to show American Christians what man...
Look, how you gonna fuck with a religion that's about an older man marrying a 15-year-old girl and getting her pregnant? Do you know what I mean? How are these gay women, Christians? Like, what are you doing, ladies? You're literally chilling with a religion. You don't know, oh, but he didn't actually have sex with her, Brittany. Oh, it was like the angel. Great. So an angel had sex with her. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just playing. But also, don't get mad at me. But also, it's your stupid story. This is why Christians protect predators. Because y'all, Jesus came out. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why. It's all well and good as long as the Son of Christ gets crucified.
Manhood and warrior courage looks like. I am the chosen one.
This is why they can decry passages against the gays, a topic Jesus never said anything about, but ignore his teachings about tolerance. It's why they can come up with religious justifications for prosperity, despite the obvious unholiness of being a billionaire. It's why they can be so obsessed with abortion, despite there being absolutely nothing in the Bible about abortion. Bible's a big book. So's the Quran. So's the Talmud. Look hard enough and you'll find a scriptural justification for whatever it is you want to get done. So, speaking of which...
Christ died, sell out the nation, for I have been saddled with the murder of you.
Between the Trump administration and Netanyahu's government driving this word into the ground to the point of meaninglessness, Netanyahu frequently describes claims of atrocities committed by Israeli soldiers sometimes even coming from the soldiers themselves as blood.
Yeah, wait, Discord said, what does she mean it isn't supported by the scriptures? There's a lot of scripture that is pro-genocide. It sounds a little bit like she's separating the religion from the Zionism, which is like interesting to me. Fuck patriarchal religions. Fuck Zionism. I'm not sure. Honestly, this video could have been shorter. I said it. It could have been shorter. Like, I can't tell what's happening. Like, I'm waiting. We're halfway through. We're halfway through. But it did sound like for a second that she was like letting the religions off with like, you know what I mean? But like, you know what I mean? It might be a little bit, this is my thought, is maybe she was like trying not to be Islamophobic or something. You know what I mean? Like no Islamophobia in the chat, but also no praising patriarchal religions either. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Discord.
Blood libel. So I want to talk about what anti-Semitism is before we can discuss what it isn't. I've organized the basics into a helpful list of tropes. 1. Jews control the money. In medieval Christendom, usury or money lending.
Guys, listen, you said I get criticisms of ground news, but I'm curious how you get your news. I found breakdowns useful. Guys, use it. Just don't put it on a pedestal. That's all I'm saying. We have to know the difference between pedestaling something and just enjoying it. That's why I get autistically weird when people are like, hey, do you like this thing? Guys, I like blueberries, but like only when I like blueberries. Otherwise, I hate blueberries. But I love blueberries. But I don't want blueberries. Don't buy me blueberries just because I told you I like blueberries. You know what I mean? Like just liking something, using something, utilizing a tool, they are not the same thing. Use ground news, but you know what I mean? Know what it is. You know, watch Lindsay Ellis, but understand what it is. Like watch me, but understand what it is. You know what I mean? Like use the tool, but understand what it is. But just because I don't like it doesn't mean you don't have to like it. Right?
Was considered a sin, and therefore a job relegated to your friendly neighborhood Jew, who was conveniently barred from other jobs. This can be seen in instances such as the word Jew being used as a verb, or this.
No going to the banks and borrowing from, in some cases, a fine banker, and in some cases, Shylocks and bad people.
Shylock.
What? I know I've seen all these clips before, but every time it's like, what?
Of course, being the villainous Jewish moneylender from Shakespeare's The Merchant of Venice. This is sometimes framed like benevolent racism. Jay-Z had a bit of pushback for this lyric in his song, The Story of O.J.
You want to know what's more important than throwing away money at a strip club? Credit. You ever wonder why Jewish people own all the property in America? This how they did it.
Jay-Z's rebuttal being like, what? I'm just saying Jews are good at money. It might feel like he's being complimentary, but obviously he is drawing on harmful historic tropes and reinforcing the negative aspects of those tropes with this narrative. Key dog whistles and
never was a JC fan. I said it. Honestly, huge brag for me. I know people love Jay-Z. I just never got into it. Never got into Jay-Z. I'm so sorry.
Include global banking, using the word Jew as a verb. Shylocks. Number 2, Jews control the media. Evidenced by a disproportionately large number of Jews in the American entertainment industry relative to the general population. There are non-conspiracy reasons for this. You can check out the book An Empire of Their Own by Neil Gabler for a history of the Jewish community in early Hollywood. Key dog whistles include media elites, Hollywood cabal, liberal media. Number 3, Jews are actually secretly in charge of everything. Related to points 1 and 2, key dog whistles include shadow elites, puppet masters, globalists. Number 4, blood libel. Night Jews kidnap and murder children to use their blood in satanic rituals. And also drink it, possibly, I'm not sure. This is echoed today in QAnon conspiracy theories, only now instead of blood, it's adrenochrome, a totally real and not made up hormone secreted by frightened children that keeps you young if you drink it. And that explains why Bill and Hillary are looking so fresh these days. Key dog whistles include adrenochrome. So why is all this?
They need to both get facelifts just to fuck with the conservatives. There are some good facelifts out there, let me tell you.
Well, this brings me to point number 5, the Jews killed Jesus. So Jesus Christ Superstar. Jesus Christ Superstar was originally a concept album, and as such was the best-selling album in the United States for the entire year of 1970.
Ugh, did you see the rendition, the new version of Jesus Christ Superstar? Those clips on TikTok. Oh.
But with popularity comes scrutiny, the highest profile of which at the time came from the Anti-Defamation League, a flawed organization. Not gonna get into that right now. According to his autobiography, Andrew Lloyd Webber initially resisted the idea that Jesus Christ Superstar could be
Yeah, the one with Cynthia and what's his name from American Idol? What was he on? The gay singer who's really good at singing, but whose name I always forget. Anyways, looks amazing. They look great.
Anti-Semitic. How could it be anti-Semitic? If Jesus Christ Superstar is anti-Semitic, that would mean the whole New Testament is anti-Semitic.
Adam Lambert. Is that his name? Adam Lambert? Adam? Is that his name?
You see where I'm going with this? Tropes that Jesus Christ Superstar include.
Yes! Okay, thank you, chat.
The Pharisees prominently and unequivocally as the bad guy.
Must die, this Jesus must die.
To the point that it makes Judas, who is functionally the point of view character of this show, he's the Aaron Burr, almost their victim.
I don't want your blood money, but you might as well take it. We think that you should.
The show makes Pontius Pilate into this super sympathetic character.
Thousands of millions crying for this man.
And then I heard them mentioning my name and leaving me.
Okay, so my partner goes, Bo Burnham's a comedian. I was like, no, he's not. He's a musician. And he goes, no, he's a comedian. I was like, he's a musician. My partner's like, what's Tim Minchin? I was like, a comedic musician. And he goes, so what's Bo Burnham? I was like, a musician. And then we sat there. He's like, have you been literally thinking this whole time that Bo Burnham wasn't a comedian? I was like, yeah. He's like, but Tim Minchin's a comedian. I was like, listen, okay? Listen. I still don't get it. I don't know. I struggle to see Bo Burnham as a comedian. I can't get it. I can't get it, but apparently he's a comedian. Like, that's what, like, if you look up Bo Burnham, but like, Tim Minchin's obviously a comedian musician. Anyways, what do I know about life, you know? Apparently Bo does like stage work and stuff, and like that's the whole point. What do I know about anything though?
Blame.
Don't worry, you.
No, Chet said I thought he was a YouTuber. No, he's not. He's not just the guy from Netflix. He really does go on stage and stuff. Actually, I did go to one of his, not a show. I went to one of his Q&As at VidCon years ago. But I guess his show was like funny. You know?
Will not get the blame. There's the focus on the silver, the way it transitions into this sort of huckster music when it shifts to the Pharisees.
We have the papers, we need to arrest him. You know his movements.
I'm not saying throw out Jesus Christ Superstar because it rules. If we throw out JCS, we have to throw out the whole New Testament. And I don't know, I just don't think that's a very realistic goal. Rather, we need to refocus our lens through which we view all Holy Scripture. It was written by human people who were writing for a specific point in time for a specific audience, and the politics of that time shaped what was written in the New Testament, to the point where parts of it might just be a little ahistorical. We don't know exactly when the Gospels were written, but we have a pretty good ballpark. The Gospels basically tell the same story 4 times. There's a little bit of contradiction, but for the most part they overlap, especially with regard to how Jesus died. As Mark was likely written first, either during or right after the sacking of Jerusalem in 70 AD, there's a noticeable effort to downplay the culpability of the Romans in their responsibility for, the murder of God. Most biblical scholars argue that the authors of the Gospels place the blame on the Jewish authorities and not the Roman authorities who did kill Jesus, basically to placate the latter and distance themselves from their cousins who did not convert to Christianity and who were at the time very much on the shit list of the Romans. But don't you worry, Christians, your day—
Wait, Chad said he can call himself that, but he's not funny. I'm not calling him a comedian. Do I do philosophy? Who knows? Obviously, if he's a comedian, he's a comedian. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, what is anybody, Is anyone doing anything really? Are we all just sitting here with our thumbs up our butts? Or is that just me on Saturday nights? Who knows?
Will come. There's a whole laundry list of verses in the Gospels that place the guilt on the Jews, perhaps the most infamous being the blood curse in Matthew, where Pontius Pilate washes his hands of Jesus' blood and puts a curse on the Pharisees.
What do you mean by comedy? What is comedy? Are you laughing now, Ethan Klein? Are you laughing now? Wake up, Ethan. Are you laughing? Because I'm not laughing. Hassan, he doesn't make me laugh. But he just tickles something down south. I don't know what it is. But it's arising from its sleeping. It's sleeping coma. Watch out, Ethan. It's gonna get ya.
And their children for all time. So this narrative of who wanted Jesus dead and who made the call is very probably ahistorical and definitely politically motivated. Yes, early Christians truly were the original pick-me's, for all the good it did them. In the 4th century, the Bishop of Antioch, John Chrysostom, who would eventually be canonized as a saint, authored Adversus Judaeos, a series of fiery homilies against the Jews. By the 5th century, Christianity was the dominant religion of the Roman Empire, and Jews were barred from civil service, the military, and the legal profession. The early Christian church portrayed Jews as unwilling to accept the word of God. Illumination showed Satan binding the eyes of the Jews, and some church leaders condemned Jews as agents of the devil and murderers of God. By the late Middle Ages, state laws all over Europe precluded Jews from owning land or holding office.
Do you think we have to talk things up as better than they are to make us feel good about ourselves? Or do you think some things are actually that good? Because I think some things must be actually that good. It's like art. Like, are we saying this art is good so we feel good about ourselves? Or is there art that is objectively fucking good? Like, do you think, you know what I mean? Do we pump ourselves up too much to feel like, oh my God, this is like so fucking good? Or like, are there things that are, you know, that's really the question. That's really the question. I do think there are things that are just that fucking good. But also, I think that it's, I think it's really, you know, what does it mean to even have objectivity? Yeah. I mean, things are, I think the problem is like, we're so used to people taking away credit from people. But that's the thing, is like, you can make the most basic fucking video and get 12 million views and everyone's like, holy fuck, you're amazing. But like, you were just sitting in your room talking, but you got 12 million views. And then somebody spends their whole fucking year filming a video that doesn't get any views. But like, is one better than the other? Or do the views decide what's better than the other? Is a piece of art that makes you cry better than a piece of art that doesn't make you cry? That's really the question. And I really think it's just based off the situation. It's all contextual, for the record, if you want to know my opinion. I think it's all contextual. I think there's art that is good for the individual, art that exists outside the individual, right? Art that is only based off the how many people relate to it, consume it, you know? But it is still just a creation of our own, you know what I mean? Chad says, where did this comment come from? The chat about Bo Burnham being a comedian. Where, like, I remember when Bo Burnham's special came out and everyone said, like, this is the best fucking thing I've ever seen. And I remember having a different relationship with it. I was like, oh, yeah, it was good. And everyone's like, that's it? And I was like, oh, fuck, I don't know. I just thought it was good. But sometimes I'll watch clips from it now and I'm like, oh, yeah, this is really fucking good. But, like, I think it's, like, your mood, how you see it, when you embrace it, you know, like, how when it hits you. You know, like, sometimes I'll be like, I've been to so many museums. Like, I've been to so many fucking museums. And sometimes I see a piece of work and I'm just, like, brought to tears. And then sometimes I see a piece of work, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's cool. You know what I mean? But it's all good. Like, it's all good. Like, some part of me thinks everything is great. And then another part of me thinks nothing is great. Or like this Lindsay Ellis video where everyone's like, oh my God, Lindsay's back. Yeah, okay. But, like, it's a good video. But, like, honestly, like, if I wasn't watching it on stream, I'd never get through this video. But to be fair, I'd never get through most of the videos that everyone thinks is good because obviously my brain is specific and only stimulated by certain things. But then maybe a video I see on YouTube I think is so fucking good. Other people are like, this isn't that good. And I'm like, valid. So maybe the idea is that, like, just because something isn't good doesn't mean it's not good. But then sometimes things are just not that good. Like, were we making fun of the PragerU kids shows because we didn't like the message, or were they actually bad? Or did we think they were bad because they didn't uphold our message? Would they have been good if they were actually pro our message? Are we saying they're not good because the quality isn't good? Or are we saying they're not good because we don't like it? And what are we even rating the word good on? Is it the set design or is it the content? Like, I thought it was shitty because of the content, but I didn't think it was shitty because of the set design. I thought it was shitty because of the content, right? That's really what we should be asking ourselves. Like, what is the reason we decided we hate this? You know? Sometimes it really is the message of the art, though. Right now, on my desktop, do you know what my desktop is right now? Hold on, let me show you. I want to show you what my, hold on. This is such an autistic fucking fucking deviation. Hold on. There's something sweet and almost kind, but he was... Holy fuck, why do I have all these fucking downloads, bro? Hold on. I want to show you my desktop without showing you my desktop. How do I do that? Where's this picture? Where did I save this photo? Okay, fine. I'll Google it. Hold on. I don't know what the name of the painting is. That's why I don't remember how to tell you what I have as my desktop. There's something sweet, but almost kind. This one. This is my desktop right now. This is the background. Why would I have this picture as the background on my desktop? Fun fact, she was kind of a bitch. Like, apparently, I was reading about the painting. Everyone feels really bad because she's like a 17-year-old girl who's getting killed. But she was kind of a bitch. Like, apparently, she was like just as shitty as the other royals. I don't know. I did a little reading on it. I don't know nothing. I'm not a historic. But I was like, why do I like it? Okay? And like, it's interesting, right? We've got the two women, her servants, crying in the background. We've got the two men. So basically, she was the next in line for the throne. Okay? She was the next in line for the throne, and they had to kill her because like they wanted the boy to be the next line in throne. Okay. And like, I'm watching it. I'm like, why is this so significant to me? A part of it was because the way TikTok, so I read an article about how TikTok romanticized this painting. TikTok ran with it. TikTok was like, oh my God, men suck. This girl was 17. But then you look at the girl and who she was, and she would have been just another corrupt fucking royal, right? But then you think about it, it's a beautiful, I just love the composition. I love the picture. I love everything about it. But she's not, like, just because she's a woman doesn't mean she would have been a good person. But I think more than that, it is the patriarchy of it all. It is like how gross these people are. I think there's something really disgusting about this painting, and yet it's the background on my desktop right now. There's something really gross about everybody in this painting. You know? But I just think it's so good. And so again, like, I think it's interesting, the story, like, people were like, hold on. TikTok fell in love with, hold on. With paint. What article did I read? Oh, I'm gonna have to look it up. I'll share it on the Discord later and put it for YouTube memberships when I find it, if I remember. Okay. It's just like, yeah, I like it. Like, there's something about it that's so powerful. You know what I mean? But at the same time, did we make the wrong connection with the art? Did we take the wrong message from the art? So then I go on to my second theory about art, right? I think art has nothing to do with the originator and has everything to do with your relationship to it. And yet your relationship to the art could be swayed by who created it. So like maybe not listening to a musician who's been a rapist or something like R. Kelly, okay? Or maybe not listening to somebody because, like, okay, the art changes. Like Nicholas Sparks, I never really read his books, but I used to like his work, especially the ones that got turned into movies, even though it's all very toxic relationships. Heard he was racist, wouldn't fund schools in Africa, had a whole thing about how black kids don't deserve it. And I was like, I'm out. I'm over him, right? Same thing with this painting and same thing with everything else. It's like the painting does more for me than the story of the painting. Because I was able to look at the painting and create my own romanticism around the art, but it kind of lost its meaning in a sense when I learned a little bit more about the painting. You know what I mean? That I liked the story TikTok put on it. I actually really liked it. But then I wonder how many of these women are victims also to the patriarchy of the time, which creates another layer of the narrative of like women suffer under patriarchy and hold it up all the same. But then there's something really beautiful about it, you know? But then art that was really meaningful to me in the past has no meaning for me anymore. Like art that I thought was so transformative and important and just like life-changing, like just doesn't do it for me anymore. Mostly music, I think. Mostly music. You know, I think a lot of music that was so significant to me, just like, I don't think about it that much anymore. So that's also interesting because like when you outgrow the thing that was meaningful to you. Anyways, this is what watching Lindsay is reminding me of. Because at the end of the day, like, you know, putting Lindsay on a pedestal, we're watching her art, we're watching the way she uses stuff, everyone being like, oh my God, the internet's like, oh my God. I was watching an FD Signifier video, and the way he tried to encourage us to join Nebula was to say that Lindsay Ellis was there, and she only makes content on Nebula. Thus pedestaling Lindsay Ellis as a big fish to encourage you to join this thing. Putting her on a pedestal to say, You get to see content made by the Lindsay Ellis if you give us money. I don't know. This is the philosophy channel. We're just talking about things to see what it all means. No judgment. Just observing. No judgment. Like, without judgment. How did this thing make me buy its album? How did this celebrity make me fall in love with them? Why did I used to cry over this particular celebrity? Right? It's all good. Join Nebula. I love FD Signifier. You know, watch things. And you know what I'm saying? Chad says, I don't get what you're trying to say. Hey, that's okay. I'm just making an observation. By the way, this is what I do all day. So for all those people that are like, do you ever just watch something and no, we are pause the show, talk about it kind of people. My family is, my partner is. We can't get through MasterChef because we pause it and we dissect every scene. What people are wearing, why they're there, what their facial expressions mean. Even MasterChef, we are so critical of it and yet we love it so much. We are constantly criticizing every detail. Because it didn't just show up there. Nothing is on accident. Like everything is kind of done with like an intention. And so, yeah, like we sit there and we're like dissecting it. Anyways, thanks for dissecting that with me. Love you.
Labor guilds excluded them, forcing them into money lending and commerce. In 1095, Pope Urban II called for the liberation of Jerusalem from the Muslim. This liberation entailed the slaughter of thousands of Jews while the Crusaders were on their way. Jewish chronicler Solomon Bar Simpson described Crusaders as seeing the Jews as preliminary enemies on the path to redeeming Jerusalem, with the Crusaders saying, "You are the children of those who killed the object of our veneration. Let us avenge him first on you before we go to fight the Ishmaelites." A huge reason for this murderous religious zeal was because they thought the end times were coming. The Crusaders came to believe that their military successes were signs that they were living in the last days and that they were being used by God to shape the course of the apocalypse. Any day now. The myth of blood libel started popping up the following century. Many historians point to the case of William of Norwich, a 12-year-old boy who was found dead in the woods around the year 1144. A local monk, Thomas of Monmouth, wrote a hagiography.
Hold on. Chat said, do you think paywalled content is unethical? No, I do not. I have paywalled content. Doesn't that make all jobs unethical in some way since all capitalistic nature? No, I don't think making money for your labor is unethical, guys. I'm not saying that. Artists should be paid. Okay? I have paid walled content too. I'm reviewing all of BoJack Horseman for members right now. I'm about to start season 6. We're starting, girls. For YouTube members, I'm doing, I also do weekly streams on Mondays for paid members. And I do every Sunday event on the Discord for paid members. No, I don't think it's wrong to have things up against a paywall. That's not what I'm saying, right? People should be paid.
Claiming Jews kidnapped and crucified William. There are several documented incidences of this happening in pre-Renaissance Europe. Some kid dies. Oh, it must have been the Jews again. Cue dozens of Jews getting tortured and or killed. Side note, blood consumption of any kind, let alone the human kind, is explicitly verboten in Judaism. Yeah, whatever, they don't care. In the Middle Ages, passion plays also gained popularity.
No. Chat says, I guess I don't understand the principle against Nebula. I am not against Nebula. Nothing I've said here, I want to make it clear because I like FD and I know that's his baby. I am not against Nebula. I do not have a problem with Nebula. That's not the criticism. The criticism is okay, when we watch videos on YouTube, we're not just watching a video. We're watching a content creator who made a decision, took time out of their day, posted on a public forum, and expressed this thing. I'm talking about Lindsay coming back to YouTube. I'm talking about the fact that we're watching this because it's a fundraiser, because Lindsay came off, right? Oh my God. That said, not to be off topic, but are you a leftist? Yes. That is a proper label for how I categorize myself. Yes. And it's not off topic, it's very much on topic. From a deconstructed leftist perspective, we should be critical about the performativity of what we are consuming and why we're excited. Okay? Yeah, the hype behind Lindsay is the criticism. The hype behind Lindsay is the criticism. The hype behind anybody is the criticism. That's the criticism I'm giving us. The hype behind anybody is the criticism. Why the hype and where does it belong and is it appropriate? Is it really appropriate when you look at the whole thing? And she's not back, by the way. That's the thing. According to the way I'm understanding it, she's not even back. She's just here for this fundraiser, which is cool. Like, good reason to post. Okay?
Basically acting out the crucifixion so that we can be reminded how much Jesus suffered and that we are all naughty, naughty boys. In the 14th century, Jews were accused of causing the Black Death because of their lower fatality rates, likely because tradition called for better hygiene in their communities. Martin Luther thought the Jews would convert to his new, cool Christianity, but when they were like, nah.
Nah.
You know, I do find that the people who hate me the most are people who I've made to feel rejected in some way. From his book, Von den Juden und ihren Lügen, what shall we Christians do with this rejected and condemned people, the Jews? Their synagogue should be set on fire, and what does not burn shall be covered over with earth. Their houses also should be razed and destroyed. All their prayer books should be taken from them. During the Enlightenment, some called for the end of Jewish repression on the condition of assimilation. Many Jews were like, sure, others less so. Things kind of started to ramp up again in the late 1800s, with Jews being falsely blamed for the assassination of Tsar Alexander II in 1881. The Romanovs were all too happy to use local Jewish communities as scapegoats as a way to maintain their own flimsy hold on power, and pogroms ensued from then basically until the Romanovs fell. But fortunately, under communism, things were still bad. Meanwhile, in Western Europe, social Darwinism was gaining popularity. Jews were recategorized not as an ethnographic religious group, but as Semites, people with immutable physical, mental...
Shout out Semites. Palestinians, Semitic. Assyrians, Semitic. Jews, Semitic. Let's go, baby. Shout out to the Semites. Right here, baby. Shout out to Assyrians. Woo woo.
And genetic characteristics. Semites cannot be converted or...
They're just jealous, okay? Because our noses are big, and so are our dicks. That's why they're mad at us, okay? Because our facial hair grow in all the way. And our food is better. That's what I'm hearing.
Assimilated because of their Semitic blood. In the early 20th century, we see the secularization of anti-Semitism collide with social Darwinism.
Guys, all genitals are good genitals, even small genitals. I love all genitals. I am not a genital. I don't put genitals on a hierarchy. Okay? So just like, I love all genitals.
This is the origin of the whole Jews control the world thing. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, a book detailing a Jewish plot to take over the world, was especially popular with the Nazis. It was a forgery, but you know, they don't care. It was
And by the way, it is, you're right, chat. It is a purposeful thing that they are saying it's anti-Semitic to be pro-Palestinian when Palestinians are Semitic. Like, it is absolutely a part of the branding.
Translated into every major language, and basically is the template for what we now associate with anti-Semitic tropes, and is circulated even today. But many of the older elements came into play in the 20th century as well. A majority of Prussian churches supported Nazis and used Luther's writings to support their cause. The 4th century homilies of St. John Chrysostom became very popular, with the Nazis seeking to justify the Holocaust.
I just think it's interesting that Christians in America talk about being the most oppressed group, but the moment you mention Islamophobia, they're like, what? What? Okay, like, girl, it's amazing how these everyone gets to decide their group is the most oppressed, but you won't even see oppression in others. It's like there's not room. That's why I say everybody suffers. Everybody suffers. You first have to radically accept that everybody suffers to even start to help suffering. But if you really exist in a world where you think, oh, I suffer more than this person, girl, we can't even get started on helping or saving people. How are we going to liberate people from suffering if you first do not... all animal life suffers. All life on planet Earth suffers, girl. Come on.
Cost to German and Austrian Christians. These beliefs were so pervasive that the Vatican finally had to proclaim the following: Jews are not rejected or cursed by God because of the death of Jesus. Neither all Jews then, nor any Jews today, can be blamed for the death of Jesus. This proclamation was issued out of Vatican II. In 1965. So, do attitudes or actions taken against Jewish people need to fall under the aforementioned New Testament-fueled tropes in order to be considered anti-Semitism? Not necessarily. Like, a new stereotype could emerge that, you know, like, I don't know, Jews are really good at Fortnite, and that might get referenced in some mass shooter's manifesto 10 years from now. There is a little bit of room for subjectivity here, with the acknowledgement that context does matter. Moreover, things that are not inherently anti-Semitic, advocating for the liberation of certain groups, for instance, can be packaged with things that are, thereby muddying the waters and confusing the issue. People are not necessarily acting out.
But that's the problem. You have to be able to deconstruct which, like, okay, I always say, like, there's a thing that happens on, like, Instagram or TikTok or something where I'll be like, pro-Palestinian, all of a sudden I'm seeing anti-Semitism stuff. I'm like, hey, hold up, what's this? And there is a line in which all bubbles connect. It all connects to bubbles. So you've got the pro-Palestinian bubble and you've got the anti-Jew bubble. And there is a connection right here. But this is a whole thing. This is a whole thing. Guys, this overlap here is not the majority. Do you see how it's literally not the majority? Okay, but the majority of this bubble sucks, and the majority of this bubble needs help. Okay, so there's like this whole thing where there comes a point, right? It's like the feminists, it's exactly TERFs. It's exactly fucking TERFs, where TERFs are like, fuck patriarchy, fuck misogyny, you know, fuck the system, women are oppressed, also fuck trans people. I'm like, yo, ma'am, like there's an overlap. Obviously, fuck the patriarchy, except this side is pro-trans and this side isn't. And the point is like, this, okay, hello? Okay, so you have to be able to deconstruct and say, where does hating trans people come into any of this? Like, how is this helpful? That's why you have Christian Zionists, okay, who are just... You need to deconstruct your hate of groups of people, okay? It's lazy. Like, it's lazy in so many... Not that I believe in lazy, because lazy is a construct created through capitalism as a means to discriminate against people who don't perform at the same capacity as other people. So, like, I don't even believe in the concept of laziness, but it is dishonest, intellectually dishonest for you to pretend like you don't literally hate people. Chad just made a great example, right? I had his old Zionist man tell me to my face that Palestinians are roaches and terrorists while also saying they're anti-Semitic wild gymnastics. Exactly. It's like you're sitting here using the most foul language to describe a group of people, and you mean it. You're not just saying it to be performative. You're literally saying it because you mean it. And then you're like, they're so hateful. It's like, bro, you're literally so hateful. You're so hateful, bro. And then the worst part is those hateful people don't even know the difference when they come up on my stream as an example. Hear me being sarcastic as fuck. And they're like, Brittany's so hateful. She hates men. Brittany's so hateful. She really hates men. Oh, yeah, the girl who doesn't even believe in the construct of gender. Yeah, I really hate men, bro. That's what I'm saying. You can't have a person who believes in the deconstruction of gender literally hating men. We do not hate men. I make fun of groups of people who identify very strongly with being a man, and specifically as a way to subjugate women. But you know what I'm saying? Like, who is your, look at the audience you're talking. That's the problem. It's like, it literally goes back to, the whole, this is not a good example, but we watched this on the Discord together, the Jubilee video, you know? And what's her name? What's the autistic girl's name? I'm forgetting her name. Someone help me out. And people, the black conservatives versus the one radical black lady, the autistic lady. Anyways, they were like, oh, you're as a liberal. She's like, I'm not a liberal. They're like, oh, as a liberal. She's not a liberal. And like, they couldn't get it. They like couldn't understand the difference. Amanda Seals, thank you. They couldn't understand that Amanda was like, I'm not a liberal. And they're like, so as a liberal, and I'm not a liberal. And that's the dilemma. It's like, guys, if you know as a Christian, okay, you're a Christian, you know there's a difference between Protestants, okay, and Catholics. Yeah? Okay, same thing with politics. Okay, if you're a conservative, you know there's a difference between a libertarian and a liberal and a conservative. Yeah? Okay, so you know there's a difference between a liberal and a leftist. Yes? Okay. So like, it's like they can't, the math isn't mathing somehow. It's just like so amazing.
Out of malice or bad faith if they are confused about anti-Semitism right now. It's always been based on a convoluted history, and the people in power are doing everything they can to confuse.
Next time a conservative is like, oh, you're a liberal. I'm like, oh, are you an anarchist? They're like, what? No. And I'm like, are you a libertarian? They're like, no. And I'm like, okay, so do you know the difference between being a leftist and a liberal now? It's like, they know the difference. Come on, bro.
Use that history as much as possible, because global
and all of these labels are just constructs created in a limited fashion to express a very short way of saying this thing is my values, but still doesn't even encompass the nuance and complexity of being a human being on the planet. Because past systems, who exists? Us. We do not exist inside systems. We operate within the construct we've created and uphold together. We uphold it together. Women uphold the patriarchy. Gay people who root for the conservatism uphold homophobia. Yo, the gay conservatives, that's what I'm saying. If gay conservatives are siding with Catholic and Christians and Muslims and all these people who are pro-Trump, what are progressive Christians doing? Do you know what I mean? What is this progressive Christianity? What are you doing? With peace and love, you're on a journey. I love that for you.
Semitism is rising. It is not helping anyone to deny that, or the fact that Israel's actions play a key role in that fact. And one of the things that haunts me the most right now is how successful Netanyahu's government and capitulating enablers all over the world have been at conflating Zionism with all Jews everywhere. 20 million Jews in the world, give or take. 8 billion other people. vast majority of which will never meet a Jew. So you have people calling out Israel and Bibi over here like, how dare you blood libel all Jews like that? And then a mainstream media the whole world over charitably being like, yes, you both have very good points. It's about the same level of brain rot as, you say you're sympathetic to, like, the babies dying in Palestine, and they say like, oh, so you support Hamas?
Yeah.
No, I
would never support a group of men.
That's stupid. That's a stupid thing to say. What's wrong with you? Like, this is not a serious position. Instead, you get disgraced sex pests like Andrew Cuomo blaming his primary loss on those f***ing Jews not knowing what's good for them.
More than 50% of the Jewish people voted for Mandami. They are pro-Palestinian, and they don't consider saying anti-Israel is different than being anti-Semitic.
And here's his almost as horrible brother Chris doing the same thing.
Because you are part of the new self-hating Jew. You're a bad
self-hating Jew. What do you mean self-hating Jew?
You are a Jew who is anti-Israel.
What does that mean, self-hating Jew? I'm not anti. What are you talking about?
That is why I think it is important to extend people some grace. It is confusing, actually, and it is being engineered that way, deliberately so. And that is why we need to be mindful in a world where people in power are gaslighting us into thinking that obvious acts of anti-Semitism are not, and acts that are in no way inherently anti-Semitic are. The Book of Esther, set during the rule of the Achaemenid Persian Empire, tells
shout out to Esther. This is where my mom would be like, see, women can be feminists. What about Esther? Yeah, for sure. But also,
the story of the king of Persia, probably Xerxes, choosing a new queen from amongst his lands. He ultimately lands on Esther, even though she is secretly a Jew. In fact, she hides from sexy King Xerxes. Hijinks ensue when the king's royal vizier contrives a plot to kill all of the Jews, which the hapless king just kind of agrees to willy-nilly. But don't worry, Esther steps...
You guys are asking me if I've seen Adam's recent show. If that was the guy you're just talking about on screen, I just learned who that was, and I don't even know who it is yet. Sorry. I'm not in the bubble yet, girls. I don't really know who he is. Like, I saw him on my video. I think he was arguing with somebody. I don't know who he is. He's not in my internet. He just showed up on my timeline for the first time that I can recognize. So I'm not there yet, but I'll check him out.
Up, the evil vizier gets killed, the massacre of the Jews is averted, but we do get a retaliatory massacre. In recent years, far-right political movements like the Heritage Foundation have claimed inspiration from the story of Esther. They were so inspired, in fact, that some came together to develop Project Esther.
Project Esther is an initiative that basically claims to be a national strategy to combat anti-Semitism in the U.S. But if you take a closer look at it, what Project Esther actually is, it's effectively a blueprint to dismantle or even destroy the pro-Palestine solidarity movement in the U.S. under the pretext of combating anti-Semitism.
Co-founder of Project Esther, Victoria Coates, a Christian Zionist, says in her book, The Battle for the Jewish State, biblical values on which our civilization rests have always promoted an alliance between Christians and Jews. Okay, Project Esther's main goal is to convince the public to perceive the pro-Palestinian movement as a global wave of anti-Semitism, to reframe pro-Palestinian advocacy as no longer about ideology or politics, but about terrorism and threats to American national security, and to get people to recognize that anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism are different manifestations of the same hatred against the Jewish people.
We have concluded there's been Jewish complacency. That means Jewish American groups, American Jews, have not done enough to fight anti-Semitism.
The vast majority of the board that put the proposal together are, of course, Christian Zionists. No major Jewish organizations participated in drafting the plan or have endorsed it.
Throughout the plan, they misuse Jewish text. They refer to Jewish groups with the wrong terms. In an interview, actually, with a member of the Heritage Foundation, they said something along the lines of, if Jews were doing their job countering anti-Semitism, we wouldn't be in the position we're in now.
This plan insults American Jews for not aligning with the Heritage Foundation's definition of anti-Semitism. It calls us complacent and our positions inexplicable.
Crazy. First made public on October 7th, 2024 as a part of the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 initiative, it has been adopted by extremist groups like Moms for Liberty, the January 6th Capitol rioters, and of course, the Trump administration. I mean, they say officially that they haven't, but they've already put in half of Project Esther's policies into effect, and they sure are working on the rest. One of the main strategies of Project Esther is to convince the public to perceive the pro-Palestinian movement as a global Hamas support network, threatening American Jewry and America itself. Pitch materials accused philanthropic groups like the Tides Foundation and the Rockefeller Brothers Fund of supporting an ecosystem of anti-Semitism. They also included an illustration of a pyramid topped by progressive elites leading the way. There's one of our dog whistles. Including Jewish billionaires like Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois and fucking Holocaust survivor George Soros. Of course, they had their little handy initialisms ready to go, just like CRT and DEI before it, introducing HSO, Hamas Support Organization. One goal is to label any organization that critiques the Israeli government as an HSO, or a TSE, Terrorism Support Entity.
The very notion, take for example the Hamas Support Network, which is the term used by the Heritage Foundation to describe the Palestinian Liberation Movement, it's a contrived and baseless smear that is obviously intended to vilify any and all criticism of the Israeli government, and the accusations would be laughable. They're outlandish, they're baseless, if they weren't being translated into such deadly serious policy endangering people's lives right now.
According to Arno Rosenfeld in Forward, referring to the activist network as a cancer, the group also calls for passing legislation to counter it at the federal, state, and local levels. One goal is to get groups designated as TSEs, an abbreviation for Terrorism Support Entity, which can have severe legal consequences.
So that means that anyone who's ever participated in a pro-Palestinian protest at a university, for example, is potentially providing material support.
Thing is, material support laws are vague, so they can define what they want as terrorism. Because they have so much leeway in what defines material support, using free speech to protest the war could be defined as material support. Spreading facts and figures about child death and injury could be considered material support. All this coming from an administration that, well...
Shylock.
Any Jewish person that votes for her or the Democrat Party should have their head examined.
Musk posted a series of Nazi-related puns online.
And you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
Jews will not embrace us! According to Donald Trump's first wife,
be careful who you have babies with, girls, boys, NBs, anybody who can get pregnant. You be careful who you have a baby with. Okay, let's take a pause right here. I'm gonna grab a snack. I need a snack for the rest of this video. Give me 2 seconds. Take a little break. We'll come back. Stretch our legs. Samantha Dragonetti, music linked in the description. Enjoy. right. Hello, I'm back. Pausing music in 1, 2, and 3. All right. Got a stretch in our legs. My fibro is acting up. Okay, fibromyalgia girlies. Oh, now that we've stretched, let's go back to Lindsay.
If he kept a book of Hitler's speeches in a cabinet by his bed. I'm not sure I believe that because that would imply that the man reads books. However, according to a former chief White House aide, in his first term he privately expressed admiration for certain aspects of Hitler's leadership. In between presidencies, he dined with Holocaust deniers Nick Fuentes and nascent Hitler heiler Kanye West. There is a flirtation with Nazism in Trump world.
Wait, I was just dancing to Kanye, but I will not be held responsible. Anytime a beat comes on, I start dancing. Even when I'm dozing off to bed and my partner is on shorts, next to me, and a song comes on, I start moving in my sleep. It's not my fault. We don't support Kanye here.
That borders on parody. Steve Bannon's ex-wife testified in a custody case that he didn't want their children to go to school with Jews. Deputy Pentagon Press Secretary Kingsley Wilson has shared great replacement conspiracy material on social media. FBI Director Kash Patel has appeared 8 times on a podcast hosted by conspiracy theorist Stu Peters, who has posted photos of himself holding a copy of Mein Kampf with the message, Visionary Leadership. Paul Ingrassia, White House liaison to the Department of Homeland Security, has repeatedly praised alleged sex trafficker and Holocaust revisionist Andrew Tate, and has worked on his legal team. The list goes on and on. For an administration that is pretty shameless about either engaging directly in or having ties to people who engage directly in what looks an awful lot like flagrant anti-Semitism, they sure are concerned with fighting anti-Semitism. According to White House spokeswoman Taylor Rogers, President Trump has done more than any other president in modern history to stop anti-Semitic violence and hold corrupt institutions like Harvard accountable for allowing anti-American radicalism to escalate. Amy Spitalnik, the chief executive of the Jewish Council for Public Affairs, said that if this administration were serious about countering anti-Semitism, it would not be appointing anti-Semitic extremists to senior positions, and it would not be normalizing anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that have fueled attacks on Jews and others. But it isn't just deeply unserious loonies like the President of the United States equivocating pro-Palestinian activism with anti-Semitism. In December, University of Florida professor of Holocaust Studies Norman Goda opined that the genocide libel deploys a range of anti-Semitic tropes, including the coupling of the genocide charge with the deliberate killing of children, images of whom are ubiquitous on NGO, social media, and other platforms that charge Israel with genocide. In other words, broadcasting images of Palestinian children killed by US-made bombs launched by Israeli pilots is doing an anti-Semitism. This is not limited to the United States either. I was just in Berlin working on a different project and was very shocked to learn that in response to pro-Palestine activism in the city, police had banned the Irish language as well. Lots of revolutionary slogans in the Irish language. The German police don't know what they mean though, so they just banned it, just in case. The whole language. In the UK, the Labour government has banned anything affiliated with a group called Palestine Action, which has been labelled as a terrorist entity after some activists threw red paint on some British warplanes. Police in London cracked down by arresting swaths of peaceful demonstrators. One of the main focuses on the road to the criminalization of pro-Palestinian activism has been education, the most aggressive push being on funding. To quote Project Esther's Victoria Coates, "As a former academic, I can tell you one thing they care more about than parking spaces is federal funding. The viciousness with which the other elements of the faculty will turn on the law schools and the Middle East studies folks. Subtle. You have institutions like Columbia, which we're all too happy to capitulate, along with the likes of USC and NYU. Thanks for that, guys. With Harvard bizarrely being one of the only major institutions to stand up to the administration. In June of 2025, the Department of Health and Human Service issued a formal Title VI civil right violation notification to Harvard. In April, a joint task force to combat anti-Semitism issued a set of demands and froze billions in grants already awarded to the university. And of course, they suspended Harvard's ability to enroll international students. This was later rescinded, but by then the damage had already been done. What top-tier international talent who's smart enough to get into Harvard is going to want to come into a country where your ability to finish your degree could be revoked at any moment? The administration has canceled the student visas of almost any international student found to be involved in pro-Palestinian demonstrations, going so far even as to imprison some, like Columbia grad student Mahmoud Khalil, who was held in prison for 102 days without charge. As of recording, nearly 3,000 international students have had their visas revoked, almost all because of engagement in pro-Palestinian campus activism. Even former Harvard professor Lawrence Summers, who denounced the university for awarding an honorary degree to an Israel boycott supporter, said, "It's hard to see this as anything other than pretextual. There are valid grounds for challenging Harvard's approach, but it's hard to imagine a less credible challenger than President Trump." To recap, this is not anti-Semitism.
Shylocks.
Nor is this.
A series of Nazi-related puns online.
Nor this.
Jews will not replace us! Blood and soil! Blood and soil!
This is fine.
Should have their head examined.
This is fine. This is fine. The FBI has wildly reduced its monitoring of right-wing anti-Semitism, despite it being the cause for the vast majority of anti-Semitic violence worldwide. Project Esther doesn't collate instances of right-wing anti-Semitism at all, which bold.
Project Esther has literally nothing to say about the fire hose of anti-Semitism and conspiracy theories coming out of the far right in this country, which are the leading drivers of anti-Semitic violence in the US, according to any and every serious study. So the sole target of this is pro-Palestinian groups and beyond, who they accuse of being not just anti-Semitic, but also anti-American.
This doesn't count, this doesn't count, this doesn't count. No, the real issue is pro-Palestinian activism, or more.
Okay. I haven't talked for a second because I was eating pretzels with peanut butter. So, you know, Brother Bard, welcome to memberships. Happy to have you. Yeah, so this is like the conundrum with a certain group of people, or people who tend to be in a certain group that are more right-leaning, where there's like, I saw a graph today that was like 4,000 school shootings done by males, or men, or boys, or white men, or whatever it was. And it was like 4 done by trans people. And I just think like, this is the dilemma when men are like, oh, it's Islam. Oh, it's Hamas. Oh, it's men. But it's not people who are men, right? Like, we're never really having the conversation. What we're having, and that's what's so frustrating about being a person, is like, no one's really ever having the conversation. I'm not even sure this is a conversation. I'm not even sure what this video is yet. I'm still trying to figure out what this video is. And I'm not just saying that because I really do. Every piece of media I watch, I go, what is this video? Right? Like, what is it for? What am I doing? What am I learning from it? Who's it for? What did it, who's, maybe somebody's learning this from the first time, right? But let's say you're a person who already, like, who's, nothing you're learning is like that new. So you're like, okay, who is this for? Right? Like, what is this for? And again, I know I'm always, okay, I'm deconstructing, so it's going to sound critical. I'm just trying to say, like, okay, what is this for? Like, I know what conservatives make content for. They make it to make money. They're grifters. Okay. I know what, like, religious people who aren't grifters are making content for. They're spreading some message, right? I know why Mormons are all on social media. It's a part of their religion. Okay. No one's ever having really the conversation, but I think it's because we can't. And this is the best we do, right? Chet says maybe she did what Noah did when he clickbaited to make a video for Palestine. Yeah, and maybe it's because I really like Noah's content, that's like a part of it, right? Like, I really like Noah's content, but I liked Noah's content before he started doing Palestine stuff. So I never really liked Lindsay's content. Like, I liked it, but I never really liked it. So maybe it was different where, like, you know, Chet says this video is too normie. Yeah, is the video too normie? Is that the problem? But maybe that's why it did so well. You know? Is that what it is? Like, who's it for? Like, I could, because there's a shift happening on YouTube right now where, you know, it's like Hassan is way too liked by normie media. You know what I mean? You know, Chet said Lindsay is very normie though. Yeah, well, maybe that's the problem. Because look, we know we're a niche community. But that's the problem is, like, how much of a revolutionary can you be if you're well liked? And I'm not just saying that, but I mean it to be a philosophical quandary question. You know, like, how much could you really be standing? But then at the same time, you don't want to be somebody who's always making a mess of things. Because you got to play, like, that's why I don't like politics, because you're playing a game. So, like, is this, it's not Lindsay. It's not even about Lindsay. It's bigger than Lindsay, right? It's bigger than Hassan. It's bigger than YouTube. But I think that's why FD always says, hey, at the end of the day, we're entertainers. And I'm like, yes. Okay. So then if we look at it from that lens, like, yeah, I'm partially entertained. I think I'm less entertained because it's stuff I already know and it's not coming from a source that I actually listen to on a regular basis. So as a consumer, it's less interesting. As a YouTuber, it's always interesting. The video's well done. It's interestingly scripted. I like the transitions. This would probably be a really good video to send to somebody. I could name 10 people that I could send this video to, and it'd be a good video for them to watch if they haven't been paying attention to stuff, right? You know what I mean? It's like and look, I love 101 stuff. I always say all the time, like, I'm happy to answer, like, do we have free will 1,000 times? Because as, you know, people outgrow my content, there'll be new people who are still like first discovering philosophy. You know what I mean? And I want to be there for that. And then of course I want to have harder conversations. That's why we have them on the Discord, right? Like I always say the Discord is the place to have the harder conversations because we know people coming into the Discord are past a little bit 101, but people on YouTube are always every day, some new teenagers graduating, going to college on their first job, some 25-year-old out there just discovered they might need to be introspective. And I'm going to be here waiting for you, baby. Like every 30-year-old that just discovered like, man, is my marriage shitty? Like I'm here for you, baby, you know? And so you have to know your place and who you're making content for and what you're doing. But ultimately, like we're artists and entertainers. So then the question is, what does it mean to be an artist and entertainer? And are we doing anything different from the conservatives that are also artists, entertainers? Like, are they doing anything different as well? And is there something we should be doing, or is this good enough? Some part of me knows it's good enough. I really believe that. I really believe this is good enough. And then another part of me thinks, guys, there's got to be something different. There's got to be something else. But you know what it takes? And this is the hardest part. The best conversations, in my opinion, the most important form of work is when you see change happen in real time. Seeing change happen in real time is the greatest, most powerful experience we can have. Whether it's a piece of art that transforms you, or a conversation that is the bubble pop for you, or having like a real life proof of like change happening. Like, that's the most beautiful thing. But I think sometimes you have to make 1,000 videos before that one moment happens. You have to stream 1,000 days. It's like people who say, who has time to watch streamers? Because in my head, I think that question is funny. It's like saying, who has time to listen to the radio? What? What are you talking about? Radio and streamer is the same thing, guys. You just put it on in the background. What do you mean, who has time to watch streamers? You mean who has time to listen to the radio? Talk radio, which, by the way, was heavily conservative growing up. So I understand as a girly who listened to talk radio growing up, because I grew up a Republican, I understand why most people don't even know what that is, because even that was pretty niche for the time. And yet that niche thing made those people millionaires, really rich people. Because some of us are commuting every day from work and we want to listen to somebody talk. So then I wonder, like, what is that? That is the radical acceptance I think I hold, is that you make like 1,000 pieces of content for one of them to spark something in people or yourself. And it's interesting. That's why I say it's all good. Even when I'm criticizing it, it's good. Even when I criticize people I like, it's still good content. Even people I don't like, I can see like how it's good content, even if it's bad content. Like, I don't mean like good content, like the subject matter is good. I mean, I can see that you're doing something. You know, like I can see where you're coming from. I can see a story. I can see, you know. In high school, I was leaving for summer. I was homeschooled most of my life, and then I went to public high school for a few years. And I had a theater teacher who was also my English teacher in public school. And he said, Brittany, I said, what? And he goes, before you leave for summer, here are 5 books, read them. And I was like, you want me to read all 5 of these books? He's like, yeah, you read. I was like, yeah. He's like, read them. Come back and tell me what you think. And it fundamentally changed my life. Even though I had done reading competitions as a kid, even though I loved reading, even though I'd read every book series, the library was like, I read everything. There was a time in my life where I had kind of stopped reading, like a 2-year time as a young person between when Harry Potter came out and that year. So Harry Potter came out when I was like 12 or 11. I don't remember. And then I stopped reading kind of after Harry Potter. I took a break before I went back into it. So I was mad about Harry Potter. I remember being at Costco. My mom's like, read this book. Everyone's reading it. I tried to read it and I hated the fact that I was forced to read it. I only wanted to read books I wanted to read, and I didn't want to read Harry Potter. Then I got into high school, and that's so autistic, by the way. And I got into high school. He gave me these 5 books. I read them over the summer, and it re-inspired my desire to read. And then boom, thousands of books read now, thousands, including all the Harry Potter books. Okay. But I didn't want to read them. I didn't like school assignment books. I didn't like reading a book because I had to. I liked the explore. Like, I wanted to explore, right? Like I hated the assignments. I hated it. You know what I mean? This is why I didn't do good in school. I'm neurodivergent, girlies. This is why I don't do good on YouTube or social. Like, I feel like I'm really good socially if I mask, but ultimately, like, I can't hide it off my face most of the time. So I'm saying, like, These 5 books transformed me and gave me an opportunity to get back into reading. Do I remember what those books are? No. I do not remember. I remember one of them was a Robert B. Parker book because Robert B. Parker became my favorite male author for a long time. He used to write like PI books, like private investigator books. And I read all of his books, and there's like, I don't know, 60 books or something. And then he inspired Laura K. Hamilton, who's also was one of my favorite authors at one point. And he inspired her Anita Blake series. So I read all those books, though I fell off Anita Blake eventually because Anita wouldn't grow. Anita needed therapy and she wouldn't go. I fell off those books, but I liked them because they were queer, kinky, and BDSM. And I was like, cool. And they were like New York Times bestsellers. But the main character wouldn't go to therapy, even though they talked about therapy. But like the girl was not growing. It wasn't deconstructed enough. Though the author was poly. So it was kind of cool. You know what I mean? Anyways. Even the art I loved, when I'm critical of it, I'm not really critical of her, but like I'm almost critical of the character. Like I realized I had grown past the art. And that's the thing, even as a YouTuber and a creative, you will one day grow past my art. Now, some of you will grow with me because I'm growing in real time. When I look at the content creators and I see them, I want to see growth. And when I don't see it, I do get a little bit like, are you not going to grow past this? We just reviewed Repzion. I'm seeing Lindsay Ellis again. Okay, Lindsay, it's been a while. Have you changed? Feels like same old Lindsay. But that's not reassuring to me. I'm not reassured by things feeling the same after how many years of being away? So then my brain is like, why is this? Why is this happening? If these are the people that are supposed to be changing, why isn't there the change? If Natalie is supposed to be the person who's making the best, Michael Byrne says ContraPoints is basically the best philosophical content on YouTube. But yet she has not transformed as a person. She's incredibly stagnant and can't even say free Palestine without a butt. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like these are the greatest fucking minds. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, girls. Like, is it the best or is it just the best produced? Is it the best content or is it just the most hyped up? Because I swear the best content I have seen in my view are people who are not getting the most views. And I'm not talking about me because there are better channels than my channel. I'm not talking about me, but there are other philosophical channels that I see and I'm like, boom, but they're never going to get the views. And a part of me knows they're not going to get the views because I think they are having the real conversations. It's just like the world doesn't want to have those. And you know what I mean? They keep their day jobs, which is probably smart. We talked about them yesterday in chat, okay? Carefree Wandering and Brett Hartley and like so many people that I think are really doing such good like work. And it's not about them being perfect or pedestaling them either, but it's about the fact that they're going to struggle to go viral or get the same amount of hype because they don't look that way. That's the problem. Like at the end of the day, like half the reason these people get hyped up is because of their aesthetic. Contra has a really cool aesthetic. It stands out. It's weird. It's artistic. It's interesting. So obviously people are going to gravitate towards it. They're going to watch video essayists. They don't even care about the content, but it's the fact that it's cool. It looks cool. That's how Mr. Beast gets 12-year-olds, and this is how Contra gets 24-year-olds. Mr. Beast and Contra are the same. At the end of the day, they're trying to make content that looks really cool. And yes, it's good for the niches that want it. Like the audience still really likes it, and that's important, right? But I wonder if we're willing to really like talk about that and deconstruct it and say like, man, why do I like this video just because they're dressed cool? You know what I mean? And that's not bad. I'm not saying you're a bad person for being a person. I'm saying just like the way we know that hunger makes you see people differently or sleep makes you see people differently, we should probably sleep more and eat more. You know what I mean? The fact that Chappell Roan rose into fame the moment her brand changed and the aesthetic changed, she got that amazing red hair and that's very specific aesthetic. Once Chappell Roan went drag, everybody was hooked. Because ultimately, audiences don't just like you because the content's good. They want a specific package. J.K. Rowling didn't even get to be Joanne. She had to be J.K. because people didn't want to read a book about a boy written by a girl. Okay, we're not J.K. Rowling fans here, but I'm just giving you an example. Regardless of how we think we are challenging things, we're also adhering to standards to stay relevant, to appeal to the masses. And that's okay. I'm not saying it's wrong. I feel like I'm caveating 1,000 times here. You know, I'm just saying it's happening. What should we do about it? So I'll give you an example for myself. I make specific decisions to understand that and play to it sometimes, but not everything I do. So sometimes I let a video go live that I know I won't make money off of. Okay. I talk about topics that I know I'm going to get demonetized for. I make sure that when I do sex work, I do it ethically. I make sure that I always tell my viewers, like, you should leave. When I never try to guilt people into, staying or supporting me or saying, like, I always try to, like, toe the line of being honest and transparent, but I try very hard not to get tempted by what works for other people, because what works for other people is playing into systems of oppression that I don't want to engage in as much as I can, which is not perfection, by the way, because we all have to engage in it because we exist in it. So I'm not saying we're not engaging with it. We're just harm reducing. Like, I'm never going to make a prescription and say you should be plant-based. But I am plant-based and I talk about it. But I'm not telling you, I'm not those vegan activists who are like, you should be vegan. Yeah, I'm not going to be that person. But also, I'm not vegan. So it's probably also a part of it. You know what I mean? But then I'm other things, and I don't sit here and tell you should do anything either. But that's a part of my philosophical belief too. Or maybe I just don't want to trigger all the autistic people in my audience, because I know I don't like being told what to do. I don't like being told what to do. So anyways, all of this to say, like, it feels interesting to look at the world. And this is a part of what I think is a part of my radical acceptance journey. Like, this is the best people can do. And it's good enough. And so I think people are good. But it's not good enough. But it is good enough. But it's not better than good enough. And I just think we need to remember that. None of us are doing better than good enough. We're all just doing good enough, period. And this illusion that some of us are doing better than good enough is bullshit. Whether you're a progressive video essayist or you're a fucking, real estate millionaire, this illusion that some of us are the best is an illusion. And it's one we should deconstruct, because I feel like we're doing too much here, But it's hard, though, because people really want to be the best. They want to be the best author, and they want to be the best painter, and they want to be the best, who are you in competition with? Who are you the best of? You should just be the best you. Look at me, Mr. Rogers, gay. Okay, let's go back to Lindsay.
Specifically, any criticism of the Israeli government's policies. Trump's executive order number, I swear I'm not making this up, 14188 mandated that agencies use the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism. Under this legal definition of anti-Semitism, criticism of Israel is hate speech. This is the biggest crackdown on free speech in the United States since the Red Scare. It is being done in the name of protecting Jews, but it is not Jewish people that have put these policies in place. It has overwhelmingly been Christian Zionists and charlatans willing to exploit Christians as useful idiots. Cracking down on free speech in the name of protecting Jews has the effect of making Jews the face of power and authoritarianism to the unwashed masses.
It's making Jews the face of power, making Jews the face of authoritarianism, saying that it is because of Jews that XYZ.
They actively stoke anti-Semitism by making Jews the face of authoritarian crackdowns. And this feeds into anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about shadowy outside Jewish power and makes Jews the one to blame for the longtime Christian nationalist goal of dismantling higher education.
One of Columbia's many recent capitulations to the Trump administration's demands includes DEI-like carve-out preferences for Zionist applicants. This is not to be confused with Jewish applicants. What they want is viewpoint diversity, but they are also mandating a special Protecting Jewish Students office while explicitly banning any sort of similar office for anybody else. So in this case, no, it is not Jewish students who are getting special treatment, but it sure looks like that's what's happening. According to a post by Sarah Lawrence professor Joel S., carving out Jews as the special exception to the general anti-DEI rules of the federal government makes Jews into a specially protected buffer class, which both engenders resentment from others and enables the government to make us scapegoats if things go bad. It's court Jews all over again. Court Jews referring to Hofjuden or Schutzjuden, Jews who held high positions in courts, usually finance-related, and were a protected class during the Holy Roman Empire. And something similar is happening in Germany right now. In November, the German Bundestag passed a cross-party resolution titled Never Again is Now, Protecting, Preserving, and Strengthening Jewish Life in Germany. The resolution includes numerous measures against anti-Semitism, almost all of which are associated with criticism of the actions of the Israeli state. But despite the exhausting and obvious truth that not all Jews support what Israel is doing, there sure are an awful lot of Jewish people who are all too happy to hop into bed with characters ranging from Christian Zionists, who see them as pawns in their own apocalyptic fantasies, to outright anti-Semites.
Something else that takes place after this huge battle is that a massive number of Jewish people recognize God's providence and turn back to Him. As a Christian, I believe that this means that many Jews are going to give their lives to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Disgusting. Disgusting. Discourse said that's really tricky. That's a really tricky thing about any kind of activism. How do you make it effective? Because telling people what to do ain't it? Well, that's the question. Is like, I mean, a big part of it is understanding that like nothing we're doing now, and I know I say this all the time, but it's like nothing we're doing now is about now. And that's why you know, you're not, I think we're underestimating that we are evolved animals on a planet. I feel like no one is actually coming from that perspective. Like, I don't know why. I feel like this is so fucking significant. Like, I feel like all these fucking atheists and people who believe in evolution, like, is this not the most significant part of the reality? Then why the fuck do you care if someone's trans? Why is Richard Dawkins, who's all about science, so fucking up in arms about trans people? Like, why aren't we having, like, real conversations about this trans experience? Like, it just feels like it's very fucking important we start from this premise. And if this isn't the premise we're starting from, then what does it mean? Like, it just feels so fucking weird to me. It's the same thing why I understand why religious people can't get away from their premise of the foundation being, like, Adam and Eve being the first people and God putting them on earth. Like, I get it when I talk to Christians. I absolutely understand how to be like, okay, look, we're not going to get past this, right? Because no matter what I say, you believe in this thing. They're going to go, yeah. And I'm like, okay. So there's nothing more to say here. But like when we're talking to atheists or scientists or people, and I'm like, why are you doing this? Why aren't you examining the fact that like you're a biological creature evolved over millions of years? The idea that we even know everything is so absurd that we should be taking trans people as a data point of, oh, interesting. What does this mean? Maybe we were wrong about some shit. But instead they're like, oh, anomaly, must be mental illness. Oh, must be wrong. It's like, yeah, or hear me out. What if this is fucking a new data point, my bros? Because obviously trans people can exist in a world where they're not mentally ill just because they're trans. So why are we considering this as a new data point? It feels very silly to me. So then I understand like why when I'm combating with like religious people, why it's like what their struggle is. Why am I also fighting the fucking, I'm a culturally Christian. Richard Dawkins, I don't want to play with your dragon, Jordan. Your dragon is disgusting. Play with my dragon. Please, Dawkins, play with it. Touch it a little bit, just like a little bit. Listen, like, you know what I mean? Like, why the fuck are we having these conversations? So then it's like, okay, this is the best people can do. Got it. Okay? This is the best people can do. So then that puts the onus on me and the responsibility on me to show up in the world the way that I should show up in the world. Instead of telling people what to do, giving them ways into a better path for themselves. Making it about them. Because I really believe a joyful person is a less violent, less bigoted, less horrible person. I really think instead of making a prescription that says you ought to do this, which Christians love to do, I would say, what's your goal? My goal is to love myself more. Okay, let's talk about why you don't love yourself more. Like, what is your goal? Because I think when people attain their goals when it comes to joy, they just naturally literally become less hateful. It's hard to be hateful when you're happy, bros. It's hard to be hateful when you're joyful. I think hate comes from so much like a lack of control, so much fear, so much everything else. Like, I would just like to give people an avenue out of that without saying like it has to show up this way. Now, people will say to me, Brittany, you often say deconstruction looks like liberation or progressivism. It's just because the aftermath of actually deconstructing happens to align with a lot of progressive values. Because even though progressivism is limited within its political structure, extending outwards, the more you deconstruct, yeah, the nicer you're going to be. And technically, politically speaking, progressives are just nicer than conservatives. And I don't mean in personality, y'all. I mean in terms of policy. Their policy is better for people than conservative policy. Republican policy is bad. Okay? So they're just like, there's this idea that like, oh, Brittany just wants everyone to be a progressive. Brittany wants everybody to be joyful. But who cares what I want? You know, that's the other thing is like, it's like, it goes back to this hypothetical, philosophical hypothetical we talk about. If you could press a button and make everybody more like yourself, would you do it? I could never say yes to that inside if it actually happened. I would never actually press a button, take away your agency and force you to be more like me. But because people think so highly of themselves, most people would probably press that button and be like, yeah, I think I'm a great person. Press. But it defeats the understanding that like by pressing the button, you are literally saying your ego, your personality, everything about you is literally so much better than people's natural state of being that you would rather mind control them in order to be like you. It's like That it's a but I think most people would press that button. And I'm trying to get people to understand, like, pressing the button is probably not good. And here's my reasoning why. Like, if it was a computer simulation just for funsies and we want to see what would happen, sure. But if it was real life, then, like, why would we press the button? And we should deconstruct that, you know? Okay, back to the video.
Prominent premillennial dispensationalist John Hagee, who once declared that Adolf Hitler was descended from a lineage of accursed, genocidally murderous half-breed Jews, was invited to speak to an audience.
By the way, I do understand that when I raise my voice, like, oh my God, people think I'm, like, angry. It's just autism, guys. Don't be an ableist and assume I'm mad at you, bitch. It's just the way you talk. Hold on, I'll figure it out. One day I'll go to a speech therapist, I'll get a coach and be like, hi guys, welcome back to my channel. So this is basically what I'd like to say. And I know I'll be treated better if I, don't show much emotion or passion in my speech, especially since I'm femme presenting. Okay, like I'll get there one day, girls. Just kidding. I'm never doing it.
Thousands at the March for Israel in Washington this year to help condemn the rising trend of anti-Semitic violence.
If a line has to be drawn, then draw that line around both Christians and Jews. We are one.
Why do they all look like that and talk like that? Why do they all got that specific, like, vibe? Oh, NPR voice. Welcome to NPR. Today in the news. Today in the news. Today in the news. Have you had your latte? And did it have gay sprinkles? Over to my correspondent, Rainbow Panties.
We are one.
The bad RFK, who earlier this year repeated the
more whispery. You're right. I need to work on it.
Conspiracy theory that COVID-19 was targeted to spare Jewish people, was given an op-ed in the pro-Israel Jewish Journal titled RFK.
Fun fact, like, a billion years ago, my cousin introduced me to NPR because I grew up conservative. And my mom, I was like, Mom, do you listen to NPR? It's really good. And my mom's like, no, that's like very liberal. To this day, we listen to NPR. Like, I do love my NPR. But it's like so funny. Like, I was like, do you listen to NPR? This was decades ago, like a long time ago.
Is an ally, not an anti-Semite, reassuring the reader that RFK's unwavering commitment to Israel as a Jewish state is sincere and integral to his political values. Marine Le Pen's National Front in France, the AfD in Germany, and Viktor Orban's Fidesz party in Hungary all have given unequivocal support to Benjamin Netanyahu's government. Elon Musk has been liking, promoting, or affirming anti-Semitic tweets left and right, but instead of knocking that shit off, he swore to combat anti-Semitism by banning users who posted phrases like decolonization and from the river to the sea, which he said were euphemisms that necessarily implied genocide. Anti-Defamation League Chair Jonathan Greenblatt responded not to Musk's anti-Semitism, but to the censorship, saying, I appreciate this leadership in fighting hate. Earlier this year, the ADL was first in line to assure the reader that, don't worry, this is not what it looks like. Who are you going to believe, the known liar and fraud or your own eyes? And
so interesting.
And then there's my personal favorite, Jewish right-wing blowhard John Podhoretz, who tweeted, Trump bombed Iran. He can say
Chad says, what does it say about me that I followed Lindsay's career for 16 years but never got into Contra? What does it say about me that I preferred Contra content to Lindsay content and now I don't watch either?
Shylock 100 times a day forever, as far as I'm concerned. According to Guardian writer Sam Wolfson, we are now reaching an illogical conclusion where organizations supposed to protect Jewish rights turn a blind eye to antipathy towards Jews as long as proponents support Israel.
Disclaimer, to be fair, there's history there, but in general, I can always put history to the side for a good video.
Does not make Jews safer. It does not even make sense.
This is an effective strategy by the right because they're executing the policies they want to anyway, but they're doing so in the name of fighting anti-Semitism.
Deporting international students doesn't combat anti-Semitism. Public firings don't combat anti-Semitism. Withholding funds from research institutions doesn't combat anti-Semitism. Arresting activists doesn't combat anti-Semitism. We're not going to terrorize or incarcerate or deport or fire or infiltrate our way out of anti-Semitism.
One must ask, what is all of this in service of?
White men. Racism. Uh-oh, am I gonna cry? Oh no. People said they cried during this video. Am I gonna cry?
Genocide is a neologism coined by Polish lawyer Raphael Limkin. Limkin was horrified by the Turkish slaughter of Armenians during World War I, but even more appalled that it was not a crime in the conventional sense, that people could be held accountable for murder, but nations could not. Limkin pushed for international recognition both of genocide as a concept and as a legal term in the aftermath of the Holocaust. And on December 11, 1946, the General Assembly of the United Nations declared genocide a crime under international law. In 1948, the General Assembly took it a step further by adopting Resolution 260A, the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, which obliged contracting parties to undertake to prevent and to punish acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. In the words of author and journalist Philip Gorovich,
just as the state's police swear to prevent and punish murder, so the signers of the Genocide Convention swore to police a brave new world order.
The United States, ever in the camp of "you can't tell me what to do," dragged its feet on signing onto the Genocide Convention until the mid-1980s, but by 1994, they had been a signatory for almost a decade. Then came Rwanda.
Rwanda belongs to those who defend it, and you cockroaches are not real Rwandans.
It is, I think, the standard against which all future tragedies will be measured.
A calamity of such epic proportions, so massive in size and scope, the truth of it is far beyond journalism's reach.
Noah. It's a movie, Paramount?
One of the stories from Sunday school you've probably forgotten is that time that Noah got faced and naked in a cave, and his son Ham walked in on him,
I didn't watch
causing
this.
Noah to curse him and all of his progeny, saying, "A slave of his slaves shall he be to his brothers." This passage has enabled a lot of weird interpretations from a lot of weird little freaks. One of the most pervasive interpretations from the last 500 years is this idea that Ham was the first black guy. And that's why slavery is not only fine, but divinely ordained. British explorer and eugenicist John Hanning Speke, the first European to discover the source of the Nile, devoted much of his Journal of the Discovery of the Source of the Nile to descriptions of the physical and moral ugliness of Africa's primitive races, in whose condition he found a strikingly existing proof of the Holy Scriptures. Speke applied the Hamitic myth to the people of Rwanda, claiming the Hutu were descendants of Ham, and thus divinely fated for servitude, while the Tutsi were a noble, possibly Christian lineage from the Middle East, divinely fated to lord over the Hutu. On contemplating these sons of Noah, as they were then, so they appear to be now, he had found a time capsule, a snapshot of what the sons of Ham looked like 5,000 years ago at the dawn of the third dispensation. It is now believed by ethnologists that the Hutu and the Tutsi are not distinct ethnic groups. At least they weren't until they past-systemed themselves not too long before European colonizers showed up. There's a set of assigned physical characteristics, stereotypes if you will, that Tutsis are taller, lighter skinned, have sharper, more angular faces.
Chet said, I thought the religious thought process was black people were descendants of Cain, the first murderer. That's different. There's the saying that Cain was marked on his forehead, and as time moved on, the mark darkened his skin over time. I think Mormons share that belief, and other people. We weren't taught that. Like as Catholics, I was not taught that Cain's descendants were black people or something like that. I didn't learn that, but I think that's a Mormon thing. You guys have to correct me in the chat. But I heard about it growing up, but it didn't come from my Sunday school. Yeah.
And more European noses, and that Hutus are stockier, shorter, have wider noses, that sort of thing. Most people in the sources that I've read will tell you that.
Okay, yeah, chat is confirming it's Mormons. Okay, yeah.
These stereotypes are kind of bullshit, that you can't really tell these groups apart based on physical characteristics alone.
But to be honest with you, I do kind of believe from the way that people talked around me that there is colorism within Christianity, and that I do kind of believe that thought infiltrated some bubbles in some belief, because racism is so prominent in America, especially that like even in my homeschool bubbles, there were so many families. It was very unique to have a black kid there. Like I remember there was one black kid in my class, and he was the only one. And like even in America, there are people who go to school their whole life and never have any black or brown kids in their schools. Like I think if you grew up in a diverse neighborhood, you probably like you're having like a different experience. So I do think it infiltrated like their thought, because like you would hear people talk like, that's why I think minority people especially have to work so much harder to get the majority to see them as equals, because it's like, oh, you're one of the good ones. Like even that premise of you're one of the good ones is so outrageous, you know? But yeah, there's like, our neighborhoods are so segregated, you know? Chet said, in America, really? That's tripping me out. Oh, there are not enough black people for everyone to have seen a black person in America necessarily. Guys, it's not it's like when they do these polls on the street, people think 50% of America is black. Like, it's not a lot of people. So like, if the cities hold most of the most diverse populations, you can live in the middle of America your whole life and never see a black person. Or, you know what I mean? Like, there's just like such an idea that like all of America is diverse. No, we're not. We're very segregated. And growing up in Orange County, I don't even think we had black neighbors. We had Asian neighbors, Lebanese neighbors, white neighbors. We were the Assyrian neighbors, and we're white skinned. So like, I don't even think we had any. Actually, I think there was a black family in the neighbor down the street, but the black people that I knew growing up were either the like one of the rare black families in the homeschool community I was in, or when I went to high school, there was obviously black people because I went to high school in a place where it was really diverse. Even though it was kind of in the middle of the country, it was actually quite diverse. Actually, we had a lot of diversity for a place that was kind of back there. But yeah, like in the country. So yeah, there's like this idea. That's why I say like media representation matters, because media, that's why when people say like, oh, media is overrepresented, like black people are overrepresented or gay people are overrepresented, like we're not even close if you compare it. So yeah, it's just kind of funny. It's like trans people. If you ask people how many trans people do you think there are in America, they literally will say like 30%. You think 30% of the walking population is openly trans? Like, just process that information. Then I saw a streamer say, I've never met a trans person in real life. And I was like, that's crazy, but that makes so much sense to me. But you could have also not met a trans person that came out to you. Do you know what I'm saying? I think there are more trans people than we know, but it doesn't still mean there are 30 out and open, 30% of the population is trans walking around being like, I'm trans. That's not happening. So that's why the paranoia is so weird to me. Guys, listen, you are more than a statistic, but also statistics can also put your paranoia to, you can stifle your paranoia. And all these like people are so fucking racist. They would rather believe like 50% of America, you know what I mean, is like this thing they don't like, without understanding that like not only aren't they, but you acting like they're the boogeyman is a part of the problem. Like, don't you see how that's a fucking problem? Assuming like Black trans people are coming around corners to kill you, like process that information out loud. When they are the number one victim, like literally on a hierarchy of most likely to be victimized, you're afraid of the most likely to be victimized. Process that information. Guys, if you find yourself scared, just look at some numbers. Take a deep breath and ask yourself, why was I scared in the first place? What propaganda did I start to believe where I was afraid of a person who's the most punched down group of people? And then how can I say that I'm a loving person, or that I'm not bigoted, or that I don't have prejudice? Crazy.
It doesn't really matter whether these stereotypes are true or not. What matters is they were believed and adhered to. At the 1885 Berlin Conference, convened to regulate and formalize the colonization of Africa, Germany, who kind of missed the boat on the whole scramble for Africa thing, was granted custody of Rwanda. However, Germany wasn't interested in sending a bunch of guys down there to maintain it. It's in the middle. It has no coastline. It's the size of Vermont. It has no gold or natural resources. So instead, the Germans conscripted the Tutsi upper class to run the place for them. Quoting Gorovich in his book, We Wish to Inform You That Tomorrow We Will Be Killed with Our Families, Stories from Rwanda.
By the time that the League of Nations turned Rwanda over to Belgium as a spoil of World War I, the terms Hutu and Tutsi had become clearly defined as opposing ethnic identities, and the Belgians made this polarization the cornerstone of their colonial policy.
But where the Germans kind of passively encouraged this Hutu-Tutsi caste system from a distance, took advantage of it, the Belgians turbocharged it. They sent scientists to Rwanda. They had cranial calipers. They had phrenology. They weighed people. Jesus. They measured heights and girths and noses. They were very obsessed with nasal width.
Those with thinner noses, lighter skin, they used to measure the width of people's noses.
In 1933, the Belgians introduced a system in Rwanda very similar to the one that the Germans would introduce in their own country the same year, one that cemented a sort of Jim Crow system in the country. Papers. Things came to a head in 1959 when a rivalry between political leaders sparked massive anti-Tutsi violence. Thousands of Tutsis were killed and over 100,000 fled into neighboring countries like Burundi, Uganda, and the Congo. 3 years later, Rwanda gained independence with the Hutu majority now in power. Periodic massacres would follow for the next 30 years. In 1973, Hutu General Juvenal Habyarimana seized power in a military coup. Civil war broke out in 1990 when many Tutsi who were exiled as children, now adults, invaded Rwanda as the Rwandan Patriotic Front, or RPF. Paul Rusesabagina was a Hutu survivor who saved the lives of over 1,200 people. You may know him as the character Don Cheadle played in the 2004 film Hotel Rwanda. In his words,
"With the start of the Civil War, the myth-making machine went into high gear. There was suddenly no distinction between Tutsis and exiled RPF rebels. They were lumped into the same category of rhetoric. The war itself was cast as an explicitly racial conflict, and ordinary Rwandans started to arrange their lives around this idea."
On April 6, 1994, President Habyarimana's plane was shot down. Nobody knows for sure who did it, although most historians believe it was probably extremists in Habyarimana's own party, because the Hutu power movement was nothing if not prepared. The killing began within minutes. Radio stations like RTLM Radio encouraged the citizens, who they had already armed, to do their work. Although the killing was carried out mostly with machetes, over 800,000 people were killed out of a population of roughly 7.5 million, more than 10% of the population in less than 100 days. It was not the largest genocide in history, but it was the fastest and the most efficient.
The Tutsi populations of many villages were all but eliminated. Radio announcers reminded listeners not to take pity on women and children.
Children especially, proclaimed one story, a cockroach cannot give birth to a butterfly.
Oh, I'm gonna cry. Oh, I remember watching all the documentaries growing up. Very sensitive around babies. Yo. Men, bro. I blame the fucking patriarchy. This is what I'm saying. Give me a history of women mass murdering children like this, and I swear to God, if you say abortion, bitch, I'm gonna scream. I swear to God, bitch, if you say abortion, I will scream at you. Y'all, the patriarchy turns little boys into fucking murderers.
In Philip Gorevich's book, he tells an anecdote about a Rwandan guy he interviewed in the United States who was of the opinion that if it had been a black person who'd killed JFK instead of Lee Harvey Oswald, all the whites in America would have killed all the blacks, or tried to. And that's why the Rwandan genocide happened. The Tutsis were believed to have killed the president, so we just had to kill all the Tutsis. That's just how these things happen. Gorevich noted this comment as absurd, because it is. No, that's not what would have happened, because the infrastructure for genocide was not in place. According to Holocaust survivor and genocide scholar Irvin Staub, societies do not just start to destroy large groups of human beings. There is a developmental course. In the course of this evolution, both individuals and the system as a whole change. The motivation for killing evolves, and inhibitions diminish. Again, quoting Paul Rusesabagina.
Look closely at each of the world's recent...
I guess to be fair, women might not carry out the genocides, but they support the men who do.
genocides, however, and the surface differences burn away. The core of genocide is always the same. They erupt under the cover of a war. They are the brainchildren of insecure leaders eager for more power. Governments ease their people into them gradually. Other nations must be persuaded to look away. And all genocides rely heavily on the power of group thinking to embolden the everyday killers.
Historian Patrick Wolf is widely credited with popularizing settler colonial studies, and he says of settler colonialism that it is not an event, but a structure. Genocide is a part and parcel of that structure because a goal of settler colonialism is to replace one ethnic group with another. But genocide itself is also not an event, but a structure, both ideological and physical, and it has three major prerequisites. 1. Authoritarian leadership in a weakening position.
It always bothers me when I hear Rwanda's genocide described as the product of ancient tribal hatreds. I think this is an easy way for Westerners to dismiss the whole thing as a regrettable but pointless bloodbath that happens to primitive brown people. And not just that, but that the killing was random and chaotic and fueled only by brute anger. Nothing could be further from the truth. There is a reason why Rwanda's genocide was the quickest one in recorded history. There was a method to the madness, and it was about power. What scared our leaders most was the idea that Rwanda might be invaded and their power taken away.
2. Mass dehumanization. Step 1 is the easy part. That happens all the time. Step 2 is the hard part. It is neither easy nor natural. It takes time, sometimes even generations, to convince one group that another group has to be eradicated, or at least to convince the first.
So is she trying to pull at the, because most conservatives really feel for the Rwandan genocide. Like, I don't think I ever meet a conservative who's not like, that's the most devastating thing that ever happened. So is she trying to like use that as an example to explain what's happening in Palestine? P.S. guys, if you're just coming into stream, this is a fundraiser video from Lindsay Ellis, Palestine Children's Relief Fund. I've got it linked in the pinned comment. You can go to the video, click on the link, and donate. Chad says they do. Just in my bubble, you talking about the conservatives. Like I said, I grew up my whole life learning about it, reading about it, talking about it, and I've never been in a conservative bubble that didn't feel like really devastated. for the situation, but I don't know. That's just my very anecdotal bubble, like very anecdotal. I don't know. My family, my friends, my neighborhood. I don't know. I can't think of like politicians because I wasn't there, but I meant more like my family. And like I just remember sitting on the couch crying with my mother, watching documentaries about it or talking to neighbors, or, you know, if it gets brought up in conversation, I don't meet anyone. Like, that's why I'm devastated that I think like Palestine so easily was dismissed in a lot of ways. Yeah, but it could just be my bubble.
First group to turn a blind eye to it.
Stripping the humanity from an entire group takes time. It is an attitude that requires cultivation, a series of small steps, daily tending.
But in the modern era, there is a third major prerequisite, arguably the biggest one, a complicit international community.
Rwanda was a failure on so many levels. It started as a failure of the European colonists who exploited trivial differences for the sake of a divide and...
You said because I feel like they just blame it on us black people, but that's my bias. Oh, I think, I think they would have blamed it on like the lack of relationship with Christ or something, or associate it with Islam or something like that for sure. But I don't think the massacre itself was ever like not devastating. Like the way they talk about Palestinians now, and look, I haven't had a sit down conversation with my family about Palestine, like my parents. I've had it with my brothers, and the siblings and I have talked, but like I haven't talked to my parents directly because I haven't actually talked to my parents in a bit. It's been a hot second. And like a phone call. It's been a while. And so I think, I don't know, growing up and learning about Rwanda, I think it was more like just devastating in general. But you know, I wonder what they would say now. So Palestine feels that way. We're like, I can't believe that when people talk about Palestine, there's like an ignorance to it, almost like a willingness to like, they don't know how to be sad for Palestinians without feeling like they're giving up their values, which I think that's what should be deconstructed. Why does feeling, goes back to the empathy problem. Why is being empathetic to Palestinians against your values? What's so scary about being empathetic to their plight and their problems? You know? Yeah, I think that's really the question.
Rule strategy. It was the failure of Africa to get beyond its ethnic divisions and form true coalition governments. It was a failure of Western democracies to step in and avert the catastrophe when abundant evidence was available. It was a failure of the United States for not calling a genocide by its right name. It was the failure of the United Nations to live up to its commitments as a peacemaking body.
The desertion of Rwanda by the UN force was Hutu power's greatest diplomatic victory to date, and it can be credited almost single-handedly to the United States. But with the memory of the Somalia debacle still very fresh, the White House had just finished drafting a document called Presidential Decision Directive 25, which amounted to a checklist of reasons to avoid American involvement in UN peacekeeping missions, while the Clinton administration actually forbade unqualified use of the G word. Christine Shelley, a State Department spokeswoman, was a bit more to the point when she rejected the denomination of genocide because she said there are obligations which arise in connection with the use of the term. She meant that if it was a genocide, the Convention of 1948 required the contracting parties to act. Washington didn't want to act, so Washington pretended that it wasn't a genocide.
Hence, we have every reason to believe that acts of genocide have occurred.
How many acts of genocide does it take to make genocide?
Ellen, that's just not a question that I'm in a position to answer.
Are you at the point yet where you would call what's happening in Gaza a genocide?
You can use whatever word you want.
It's true that that you have specific guidance not to use the word genocide in isolation, but always to preface it with this word acts.
I have guidance which I try to use as best as I can.
Genocide is a legal term. What is going on now, clearly, is absolutely horrific.
Genocide is, of course, a heinous atrocity, one of the most heinous atrocities that any individual can commit. Those are allegations that should not be made lightly, and as it pertains to the United States, we are not seeing any acts that constitute genocide.
If empathy is politically inexpedient, the word genocide is even more so. It isn't just an emotionally loaded term, it is a legal term that carries with it a bunch of obligations. We sign treaties agreeing that in the event of genocide, we have to act. So, it's probably best just not to use the word at all.
Oh, here we go.
After Adolf Hitler became Chancellor of Germany in January 1933, things snowballed with stunning speed, and by July of that same year, the Nazis were the only legal party in the country. Members of the Berlin Psychoanalytic Institute were faced with a decision. Some fled the country, but most remained and acclimated to the new regime. The first order of business was to negotiate with the Nazi authorities so the institute wouldn't be abolished. In the summer of 1933, they agreed to Aryanize the board of directors by excluding Jewish members. The institute distanced itself from psychoanalysts who were being persecuted for political beliefs as well, and eventually excluded everyone who was Nichtrechtsdeutsche, i.e., all Jews. Over time, the institute reshaped psychoanalysis itself so that it would appeal to Nazi ideology. In 1936, it was rebranded to the German Institute of Psychological Research and Psychotherapy and installed Hermann Göring's cousin as the director. By the end of the decade, the institute had become involved with euthanasia killings of the mentally ill, deformed, and of course, the gays. Eventually, the institute helped to develop criteria for choosing victims and participated in their selection.
Wait. Why are you calling it euthanasia? Why are we calling it that? Why are they calling it euthanasia? That's funny. Because I just would have thought it was murder or like a murder or genocide. But calling it euthanasia, which is not a negative word generally, because I believe in the right to kill yourself if you're ready to end your life, like in a very actualized way, not suicide, because that's different. That's a cry for help, which I am here for. And we need to support people. Euthanasia, like, why do we call it that? Yeah, because euthanasia, the intentional killing and ending someone's life from suffering. Let me see. Wait, what's this meme? Deadass spent 2 hours doing a project on euthanasia, then find out it's supposed to be euthanasia. Damn, bro. Yeah, interesting. I wonder if calling it euthanasia mitigates the harm in people's head of what it was. It was a targeted effort to murder. Yeah, eugenics is even a better word. Yeah. You know what I mean?
And by the end of the war, it was a well-oiled cog in the genocide machine. In the early 2000s, UC Irvine professor of ethics and political scientist Kristen Renwick Monroe did a series of studies interviewing hundreds of people who lived through World War II.
Chad says, I think euthanasia gets used by genocidal governments to whitewash it. Yeah, in a kind of like, I could see that, right? Yeah, I can kind of see that.
To help identify and understand what makes people go from normies to active participants in genocide. She ultimately came to describe 3 types of person in Nazi-occupied Europe: the rescuer, the bystander, and the perpetrator. She found that altruism is explained not by demographic factors, but by self-image. The rescuer's choice options were determined and limited by their strong sense of human connection and a cognitive classification process in which all human beings are placed in the same category, and hence equal and worthy of the same treatment. Survivors noted of rescuers, these were not people making choices on reflection. They just had to do it because that's the kind of people they were. Then there were the perpetrators, whose self-image can basically be summed up in one word: victim. The world is out to get us, we are abused and put upon, we have no choice but to fight back. Defend ourselves, if you will. The perpetrator's chief motivation wasn't really personal happiness so much as the need to protect the in-group, which they perceived as besieged from all sides. Monroe describes the worldview of a Nazi supporter named Florentine, who was staunchly loyal to her Nazi ideals to the end of her life. Her view of the Nazis as simple, trusting people, tricked and threatened by Jews, resembled other Nazis' worldviews. It's not unique, and as bizarre as it might sound, it is a worldview in which the Nazis become the victims of Jewish plots. Perpetrators justify their actions through just world thinking, devaluing victims and seeing their acts as serving higher purposes. And then there are the bystanders, i.e. the vast majority of people in any culture, not just Germany. Their chief motivation really is just to have material goods and to be left alone. They don't feel deeply invested in giving their life for the Reich, but they also don't feel deeply connected to humanity either. But the bystanders had more in common with the perpetrators than they did with the rescuers. Both bystanders and Nazis exhibited worldviews colored by fatalism and a sense that human beings are buffeted by the winds of history. This fatalism is related to their perceived lack of choice in terms of helping others. What defined which—
Sometimes, just sometimes, I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this. Sometimes y'all sound like that when you talk about capitalism and the patriarchy and the world and buying a house and having a good life. Sometimes that defeatist attitude that I keep hearing from some people, even though you say you're progressive, sounds a little bit like, don't bother me, I'm busy. Just sometimes. Which is why I want to tell you, fuck conservatives and Republican policy. Fuck them. And also our communities need to know there's hope, and you can lift yourself out of this negative thinking of like the world's going to end and nothing matters and why even do it, and oh my gosh, and I'm never going to be able to have anything, and I can't, what's blah, 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 blah. You need to start doing things now that 10 years from you, the you from 10 years from now is going to be like, oh my God, thank you for doing that. Okay? Whatever you wish you had done 10 years ago today, start thinking about that 10 years from you, like the 10 years you in the future. What should you start now that that person's going to really appreciate? I'll rewind it.
Left alone. They don't feel—
And that's not just to benefit you, y'all. It's to benefit society and culture. Because if you believe you have a future, you can believe other people have a future. You have a future. Okay?
Deeply invested in giving their life really is just to have majority of people in any serving higher purposes. And then there are the bystanders, i.e. the vast majority of people in any culture, not just Germany. Their chief motivation really is just to have material goods and to be left alone. They don't feel deeply invested in giving their life for the Reich, but they also don't feel deeply connected to humanity either. But the bystanders had more in common with the perpetrators than they did with the rescuers. Both bystanders and Nazis exhibited worldviews colored by fatalism and a sense that human beings are buffeted by the winds of history. This fatalism is related to their perceived lack of choice in terms of helping others. What defined which category these people were slotted into was based not on religious background, nationality, race, or even class. Note that one of the most famous people in the rescuer class to come out of World War II, Oskar Schindler, started the war as a flagrant opportunist and a member of the Nazi Party. He amassed a considerable fortune in the early years of the war, but by the end of the war he had spent all of it just to keep a small number of Jews out of the extermination camps. What separated the rescuer types was their self-image and what brought them fulfillment. The cognitive model for rescuers is helping others. For bystanders, it's material well-being or affluence, and for perpetrators, it is to follow the leader or community and to protect the in-group from a world out to get us. Important to note also that these categories are fluid. Note again the example of Oskar Schindler. Where rescuers and perpetrators tended not to shift categories, bystanders did out of necessity, which brings us back to the example of the Berlin Psychoanalytic Institute. Most of the founders of the Berlin Psychoanalytic Institute were Jewish. Psychoanalysis as a science was founded by Sigmund Freud, a Jew. By 1933, 12 years after the Institute's founding, all of these people had been pushed out of the Institute, and the Jewish co-founders of the science of psychoanalysis had been erased from the Institute's history. Bystanders can evolve to accept or even inflict suffering, as exemplified by German psychoanalysts who joined the Nazi system. German bystanders actively upheld the Nazi system just by going along with it, even something as minor as heiling Hitler all the time so as not to attract negative attention from the Reich. They use denial or avoidance to distance themselves from victims for self-protection. Because there is a fourth category here as well, obviously. Targets, the real victims and survivors, and individuals from all three of the aforementioned groups will end up caught in that net as well. In the early 90s in Rwanda, there was a popular Hutu musician named Simon Bikindi, who in 1993 released a song called Nanga Abahutu.
I hate these Hutu, those arrogant Hutus, braggarts who scorn other Hutus, dear comrades. I hate these Hutus, these de-Hutanized Hutus who have disowned their identities, dear comrades.
Its target, as evidenced by the song's title, was not the Tutsis, but on Hutu moderates who were not on board with the Hutu power movement's genocidal aims. In the Rwandan genocide, it wasn't just the Tutsis who were slaughtered en masse, it was moderate Hutus as well. As the dehumanization process energizes, more and more bystanders will get conscripted, or they will be thrown into the wood chipper as well. To the Trump administration, moderate Jews undermine his narrative. They are a problem. To Netanyahu's administration, diaspora Jews, especially ones that don't see Israel as their birthright necessarily, are a problem. Their existence undermines the legitimacy of a colonial project. This is why Netanyahu's government encourages global anti-Semitism by doing war crimes and then conflating the nation-state of Israel with all Jews everywhere, forever. This is not a bug, it is a feature. Same with the Trumps and Cuomos of the world. Behold Steve Bannon at CPAC this year.
The people in Israel got to understand something. The number one enemy to the people in Israel are American Jews that do not support Israel and do not support MAGA. The biggest single enemy to the Jewish people are not the Islamic supremacists. The biggest enemy you have is inside the wire. Progressive Jewish billionaires that are funding all this stuff.
About a month after October 7th, 2023, Elon Musk replied, "You have said the absolute truth," to a social media post that read, "Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them." The owner of that account went on to say he was deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit now about Western Jewish populations. These people aren't just setting their sights on pro-Palestinian activists, but on Jewish people who do not fall in line, framing them as aberrant while using them as pawns. There's this saying in leftist spaces that if you scratch a liberal, a fascist bleeds, which is, in my opinion, a very cynical way of framing a thing that is basically true, but when they say liberal, what they mean is bystander. And in a genocidal state, if the genocidaires hold power long enough and completely enough, sooner or later everyone will be forced to choose a side. There will be no more bystanders. You either join the genocidaires or you become their victim.
Between April 6th and July 4th, approximately 800,000 Rwandans were slaughtered. This is a number that cannot be grasped with the rational mind. It is like trying, all at once, to understand that the Earth is surrounded by billions of balls of gas just like our sun across a vast blackness. You cannot understand the magnitude. Just try. 800,000 lives snuffed out in 100 days.
Schindler's List and Hotel Rwanda are pretty similar films. Both center on the narrative of two historical rescuer figures, Oskar Schindler and Paul Rusesabagina. Both films are pretty accurate as far as Hollywood historical dramas go. They both face impossible odds, they are both reluctant heroes, they even both save roughly the same number of lives. But the most fascinating similarity to me is the way these men went about those rescues, just how much bribery and flattery and money came into the way they went about things. Paul Rusesabagina, both in the film and in real life, kept his people alive by buying food from and being buddies with one of the chief of the genocidaires.
You do not honestly believe that you can kill them all.
And why not? Why not? We are halfway there already.
Don't Google it, the film toned him down. Schindler did the same thing, cozying up to one of the most evil men in a cartoonishly evil regime. Really do not Google him. Oskar Schindler spends a whole lot of his movie sending gifts to Nazi officials, partying with them, flattering them, and eventually bribing them. The eponymous list was basically the number of people Schindler could afford to buy as his workforce. Both films grapple with this idea that there's like an exchange rate, that human life can be bought in the most dire circumstances, but only if you have the money, meaning that you can't save everybody. Probably the most famous scene in Schindler's List is the ending. Schindler gives this big speech after Germany surrenders. He tells the Schindler-Juden that they've survived, good for them, and he tells the Nazis to fuck off, and they do. And he's like, I gotta go because they're gonna think I'm a war criminal.
I'm a profiteer of slave labor. I am a criminal. At midnight, you'll be free, and I'll be hunted.
Schindler's not very emotional about it in this scene. It's only in the following scene, as Schindler is leaving and the Schindler-Juden give him a parting gift, a gold ring with an inscription.
It's Hebrew from the Talmud. It says, whoever saves one life saves the world entire.
And this is where Schindler breaks down.
I could have got more if I'd made more money. I didn't do enough.
You did so much.
Why did I keep the car? 10 people right there. 10 people. This pin. 2 people. This is gold. 2 more people. You would have given me 2 for it. At least 1. Could have got 1 more person. And I didn't. I didn't.
In my research for this video, there was this journal article by SUNY New Paltz professor Matthew Newcomb that I kept coming back to called Feeling the Vulgarity of Numbers, which explores the difficulty of engaging with atrocities at scale in an educational setting, or even the extent to which numbers should be a measure of atrocity at all. Perhaps nothing is more difficult to measure than suffering. Yes, statistics and other numbers present measurements of loss, if not direct suffering, regularly. The article uses the Rwandan genocide as a sort of home base to talk about the issue, and it begins with this anecdote about the author's building super coming to fix a leaky faucet in his apartment. This Muslim dude named Salim, who sees that Newcomb is working on something about the Rwandan genocide, and Salim makes this comment about how he just can't imagine killing another person, and he quotes the Quran, "If you take a man's life, you kill a whole nation." On his way to the next apartment, Salim authoritatively stated that he would not kill someone, even to save his own life, and that all we can do is pray. The Quran quote is, "Whoever takes a life, it will be as if they killed all of humanity, and whoever saves a life, it will be as if they saved all of humanity." A quote like this is also in the Talmud.
It's Hebrew from the Talmud. It says, whoever saves one life saves the world entire.
I kept coming back to this article because it illustrated both the necessity and the failure of numbers when we were talking about large-scale atrocities. Suffering is an immeasurable concept, so we have to quantify it using numbers. People affected, people displaced, people killed. How many of those people are children? But it's also kind of an exercise in futility, this extremely faulty method to measure the unmeasurable. Quoting Paula Treicher in her book, How to Have Theory in an Epidemic, about the AIDS crisis in Africa, the overwhelming difficulty of even characterizing the diversity of the epidemic, let alone containing it, suggests that statistical measures, numbers, may once again be functioning, as Raymond Williams said they did in the late 19th century, to offer us the illusion of control. In the aftermath of October 7th, there was this misinformation narrative going around to help justify IDF atrocities about Hamas beheading dozens of infants and/or stuffing them into ovens. A lot of people still fervently believe this.
Where young children were murdered
burned babies in ovens.
That didn't happen. There were no babies in ovens.
Oh, yes, they were.
No, there weren't. That's been refuted even by the Israelis.
There were.
No, there weren't.
There were.
There were no babies in ovens.
I had one friend who was so turned off by learning that this was misinformation that he was inclined to believe that no babies had been killed by Hamas on October 7th because the propaganda, the misinformation, was just so outlandish. But this is not true. It just wasn't 50 of them. It was just 1 or 2. But then there's that numbers problem again. Don't worry, it wasn't 50, it was only a couple of them, and they weren't beheaded, they weren't put in ovens, they were just shot. Does that make it better? I wouldn't think so if that was my baby. University of Oregon professor Paul Slovich says, there are ranges of psychological studies that give reasons as to why numbers often do not have a potent impact on readers. One reason is that human responses may have evolved to protect individuals and their small family and community groups from present, visible, and immediate dangers. This effective system did not evolve to help us respond to distant mass murder. What about it?
You know, this reminds me of that scene in Vinland Saga Season 2, no spoilers, where you have a young man eager to go to war and fight, but instead he's just at home in his little village and he has to garden. And then the moment war hits his home, the moment he actually sees the consequence, it's like, wait a second. The way we raise little boys, even in America, to dream of going to war, and then they end up in, Afghanistan or in Iraq with, fuck Arabs on their fucking rifles, Yes, Indiana's the best. She really does pick the best time to come in. She really, when she wants her bed, bro, she wants her bed. She's the best. Yeah, I think that's the dilemma is like, that's why I think on this channel, we always try to zoom out because look, politics will tell you there's 2 sides. And I'm telling you, there's not both sides, but there is a universal share in the violence perpetrated by groups of men under patriarchy. And so if you ever hear me make content where it sounds like I'm both siding things, I'm probably just talking about fucking patriarchy. Because regardless of the side, patriarchy is there. And that's the dilemma. Is like, this isn't even just about the simplicity of like which side. And this is the problem. This is like, I've heard so many people try to explain this to people who keep trying to pink wash Palestine and the whole situation, the genocide. It's like, we're anti-genocide, period. You cannot genocide people. And people don't get that. They're like, yeah, but aren't you afraid they'll eventually, like, what if they'll infiltrate the neighborhood or come into your homes or they'll be everywhere? It's like, we are not going to create genocidal, justification here. But the dilemma is like, it's hard because then I'm sure you've heard pro-lifers say like, what about the genocide happening to unborn babies? In Brittany's honest belief, in a perfect world, we'd probably have less abortions, but we wouldn't have no abortions. Because sometimes abortion is a genuinely like medical necessary thing. It's like, it's always necessary. We'd probably have less because we'd have less pregnancies because people would actually have birth control. But like, the abortion isn't the problem, right? Because I do think we're evolved animals on a planet. So there's a reason why violence sometimes makes sense. A lot of people eat meat out here. Okay, so like, I know y'all are enjoying those chicken wings that I can't have because I'm not eating meat. And do I sometimes crave the death of a chicken so I can enjoy its wings? Do I want to sometimes tear a little body up into pieces so I can enjoy it and eat it? Have you been eating a chicken? You realize, oh damn, I'm really eating like a creature that was alive for a second. You ever be chewing on a bone and you're like, wait a second, hold up, this thing was alive. Okay. What I want for people is the ability to understand that like there really is a way to solve this, but it's not the way you think it is. And it really does have to start with us. But then it's hard though, because like, why hold yourself accountable if nobody else is? Why be a better person if no one else is? Why try anything if no one else is? You know, it goes back to the dumpster problem or the shopping cart problem. Why should I put my shopping cart back if nobody else is? Why should I, you know, I tell this story all the time, but like the trash bins overflow because nobody will walk 2 feet to the right to use the other bins. It's like, why would they do that when no one's going to see them? No one's going to witness it. It doesn't matter. You do it for yourself. You do it because it's your values. This is why I say, like, humans aren't as good as we think they are, but they're pretty damn good for an animal species evolved over millions of years. But they're not, like, as good as we think they are because most people don't actually do things because it's their values. You know, and I think we've all been put in positions, right, where it's, like, really, really difficult for us to know what to do in a situation. And so we get overwhelmed, right? Like, it's an overwhelming process to be a good person. So I will never ask you to be perfect. Like, especially if you're new to my channel, and so many of you are, and that's so great. I will never ask you to be perfect, but I will always ask you to consider answering question time and time again. Like, just answer the questions. Am I a good person? Does this make sense? Should we do this? And everything that we do, like, I can't get over the fact that like every piece of clothing was made by a person, and your trash doesn't just like go away. It exists on the planet. Like, that has changed the way I show up in life. Like, I can't tell you how many of these bottles that I drink out of are from, I think this was a pickle jar, or maybe it was a mayonnaise jar. I think it was a pickle jar. You know what I mean? Like, our consumerism is killing the planet. Our lack of wanting to bring up the standard of people's living because of our ego is at fault. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, this is the problem. Like, even liberal boomers is they'll be like, why should we pay for your, you know, school and no one paid for our school? Pay for people's school. I don't give a fuck. Nobody should be paying for school anyways. Imagine a world where we actually just want an educated population. Like, obviously this was done on purpose. Reagan was infamous for it. On purpose, making schools harder for people to access, because it was a threat to educate the population. But yet, we still have to educate ourselves even if we're not going to school. We have to read the books. We have to figure out what's going on. And when I say we have to, I'm not making a prescription. I'm saying if the outcome, okay, guys. I am a goal girly, okay? I'm a bottom-up thinker. So I got to figure out what the goal is, and I got to go straight and build up. Because like if I don't do that, it's not going to happen. So if I say I want the world to be a smarter place, I got to start with myself. And I got to be like, hey, I'm pretty stupid, so I got to figure this out. Like, I know I'm capable, but I'm not the smartest girly in the room. So, okay, how do I up my game? How do I become a little bit better? Do you know what I mean? It's like, think of the thing you wish for humanity and just make sure you're doing it. But then, no, it's not going to be one-to-one. I could never ask the world to do what I do. I'm never going to ask you to work 70 hours a week. There's just no reason for me to do that. Because I don't think that's where I would say more like, I want humanity to be like this, so then I have to make sure I'm at least doing it. I don't want humanity to work 70 hours a week. I want humanity to be joyful, so like I'm a joyful person. I want humanity to be kind, so I try my best to be a kind person. Okay? I want humanity to stand up for itself, so I try to stand up for myself. I want humanity to be fed and clothed and sheltered. Okay? And this is why I say your activism should follow. Don't go on a hunger strike for Palestine. Feed people. Make food for people. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, self-harming. Like, would you consider it a form of activism if I cut my wrists and filmed it on YouTube and said this is for Palestine? No. Cook meals for people and feed people. Like, feed people. What's it helping Palestinians for you to cut your wrists? It just doesn't make any sense. You're making it about you. I refuse to engage in a world where you're not just being narcissistic in that moment. Go feed people. Go clothe people. Give people something. It just doesn't make any sense to me, okay? Like, this idea, I'm sorry, but like so much of, we forget like people can perform in the most drastic ways. We act like performance artists don't accidentally kill themselves for a good trick or something, you know? So I don't like it. I don't like it. Chet said, I don't know the soldier that Aaron Bushnell made a big difference. I can't sit here and talk about harm reduction and then advocate for people to set themselves on fire. Palestinian children are being decimated every day and the best thing you can do is set yourself on fire, I refuse to engage in a reality where that makes any sense. That cannot be the answer. There cannot be wisdom in that. I don't think it's helping the way it should. Violence is sometimes necessary, but like, that is not what I want for the world. I do not want the world to make this decision. That should be like the same thing with what's his name who shot that Luigi. This is not good. This is devastating that we got to the point where like this is the result. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, this should be a wake-up call for us, not a chance for us to fangirl over somebody who was so desperate they made this decision. This should be devastating. Do you know what I'm saying? This should be devastating. We shouldn't be, you know what I mean? I don't want my kid to grow up to set themselves on fire. Like, bro, focus. Die for a purpose, but how you die matters. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying Aaron was a good person or bad. I don't know anything about him, you know? But I'm saying, like, this cannot be the answer. Where is the wisdom in this? You know what I mean? It's devastating that this feels like the only thing we can do. It just doesn't make any sense. You should live. Your life matters. You should live. Your life is not so meaningless that you felt a need. Like, what is this? Chet said he felt ashamed for being in the military. Well, then it was suicide. And that's devastating. Are we pro-suicide now? That's what I'm saying. Him killing himself from his guilt is literally a cry for help. It's not activism. Somebody should have intervened and saved that man's life. That man should have had resources. That man should have had help. And instead, he felt so guilty over his time in the military, he killed himself. Your life is much more meaningful, okay? And I wish you would stay here long enough to know how meaningful it is and how much you can help people. Okay? We cannot be romanticized. I'm not going to romanticize a cry for help. And I think that's normal when you're a teenager. You romanticize suicide and all that stuff because it's a cry for help. But your cry for help is real and it deserves to be answered. You deserve help.
Is a common deflection when you talk about the genocide in Gaza. What about the Israeli hostages? Why don't you care about them? I don't doubt some of these people who use this rhetorical device feel it sincerely, but it is also done in bad faith.
Over 14,000 precious children have been...
What if Miss Rachel went and just set herself on fire? Do you think that'd be helpful? Do you know what I mean? Do we want Miss Rachel to go set herself on fire and all her young fans can be like, oh, cool. Like, what are we... You know what I'm saying? This cannot be the answer. This cannot be the answer. This form of activism cannot be the answer. I refuse to engage in a world where like we kill ourselves because men suck. I'm not going to kill myself because men suck, girl. The only time I'm going to kill myself, and this is the most devastating point. Do you know the 130 women, Sudanese women who killed themselves because they didn't want to be raped by men? This was not the answer, but it was their only answer. That's what it means to be truly pushed into a corner. 130 Sudanese women had to kill themselves to escape being raped and brutalized by an army of men. This is devastating. This is a devastating reality. The privilege to, as a form of activism, set yourself on fire when there were so many other things you could have done, I'm not a fan of. Do you know what I'm saying? Be devastated for this man, but he is not a hero. He's a lost soul, okay? And there was no reason to do this. No reason to put those first responders in a position to take care of his body. No reason for his family and friends to have to see that video on the internet. That is not harm reducing. There's nothing harm reduction about it. Every time I thought about killing myself, every time I attempted, I kept thinking about the people who would have to take care of my body. You need to think about that. Okay? You need to think about these things. There's a way to stand up. There's a way to sacrifice your life. There's a way to die for a cause. But we have to be community-minded when we think about it.
Alive in Gaza. Gaza has the largest number of child amputees in history.
Why is Miss Rachel focusing so much on Gaza when there are Israeli children who've been taken hostage too, children in Israel who've been murdered too, and it's like, well, because of the numbers. Sometimes numbers are all we have to go on. These are some of the official numbers given by the Hamas-run Gaza Ministry of Health of children killed as of March 2025. And the reason that these are the official numbers is because this is the number that they have names for. These are confirmed named deaths as a direct result of Israeli action, although studies have shown that the indirect death toll is likely much, much higher. But then I see people in the anti-Zionist movement saying that the official number of dead, which right now is...
And I do think people who are making fun of Aaron Bushnell are fucked up. I do think making fun of him is really fucked up. Mocking him, making fun of him, saying his life was a waste, all of that is fucked up. I'm devastated that he's in that position and that's the only answer he had. Okay, so I want to make it abundantly clear, mocking Aaron Bushnell is fucked up.
In the neighborhood of about 60,000 is propaganda designed to minimize Israel's atrocities. And I'm like, do you know how many people 60,000 is? 60,000 is the size of a large football stadium. 60,000 is bigger than my hometown. Who would think that 60,000 is okay, but 200,000 is unacceptable? But then there's that problem of the vulgarity of numbers again. At what number is action mandatory? 60,000? 600,000? 6 million? If someone is not repulsed by 6,000 dead, they are not going to be repulsed by 600,000. Remember all the way back at the beginning of the video when we were talking about this revulsion at empathy in education and in children's media, the war on Sesame Street, the war on Mr. Rogers.
I think also at the end of the day, people won't care unless it feels like it's coming for their community. The way Christians and Catholics and people literally do this thing where it's like, they do this thing where it's like, oh my God, we're being targeted. White men can't be themselves anymore. It's like, girl, do you just need your feelings validated? Because I could do that. Can we fucking focus, please? Chad says it's the symbolism, the image of the sitting monk, it stays with you. Look, I vibe with a lot of the sitting monk advocacy. I can see it, but I think there's a big difference. I agree that I think it sits with us. But do men have no other solutions than killing themselves? Do y'all have no other solutions than violence? Remember, these monks, highly misogynistic, often very fucking predatory. These monks, these people we put on pedestals, these great fucking men we all think are great, have a lot of fucking skulls and their skeletons in their closet. So again, romanticize a man all you want, girls, but it's still a man. And I'm telling you right now, ain't no way they're not guilty of something. The question is, what is it? Okay, how many men, philosophers especially, do we go through on this channel? Every single one of them fucking molesting people, raping people, got some fucking backstory where everyone's like, oh my God, not them. Yeah, them too. You ever hear what happened with Morgan Freeman? Okay? I'm just saying, every man that you think is so fucking cool, he got a story. Bob Ross, okay?
The war on SEL, the war on empathy itself. We know from research that this type of education is extremely effective. When you're learning math, attaching a story to it helps children learn. That does not stop being true when you grow up. That's why personalized narratives can be much more effective than just numbers alone. But again, empathy is also politically inexpedient. You cannot, on the one hand, raise a generation of children with like a deep sense of empathy, even if all of the research shows that that's going to net you the best academic outcomes, and then expect those kids to have the same shark-eyed outlook on international politics as their parents. The war on empathy starts at home, and this attack on both children's educational media and methods for raising emotionally healthy children in general is a symptom of a broader sickness, because these people do not care about raising autonomous human beings in an environment of trust and love. They want Milford men who will do as they are told. This is a thing that Miss Rachel has done most effectively, and I wish we would see more of in pro-Palestinian activism, the focus on individual stories.
I would like to thank Miss Rachel. PC, oh, I think that's the same organization that we're doing the fund in here. Yeah, PCRF. So this little girl is thinking this Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, that's raised almost $700,000. Link is pinned on my chat, guys, if you want to check it out. I love everyone who helped me.
In cases like getting an international community to engage with the horrors of what's going on in Gaza, personalizing these narratives, showing anecdotes about the cost, helps people to stay focused, motivates people in ways that numbers alone just don't. And I'm not saying that there aren't contexts where numbers are extremely important. Obviously there are. But sometimes they're just numbers.
I am tired of hearing people who have long ago set aside the concerns of childhood, telling everybody what children really need. I'll tell you what children need. They need adults who will protect them from the ever-ready molders of their world.
Could I tell you the words of one of the songs which I feel is very important? Yes. It starts out, what do you do with the mad that you feel? And that first line came straight from a child. What do you do with the mad that you feel? When you feel so mad you could bite. When the whole wide world seems oh so wrong, and nothing you do seems very right. Do you punch a bag? Do you pound some clay or some dough? Do Do you round up friends for a game of tag or see how fast you go?
Miss Rachel has posted videos of this little girl named Rahaf a few times.
Wake up, little bunnies! Skip, little bunny, skip, 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 little bunny, skip, skip, skip.
She's a 3-year-old double amputee and has been successfully evacuated from Gaza and is now in the United States with her mom. A few days after the first Rahaf video, she followed it up with this post of Rahaf after she realized she didn't have legs anymore. And she's about the same age as my oldest.
Here. Thank you.
You know, maybe a few
Does she have 2 kids or 1 kid?
months older. And when I see these kids like Rahaf, all I can think is it just as easily could have been mine. It could be my kids and not Rahaf living through this hell, but for some fluke of geography. Throughout history, there was never much concern over the murder of children in wars or conflicts. Children were not considered full persons. They were just extensions of their parents, future adults, but property in the meantime. So this expectation that civilians should be protected, that children have fundamental rights is not only new, but is extremely at odds with the way civilization has been doing things for millennia. Hence we have the Genocide Convention, but that is also at odds with another thing that is suddenly respected in this brave new world, state sovereignty.
States have never acted for purely disinterested humanitarian reasons. The novel idea was that the protection of humanity was in every state's interest, and it was well understood in the aftermath of World War II that action against genocide would require a willingness to use force and to risk the lives of one's own. The belief was that the price to the world of such a risk would not be as great as the price of inaction. But whose world were the drafters of the Genocide Convention and the refugee conventions which soon followed thinking of?
I see a lot of people, a lot of content creators, describing what's going on in Gaza as the worst humanitarian crisis in history, or the worst genocide in the world right now. And if we must rely on the vulgarity of numbers, that is not even remotely true. What is happening in Sudan right now is killing more people. It is the greatest starvation crisis in decades. And there's a good chance you didn't even know about this. Even George W. Bush's government 20 years ago was able to describe what was happening in Darfur as a genocide.
I concluded that genocide has been committed in Darfur.
The first and only time the United States government has used that word to describe a conflict as it was ongoing.
Wow.
Now both the government and the media not only turn a blind eye to what's happening.
That feels like that's my childhood right there, baby. It's so weird as a mid-millennial we really were my friends were so attached to the news and like paying attention to everything. And like George W. Bush was like, that was it. That was our first real election. We didn't vote, obviously. But it was the first one we paid attention, like Al Gore versus Bush and that whole era, and then 9/11, and it feels so long ago now, but yet it's kind of nostalgic a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, Condoleezza Rice and just like the whole thing feels so nostalgic now. It almost felt like things made more sense back then, but I feel like that was the illusion of the nostalgia.
In Sudan, but make it worse by cutting funding from agencies like USAID, which is going to mean the deaths from starvation of thousands in Sudan.
Elon Musk called Bono a liar and an idiot, saying 0 people have died and that USAID was riddled with corruption and waste.
Yes, actually, because of you. There is an obvious racial component here, same as it was with the international community's response to Rwanda. The point is, the situation in Gaza is not the only time that the international community has turned a blind eye to suffering that it might have had the power to lessen or even stop. It's not even the only one going on right now. You know, the reason I did this video, beyond trying to raise money and show support for Miss Rachel and people like her, was because I wanted to understand why this sort of thing happens. Just, from a historical perspective and a sociological one. But the problem with the why it happens is it doesn't also provide and here's how to stop it.
Well, I would argue this video didn't explain why it happens. It explains how it happened, which are not the same thing to me. I don't think this video explained why it happened at all. I think that's what we're trying to figure out. Why do we do these things? We explained how it happened. We got the linear timeline. We understood why people made decisions at the time, but we didn't really get down to why it happens. We didn't actually answer the question. That's what I want to answer. That's what my life, that I've decided to dedicate my life to figuring out, is why. Now, I have some ideas, right? I'm creating my own philosophical framework. I think the framework could be an attempt to explain why it happens, right? I think the bubble theory, the thing I'm working on, I think that in 20 years I'll have something more to show you. But for now, while you watch me in real time create it and work on it, I really think that that might be the closest attempt of explaining the why outside of our zoomed in lens of our historical context. Like, it must obviously exist outside of the historical context, because the historical context is the aftermath of the why. Okay? So there must be a bigger why, a much more interesting why, right? Chet said, I don't think why is important. Well, it's never been important. Here we are. So I think it might just be important. We've never cared about why it happens, which is exactly the problem. We've never cared. What happened? What would happen if we cared? What would actually change? You know? The why could be as simple as we're just animals. Yeah, but that's not actually the why. That's the why is, there is a why. Like, nothing just happens. Even if it feels like things are just happening, and even if on the macro it is just happening, because there's an attempt at what we call like what we call free will, right? Like, even with animals, they don't just happen. Like, Indiana isn't just gagging out of anywhere. There's a reason it's happening, right? Like, Indiana's got this new gag problem. I keep taking her to the doctor, and I'm like, explain it. Something is happening. It didn't just happen because she's an animal. What if I went to the vet and the vet's just like, yeah, but like, it's just because she's an animal. No, there's a why it's happening. I need to know why it's happening. It's making her life worse. Why is it happening, right? So we ask, we go, why? We go, why? Okay, why? And that's, you know, there's something to that. Let's see. Chet says, I'm 43 and voted in 2000 election. It's not just nostalgia. Things did make more sense back then. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say, like, maybe that was the privilege of it all, though. I don't know. The internet obviously changed things, right? Like, realistically, we have to examine that the internet changed things, right? And so there's a part of that. There is definitely a part of that. Chet says, can you make a stream or podcast about why and how? I'd like a deeper deconstruction on this. Yeah, maybe I'll do a live stream. It'll be better. And we can try to like go through problems together, right? But I think the internet is the worst thing that happened. Like, I need people to understand that from my personal perspective, the internet's the best thing that ever happened in my life. Okay? It's the best fucking thing that ever happened, right? It's just like the greatest fucking thing ever. And so it's hard for me to imagine that people aren't having a same or similar experience that I am, where, you know, there's this new trend happening on YouTube where it's like touching grass is like now the currency. Being offline is like now the currency, but it always was before. Being on the internet was always weird. It was always weird even when it was cool. No matter how cool you think it's gotten, it's always been weird. It never actually hit truly the way you think it does, you know? But at the same time, like, it's the coolest fucking thing ever. And it's so great. It's helping so many people, and so many minority, marginalized communities really survive on the internet. We are trapped in countries where we have no one safe to talk to. The internet has been the only safe thing for so many people. So the internet might be this place where people come and their lives are ruined, and I feel you on that, but it's also the place where people come to remember that they deserve to exist and they should keep living, and you are valuable and lovely and human, and don't kill yourself because your country sucks. Don't kill yourself because your family sucks. So like, we have to remember there's also this really beautiful part of the internet that's real too, you know? Okay, let's finish this out.
And I know it's not satisfying. You know, you want me to give a list of prescriptive actions to say, like, this is what needs to happen in order for the famine to be halted, in order for the killing to stop. And the truth is, I don't know. As with all modern famines and all genocides, what this boils down to right now is a very small group of people in positions of power needing to make different choices, basically needing to be different people, which won't happen. So the reality is there is not much we can do, but I do not want that to be mistaken for saying that we should not do what we can. The fundraiser at the bottom of this video is the same one that got Rahaf out of Gaza. And I don't want to get into the weeds of it right now, but it's very difficult and very expensive to even...
I think if I'm not mistaken, by this time, I don't know when she filmed this video, but I think Trump just stopped the ability for kids to get out of Gaza to be rescued. I think Trump just made that. I don't know if it changed since I last heard.
get one child out, let alone to get aid in. But even if a lot of help can only do a little bit of good, like let's say we raise $50,000 and that helps get one kid out.
It says whoever saves one life saves the world entire.
I don't care how many, even if it's just one.
Yeah.
We get so wrapped up in numbers in our society.
Second, I don't think constant international attention, the increasing international attention, is doing nothing. The fact that focus has stayed on this issue in the news could make the difference in saving a lot of lives. In the words of one Holocaust survivor.
Today's marches are having a very hopeful aspect. It is so large, so persistent, so global, that eventually the Western leadership, which are trying to deny what is actually going on, will be forced to face up to it. And I think we are not far from that. There was no parallel to that in the Jewish Holocaust experience. In fact, there was great abandonment.
And it may not feel like it, but fighting back, making it politically untenable to continue these attacks on free speech, popularizing pushing back, whatever country you're in, but especially in this one, is actually super important. I am personally exhausted that the fact that this even is a controversy in the first place, that we here in the US are in the position of having to claw back rights that most of us took for granted our whole lives. But it must be done. We can't do everything, but we must do what we can. We must do it at home for our children, and we must do what we can for them for their children. They are the same.
What children probably need to hear most from us adults is that they can talk with us about anything, and that we will do all we can to keep them safe in any scary time.
Grown-ups of the world are supposed to protect children, and some grown-ups are not doing that. It's their fault that you were not protected. I am so sorry that you were hurt.
Our kids are watching us. They're taking in what us grown-ups are doing, and we're not protecting children.
There are many ways of saying who you are and how you feel. Ways that can be so helpful. Ways that don't hurt yourself or anybody else. You know, that's how you can tell when you're grown up inside. You're sure that what you're planning and doing are things that can be a real help to you and your neighbor. I'm proud of you, you know that. I hope you do.
Oh. And this is why I say on this channel, which is so perfectly apt, is like, and I'm going to link the video in the chat just again, guys, even though it's pinned on the chat. I want to link it again so you can go donate if you have a couple bucks to spare. Is I say, like, we're doing it for the kids. Like, kids are watching us. Like, ultimately, like, I'm 36 years old. Kids are watching me. Like, ultimately, I'm not a kid anymore, right? Who gets to, like, you know, I might not be grown, but I'm an adult, and kids are watching us, and we have to keep that, you know, take it into consideration. So every time you, as an adult, you know, if you're in your 30s, 40s, 50s, and, you know, you're like, fuck responsibility, I don't want to do it. Okay, but how does that match your values, right? When we say we want better for the world, we still have to be the adults in the room. Like, I don't want to be 40 years old and Ethan Klein. Like, how is that helping kids? You know what I mean? Like, when I think about young people, I think about me as a young person. I think about what I've gone through. It would just be so nice to also be an adult in the room who can tell those kids, like, you get to grow up and have a good life. Not even that, like, just seeing your trans elders, seeing your gay elders, like, seeing people grow old is such a privilege. You know what I mean? Especially for those of us who used to be suicidal and, like, have healed a lot of those battles, and, you know, we passed our suicide ages and we're still alive, we're still here, and we're still thriving. Like, that is so significant. Even if, like, you come home every day and you're eating your cereal at breakfast and you're not thinking it's that significant, I think for somebody out there, it's important for them. And it's because it's important for me. Like, so much of my young years was spent looking up to people and trying to find adults who could convince me that, like, it was worth being alive. You know? So, you know, kids are watching us, especially with the internet. I can't tell you how many, especially Arab kids, you know, used to DM me now they're adults. And now they're adults and they'll message me and say, oh my God, Britt, like, we come from similar backgrounds. We have so much overlap. Like, you know, I'm queer, you're queer. Like, I think over the years that's been so significant to me is, like, other, you know, West Asian people messaging me and just saying, like, it's so significant to me that you exist, because it's so significant to me that they exist. You know what I mean? So that's just so important. Discord said the idea of becoming an actual queer elder in my 50s is probably what gives me the most inspiration right now. Beautiful. Yeah, like, we really cannot take for granted the fact that we will grow old, you know? But I wish you know, I it's a great video, but I don't think it answered why. I don't think we as a, and again, I know I'm not trying to be pedantic or something. I really think we're not getting down to how important, like how significant this thing we're doing is. And I don't think we're getting down to the why, because it's very hard. It's very hard to understand why things happen. But I think we should keep attempting to figure it out. Like, we shouldn't give up on figuring it out. Okay? All right, girls. I'm going to go ahead and redirect you guys to Michael Burns. He's live right now, and I think it'll be a good live stream. He's got the Cosmic Skeptic. No. That's Alex's old channel. The one we talked about yesterday in chat. Oh, what's his name? I always forget their names. I forget everybody's names because I got to figure that out. Actually, I told myself new 2026 goal, genetically modified skeptic, is to learn people's names. I think my brain is melting that I stopped learning people's names. Okay, girls, I'm going to go ahead and send you over there. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do it all over again. Go watch my Queer Ultimatum finale as well. And be good to yourselves. You know? All right. See you tomorrow. Bye.